This little beggar is our main character. Don't look down on him just because he's begging. Even as he walks, he observes the world's flow of mana. It turns out he grasped the world's concepts and the flow of mana in all things since childhood, destined to become the strongest magic genius. And without further ado, let's begin. Late at night, at the gates of the Dong Yuan shelter, a servant inside opens the gate, visibly annoyed. Tisk, who is it at this hour? Go away. He stands inside, squinting as he shoos them away. We're full here. We can't take anyone else. The two outsiders, one adult and one child, wearing black cloaks that hide their faces, beg, forgive us. I truly have nowhere else to go. Please, could you reconsider my situation? She asks, handing over a shiny round pendant with her dirty hands. Seeing it, the servant's expression instantly changes. He takes the pendant and examines it. He quickly opens the gate for them to enter. Follow me. The child brought along stands silently to the side from beginning to end, his face dirty and pitiful. In his eyes, this place is as dark as ink, devoid of any light of hope. The guy leads them to a room and says, since it's late, I'll explain the shelter's rules and the responsibility fees tomorrow. All right, I'm off, he adds, his attitude just as condescending as before. The woman hurriedly bows, repeatedly saying, thank you, thank you. After he leaves, she tells the boy, come sit here. You must have had a hard time. The child with wide, teary eyes replies, you must have had a hard time too. The old woman presses her dry lips together, sweating from exhaustion. Just take a quick nap and someone will come for you soon. She gently cradles the child's face. So please, try to get some rest today. He smiles obediently. Okay, it was very late into the night. Our main character sleeps on the bed while the old woman stays vigil by his side, the whole room sinking into silence. Suddenly, the old woman lets out a gasp. Ha! As red blood covers her hands, her vision blurring. Trembling all over, her face pale, she manages to look at the boy on the bed one last time before dying. Please, you have to be happy. With that said, she collapses by the bed, passing away right then and there. Our main character opens his eyes half asleep. He looks at the old woman slumped by the bed and asks, Helen, are you asleep? But he immediately flinches, wide awake now. He looks down to see his hands covered in the old woman's blood, shaking with fear. He frantically shakes her, crying out, Helen. The next morning, the servant from last night arrives with a woman. He stands with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, coldly observing the scene and clicking his tongue. Tit. What rotten luck. Why does she have to die here and cause trouble? The woman with him asks in annoyance, what do we do with the brat? They discuss. Since his hair color is similar to Bao Lin's, let's pair him up with her. They'll look like a pitiful mother and son, right? Right at that moment, a silver-haired girl walks in. They look over. Ah, Bao Lin. Perfect timing. He points at our main character, ordering the girl, from today on, take him to work with you. She can only agree. Yes. Before leaving, the two mutter curses. Tis, well, it's not like this is a charity anyway. But since they've been paired up like this, at least they'll bring in some money. Dong-un Shelter. On the surface, it's a royal charity caring for those with nowhere to go and receiving subsidies. In reality, it exploits children under the guise of responsibility fees for profit. It is a cruel place. Bao Lin looks at the boy, a flicker of pity in her eyes. She takes the initiative to approach and speak first. Hello, my name is Bao Lin. From now on, you'll be staying with me. Our main character is still in shock after the old woman's death yesterday, staring blankly without saying a word. She has to offer some words of encouragement. I don't know what you've been through, but one thing is for sure. You have to survive at all costs. If you do, eventually the chance to be happy will come. She reaches her hand out to him. So, let's go. A warm light radiates from her. The young MC decided to agree. Yes. After that, I started begging in Mother Bao Lin's arms, even though our mother-son relationship was solely for begging. But as the days passed, we grew closer. Mother Bao Lin always took care of me. She protected me from the other children's bullying and the other beggars. With Mother Bao Lin always by my side, I never felt lonely. 5 years passed. One evening at dusk, Bao Lin was sitting on a bench. Suddenly, she heard a voice calling Mother Bao Lin. Turning around, she immediately recognized him. Rogan, the young MC who was now 8 years old, stood waving at her. The two sat and talked together. You've worked hard, sit down. Mother Bao Lin, you've worked hard too. Ah, I heard this morning that you're leaving, Mother Bao Lin. Her sadness was evident. That's right. I heard I'll be working as a maid in a noble's mansion. The young MC still smiled innocently. That's a relief. If it's you, Mother Bao Lin, you'll do great anywhere. His naive innocence immediately brightened the mood. She turned to tease him. What are you talking about? Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself. She ruffled his hair. Ahaha, your hair is all messed up. Suddenly, Rogan's tone turned serious. Thank you for the past 5 years. When Helen passed away and I felt like I had lost everything, when the kids at the shelter bullied me, and when the other beggars picked fights with me, you were always by my side to protect me. So, since you're going to a better place, Mother Bao Lin, someone I am always grateful to, I really should sincerely congratulate you. But in the end, the young MC was still just a child. Speaking these words, he couldn't hold back his streaming tears. Mother, father, Helen, and now even you, Mother Bao Lin. Everyone is leaving. The more he spoke, the harder he cried, his whole body trembling. Bao Lin hurriedly cupped the young MC's pale, small face. Rogan, look at me. Just because someone isn't physically with you doesn't mean you're alone. She placed her hand on the boy's chest. A person is only truly lonely when their heart is empty. If you hold on to the people who have passed and quietly look deep inside, you'll be able to see just how much everyone loves and cherishes you. So, whenever you feel lonely, close your eyes and feel your heart. At this point, Bao Lin also couldn't stop her tears. I will always be with you. That was our last conversation. Mother Bao Lin, who was always by my side, had left. On lonely nights, the young MC would look up at the sky and gently close his eyes. Wasn't I told to look inside my heart whenever I feel lonely? To feel the presence of the people I love, I was told to open my mind's eye. A current of energy within Rogan's body truly began to shift, growing stronger by the moment. The mind's eye. Until he opened his inner eye. The surrounding scenery completely changed. Even with my eyes closed, I can still see the world. He couldn't help but reach out to feel it. Wow. It's beyond the imagination of an innocent child. It's so beautiful. I can see everything. Mother, father, Helen, and even Mother Bao Lin. Everyone. I am truly not alone. Thank you, Mother Bao Lin. In this moment, the boy was truly so happy he cried. I will never forget you for as long as I live. The next morning at the shelter, life went on. A voice called out as usual. Wake up, everyone. Get ready for work. A year after Mother Bao Lin left, Rogan was still at this place. I still thought of her from time to time. She's probably still getting used to her new job, which is why she hasn't contacted me yet. I wonder if she's doing okay. Meanwhile, I had gotten used to begging alone just like the other kids. The director assigned me to District 1, the most profitable area. Even there I earned quite a bit, so I was treated fairly well. A large young man patted the young MC's shoulder. Hey, Rogan, do a good job today too, okay? He confidently pointed at his chest. Don't worry, I'll protect you from the bad guys. This man was black. He was the supervisor of District 1. One day, after hearing about my past, he started treating me well. He was also the one who helped me realize that the glowing clusters I saw were mana. Rogan also had a good impression of him, nodding obediently. Yes, Black. I'll be in your care again today. It was because inside his body was a dense cluster of light, and I later learned he was a swordsman who wielded mana. However, his mana had a rather murky glow. Mana is the energy source that creates everything in this world. Everyone absorbs and expels mana through breathing, unconsciously influencing the flow of the world. Among them, some people like Black could use mana in special ways through a training method called mana cultivation. Every day, Rogan sat on the streets begging while taking the opportunity to cultivate mana himself. Even though he told me not to think about it because doing it wrong is very dangerous, I can already see it. Suddenly, someone tossed a few coins into his tin can. The young MC's eyes immediately lit up. With an expression he had repeated countless times, beautiful and heart-melting, he said, "Thank you. You truly have such a kind heart, miss." The two noblewomen who had just given him money were instantly captivated. Oh my, everyone was moved by the young MC's appearance. Once they left, he continued, "First of all, I need to get used to seeing both physical objects and mana at the same time. All these people walking back and forth on the street, they all possess mana. Not long ago, it was hard to see both at the same time, but now I'm used to it. Still, seeing physical objects and mana overlapping makes me a bit dizzy." Suddenly, someone walks up and calls out his name. "Rogan, it's Black. You're back." He looks at the boy's bowl full of coins in awe. "Wow, you got this much in such a short time." Rogan beams with a bright smile and replies, "It's because there are so many kind-hearted people." But he just rests his chin in sighs. "That's why you have to be more careful. There are plenty of people out there who can't stand seeing others do well." The boy can only reply, "Yes, I know." He warns him carefully, "If you see anyone suspicious or if anything strange happens, you must tell me right away. I'm leaving now." The boy nods. Yes, see you later. But in his mind, he's already decided. It's best not to say anything. Actually, since yesterday, I've seen something very strange. Among the crowd, there are a few strangers with exceptionally strong and bright mana flows. They seem to have dense mana in their abdomens, just like Black, but he had secretly observed the two of them. Their mana was incredibly bright. They looked at me from the crowd, then instantly vanished by leaping across the rooftops. But they didn't seem too dangerous, and I can't let anyone know that I can see mana, because anything could happen. It's best to keep this to myself. Every time someone gives him money, he says, "Thank you, sir. Have a good day." In no time, his pockets are full. This box is almost full. I should report back to the shelter to get a new one. It seems our boy is doing pretty well for himself. No sooner said than done, he heads straight back to the shelter. As he's walking, he suddenly spots something ahead. That mana color, it's them. The people with the brilliant mana are stalking him from the rooftops. Rogan tries to act normal, clutching his coin tube tightly and walking faster. They're watching me. What do they want? They've never approached me this openly before. He even realizes one behind me, one to the side. If only I can reach the main shelter. But just as he reaches the middle of the alley, one of them makes a move. He walks as fast as he can, practically peeing his pants from fear but trying to stay calm. If I can just find Black. But walking fast is no match for two adults running. They are hot on his heels. The boy is panicking, unsure of how to escape. Terrified to tears, he decides to just make a run for it. No, if this keeps up, ill. In the nick of time, a loud roar echoes from straight ahead. Rogan, it's Black. He's rushing toward the boy. He sprints at full speed and leaps high into the air. In a flash, he lands right in front of Rogan, who desperately dashes toward him. Black. He scoops the boy into his arms and warns, "Hold on tight." With that, he launches himself straight up onto the rooftop. The other two quickly pursue them. He knows they're catching up. Black accelerates and decides, "We need to get to the shelter first." Even in this situation, he reminds the boy, "Careful, don't drop the coin box. Or else we won't eat today." Got it, Rogan? But no matter how many times he calls out, the boy's face remains blank and unresponsive, staring intently at something, leaving Black utterly bewildered. What's wrong with him? They finally escape back to the shelter. Rogan, you go in first. Given the current security situation, the others will be back soon too. Just get some rest. You hear me? His face is still frozen like he's lost his soul, until Black flicks him hard on the forehead. Hey, Rogan, snap out of it. The boy finally jolts back to reality. Black scolds him in frustration. You've been frozen stiff with fear this whole time. Those guys can't follow us all the way here, so calm down and go inside. Rogan hastily replies, yes, please be careful. Alone in his room, he finally regains his composure. He buries his face in his hands. He smiles with unprecedented joy. I can see it, the way mana flows through the body during movement. When Black was carrying me while running across the rooftops, the way the dense mana rippled as power surged into his limbs. He had seen Black's entire body, the way mana flared up and then dissipated as he gathered momentum to jump onto the roof. All right, let's give it a try. Having just seen it, he quickly tries to put it into practice, breathing to draw mana into his body. Circulate it. Then compress it within the body and use it when needed, right? It's not that difficult either. Heaving a sigh of relief, he thought, now I get it. How to use mana. I want to try it out right away. Suddenly, he noticed some other kids chatting on their way back. What's going on? I have no idea. I heard everyone in the other dorms got called back too. Before they could say much, a supervisor walked over and intimidated them. Quiet down, all of you. I'm sure you're all wondering why you were called back so urgently. But don't worry, it's nothing serious. Once the block leaders finish their inspections, everyone will return to their usual tasks. We just don't know how long it will take yet. So everyone keep order and stay in your rooms. As for Rogan, our young protagonist immediately spoke up. Yes, sir. The man's expression was stern as he ordered, pack your things. You're being transferred elsewhere. Rogan silently gathered his meager belongings and followed the man. Arriving at a gate, the man only allowed the boy to stand at a distance. Wait. Stay right here. Meanwhile, he walked over to speak with the person standing there. Our young protagonist watched curiously from afar. I want to hear what they're saying, but it's too far. I can't hear clearly. He immediately thought of using mana. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to circulate it. Focusing intensely, he channeled all his mana into his ears. The boy finally heard them. Transferred from the dormitories to the main facility. A kid who used to be a beggar. The other man gave a vague explanation. That's what I heard. I think the director has taken a liking to him, probably because of his looks. The burly man turned to look at Rogan. That actually makes sense. She probably wants to keep him safe on the premises. Besides, something happened in District 1 today. You mean the Alliance? Yeah, I heard it has to do with those two escapees. Our young protagonist stood there and heard everything, but didn't quite understand. The Alliance, escapees, two of them. Could they be talking about those people? The boy's mind immediately jumped to the two who had chased him earlier. While eavesdropping, he suddenly heard them call out to him. Hey kid, follow me. Our young protagonist had to switch and follow the burly man in the black suit. He led the boy up an endlessly long staircase. Arriving at a room, the man knocked on the door to signal their presence. He opened the door and walked in. Amai. Inside was a girl with short black hair. Hello. He left Rogan there, tossing out one last sentence. From today onwards, she will be your caretaker. She is Amai. And this is Rogan from the dormitories. It seems the kid still doesn't know how to read. Anyway, I'll be taking my leave. With that, he left immediately. She seemed quite friendly as she asked, How old are you? Our protagonist replied, I'm almost 10. She looked a bit perplexed. You really don't know how to read? Since I was 3, no one ever taught me, he thought, suddenly feeling quite inadequate. No, I've never been taught. She let out a sigh. Well, I figured. But I suppose that's to be expected. What could we hope for from a dormitory student? Starting tomorrow, I will be teaching you, so you must call me teacher. But when we're not in a formal setting, you can just call me big sister. Amai looked him up and down intently. For someone from the dorms, you actually have a pretty bright face. However, our young protagonist had never known the importance of studying. Excuse me, why do I have to learn how to read, big sister? Hearing such a naive and silly question, she felt a flash of annoyance. You came all the way here and you don't even know what the reading sessions are. Goodness, they should have explained at least something to you. A reading session is when someone reads a book aloud to an audience on a special occasion. Sometimes these sessions are hosted by the author of a new book, or they can be held regularly by nobles as a sort of social gathering. Amai explained you could consider it an elegant pastime for the upper class. Rogan still couldn't comprehend it. Having spent his life begging, what could he possibly know? That happened at the orphanage too. She nodded. Exactly. You'll participate in sponsored reading sessions in front of our patrons. Then, if a child is lucky, they'll be chosen to perform a special reading. Our young protagonist caught some of it, but not all. A special reading? She added, if you read well, you'll usually get adopted. The chosen child will read a book alone in front of the patron. She also understood his confusion. For a kid like you, who hasn't even learned to read, I bet this all sounds like it's from another world, doesn't it? The boy nodded. I understand now. She hadn't expected him to adapt so quickly and was caught off guard. What? This kid isn't scared. But anyway, since Rogan was both handsome and obedient, she affectionately patted his head. She opened the door and waved him over as she stepped out. Follow me. She led him to another room and introduced him. This is Rogan from the dormitories. Don't cause any trouble and try to get along. The bed in the far left corner is yours. Our young protagonist nodded. Yes, I understand. Inside the room were 4 other children. Before leaving, she warned the kids, don't make a racket. Rogan began to examine his new living quarters. I get my own locker? How strange. Suddenly, another boy walked over and called out, Hey! He was a bit taller than Rogan. Are you really from the dormitories? Our protagonist nodded. Yeah, I am. He smiled brightly. Ah, that's amazing. I've never met anyone from the dormitories before. I'm Theo, and this is Noe, Hayden, and Lily. He turned to introduce the other 3. The kids crowded around Rogan. So, have you ever been beaten up? Don't worry, we're not as mean as the kids in that other area. These kids seem much more relaxed, completely clean, and tidy. You won't have to go out and beg anymore. The kids in the main building who joined the reading sessions only manage the library, welcome guests, and help at the reception desk. He nodded. Yeah, our room is in charge of the library. We're responsible for organizing and managing the books there. So, let's give Rogan a warm welcome. Welcome, Rogan. We're so glad you're here with us. His first day here seemed to pass peacefully. That night, you couldn't fall asleep, lying there lost in thought. Inside those books, Mother Bao Lin once said, the entire world of knowledge lies within them. At the time, the young boy asked, Really? Rogan is a child full of curiosity, so he'll definitely love it. Back then, he was thrilled. Wow, I really want to read books. Books. My wishes finally come true, Bao Lin, he thought as he gently drifted off to sleep. Time passed. Inside the room, the voices of children reading echoed, and they lived happily ever after. Meanwhile, in Area 1, right after closing his book, the boy heard someone call out to him, Rogan. From across the room, Ms. A. called out loudly, "Let's check. Bring out the books you've read today." He immediately brought them over. She began to evaluate. Let's see. The reptile isn't lonely. The sage Belize, the golden pig's precious dung, the fluffy bride. Suddenly, her face darkened ominously. The observant boy noticed it right away. Ms. Amai's expression. She abruptly closed the book. That's enough fairy tales. Let's move on to the novels in Area 2. You did well today. The boy, not expecting praise, smiled happily. Thank you, Ms. Amai, though slightly confused inside. Was I just imagining things? But the good news was that he could now read in Area 2. He was so eager that he even asked, can I stay and read a little more before heading back to the dorm? She readily agreed, feel free. Area 2, where books for adults were gathered. There would definitely be a lot of fascinating things there. He ran all over the library, frantically checking out the shelves. Wow, this one looks so interesting. This one too, and this one. Suddenly, a specific book caught his attention. The Alliance. The Birth of the Rattan Kingdom and the Alliance. He opened it immediately. So that tiny, distant place is where I am living right now. One of the Rattan principalities emerged victorious after a long war, and the world was then reorganized into a system of one kingdom and 6 autonomous principalities. Later on, to prevent war and maintain public welfare and social order, the king established an organization. That organization was the Alliance. They have fought for over 200 years for peace and stability. They are widely regarded as good and righteous people. Reading this, observant Rogan suddenly sensed a contradiction. Then why would someone like Black have to run away? Is it because begging is bad? But he lives so harmoniously with the local supervisors. One thing is for sure, this shelter and the Alliance don't seem to be on good terms. And for some reason, the shelter is covering up what happened that day. What exactly are they hiding? The more he read, the more bewildered and conflicted he felt. I can't even tell if I am on the good side or the bad side right now. I need to find more information. His intense concentration unintentionally triggered the mana within him. Although he hadn't yet reached a state of perfect mastery, moving while circulating mana had become much easier to control. Whenever I did chores, I usually sat down and comfortably breathed in the mana. But things are different now. I've been practicing so I can circulate mana even while moving around. Thanks to that, I can operate mana while walking or even while reading a book. However, the density of the mana hasn't increased at all. Why does it keep dispersing instead of gathering? It's a bit disappointing, but I'll try it little by little, one step at a time. Just as he was tinkering in the library, a loud voice shouted, "Assemble." The kids promptly gathered and lined up neatly. A red-haired noblewoman walked in. All right now, as for today. Who should I choose for today? Looking at how things are today. She stared intently at each child. Theo, No A, Lee, and Rogan. Startled to hear his name called, the boy replied, yes. She covered her mouth and teased with a smile. I can't just let you, someone who looks like he stepped right out of a fairy tale, join the reading session right away. However, having you there will definitely make us stand out. So for today, just observe and get a feel for the atmosphere first, she said, stroking the boy's cheek, evidently very pleased with his appearance. Rogan put on an obedient face and bowed his head. Yes, thank you for your consideration, Vice Director. She was highly satisfied. Very good. Am I standing to the side concluded the assembly. All right, the 10 of you who were called, go change into your outfits and gather at the reception hall. The other kids looked visibly annoyed that he was chosen. Humph, he just finished reading fairy tales. Isn't this a bit unfair? Theo, standing beside him, couldn't help but defend his friend. Hey, you guys. At that moment, the boy stepped out after changing into his new outfit, looking incredibly bright and as beautiful as a flower. The group of kids instantly swarmed him. Rogan, you look so handsome. You really stand out. The boy smiled brightly, delighted. Thank you. Theo looks really cool too. Amai pointed a finger and told him, Rogan, you can sit over there. All the chosen children were present, sitting obediently in a row. Amy shouted, everyone get ready, the guests have arrived. Several elaborately dressed noble women walked into the room. Among them was a familiar face. Oh my, is it really you? She recognized Rogan as the beggar boy who previously told her, Thank you, milady. You are truly a kind-hearted person. He remembered her too. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you here. I will always remember and appreciate your help that day. She walked straight up to him. How have you been lately? I'm also very happy to see you again. While they were talking, the red-haired lady from earlier approached. Oh my, Lady Caroline, do you know our Rogan? The other lady just realized the boy's name is Rogan. I saw him begging at the beer intersection last winter. The two of them continued talking around him. Oh my, if that's the case, could we have Rogan read this book today? He was already so cute back then, and now he's even more handsome. Thanks to the support, Rogan was able to learn how to read here. Caroline immediately held out a book. Oh my, if so, could we ask Rogan to read this book today? The other lady explained, Rogan was only planning to sit and listen today. The noblewoman felt a bit disappointed and sad. Really? That's a shame. I really wanted to hear the boy's voice when he reads. The manager agreed. Well then, would you like him to read the final chapter as a test? Caroline agreed immediately. Yes, of course, I would love that. A moment later, Rogan's reading voice echoed through the room. All the ladies sat there listening intently, their eyes sparkling. I didn't expect we could meet again like this. I didn't try to remember, but that image keeps flashing in my mind. I don't even know why I feel this way. It just naturally happened. I didn't mean to, but my heart just won't listen to reason anymore, so I decided to say it out loud. Rogan's voice was already great, and paired with his handsome expressions, it was absolutely phenomenal. I like you. The 3 words from the book escaping his lips sent the ladies into a complete frenzy. Rogan even calculated to infuse mana into his voice. His steady narration echoed out, faced with Duke Rube's gentle confession. Vetty was at a loss for what to do. She didn't even dare look him straight in the eyes, trying to avoid his gaze. As he read, he felt his own voice, every sound echoing clearly. The soft breathing akin to a sigh, the sound of tears rolling down a cheek, the slight biting of a lower lip, and even the distinct heartbeat of every individual. They were overwhelmed by the emotions he conveyed. Lady Caroline smiled from ear to ear. That moment was truly magical. A beautifully executed reading session. After finishing, he stood before the ladies and bowed. Thank you so much. It's all thanks to the vice director's help. The women adored him. How can you speak so beautifully? Can I hear you read again tomorrow? Of course, I will prepare even better. Oh my goodness, this is absolutely wonderful. The scene shifted to the second library. After that reading session, Rogan came here again to find more books to read. In the end, it's just my body managing to harness the flow of mana. While searching, a dropped book titled Laws and Principles of Movement Phenomena and the Human Body suddenly caught his attention. Just reading the title sounded interesting. It seemed like another useful book. There was also a red-covered book. While he was spelling out each word, understanding, Black, who was standing right behind him out of nowhere, grinned smugly and teased, understanding sexy things, huh? Rogan spun around, startled. Goodness, you scared me to death, Black Hyung. But he wasn't really scared. He knew Black would come. Black was laughing to the point of tears, continuing to tease him. Don't pretend you're not interested. You're at the age to be curious about this stuff. Rogan ignored him and changed the subject. What's up? He looked visibly delighted. Nothing much. I just heard you completely crushed the charity reading today, right? It's a shame I couldn't hear it in person. I heard you were reading in the library, so I just came to see your face. Rogan replied, I'm on duty anyway. Let's talk later. It had been a while since they met and they shook hands. Right, I've been a little busy lately. But there was no way he came for no reason. Rogan astutely asked, What is it? Did something happen? Black crouched down to his eye level and got down to business. Well, remember those guys who were chasing you? They're causing trouble again. I'm going to sort it out with the management. Rogan immediately caught on and smiled relaxedly. The Alliance? If you step in, they'll definitely learn their lesson. Being praised, Black's mood brightened considerably. He grabbed Rogan's face. What? Haha, hearing you say that makes me feel much more at ease. It's a shame I won't be able to make it to the reading tomorrow, but that was just on the surface. Inwardly, Rogan was already suspicious. Based on what he read last time, it was highly likely that Black was a villain, and yet he was treating him so well. Should I call him a good person then? It's fine. After all, his concern is genuine. Being squished until his face turned red, Rogan uncomfortably shook his head to break free from his grasp. He feigned sadness and sighed. There will be other chances. I have a feeling we'll be reading together frequently. Anyway, be careful, Black Hyun. He pushed himself up, nodding casually. Yeah, you hang in there too. He even pointed at the book Rogan was holding and advised, and read this book on days when there's no reading session. Don't waste your energy aimlessly. Saying that, he left. Well, I'm off. Rogan wondered curiously again, the Alliance and Black. I wonder what a battle between masters would look like. Suddenly feeling helplessly sad, where does my strength lie right now? Could I ever be like them? He placed his hand on his chest, feeling his own mana. He channeled it through his hands into the book he was holding. In the blink of an eye, the entire book was torn in half. He stared at it, eyes wide in shock. Oh no. He knelt down to clean it up. What a waste. Rogan stood outside and knocked. A voice called out from inside. Is that Rogan? Come in. Vice Director, did you call for me? She looked flustered and admitted, here's the thing. The noble women were all demanding. Today, Rogan will be the main reader, right? Please let him read alone if possible. I don't want any other voices interfering. He will be reading, right? The vice director tried to stop them. Well, about that boy. But they didn't care, stubbornly insisting. He will be reading, won't he? Finally, moved to tears, she agreed. I will do my best. In the end, our main boy has to carry the team. She looked a bit hesitant. That's how it is. Do you think you can do it? Rogan had no choice but to agree. Yes, I'll try my best, Vice Director. Please don't worry. She looked satisfied. You truly are a good child. The next day, she gathered the children again. All right, gather around. You've probably all heard by now. Today, we'll announce the special reader. The special reader this time is Theo. He was startled. Placing a hand on his chest, he asked in disbelief, Me. The woman nodded. That's right. Everyone, please congratulate him. He looked questioningly at our main boy. I thought it would be Rogan. The others turned to him. Congratulations, Theo. He scratched his cheek and smiled. Thanks, Rogan. He blushed and smiled encouragingly. You read so well, I'm sure you'll go somewhere nice soon. Take care. He followed the woman away. The other children stayed behind looking out the window. Rogan thought to himself, he's a good kid. It's a bit of a pity. But the regret didn't last long. Rogan still had to read for the ladies. Stop right there. I came because I want to hold your hand. Yearning is inevitable. There are still so many things I haven't said, so. His voice remained just as expressive, as he was too busy reading for all the people who sought him out. The lady even asked worriedly, You have to read both morning and afternoon today. Are you going to be all right? He asked back in surprise. So that means I have to read for 2 sessions. She massaged her temples and took off her glasses. It's going to be tough, but what can we do? Everyone wants to listen to you read. Rogan smiled brightly, his eyes curving into crescents. And truly grateful for that, and happy that everyone likes it, but he clasped his hands together, his eyes sparkling as he pleaded adorably. Whenever I finish reading, I feel really mentally drained. Can I go outside to get some fresh air during the break? She couldn't resist and agreed, all right, go ahead. But don't go any further than the backyard. Our main boy nodded immediately. I understand. Thank you. With that, he went straight outside to rest. He began to practice manipulating the mana within his body. He mapped out the positions of his muscles, joints, and bones. Just as described in the book, he connected them with lines as if tracing his blood vessels. And along those pathways, he sent a flow of mana coursing through. The crucial factor is willpower. To make mana move through the body, one needs not just a thought, but an iron will. The light of mana radiated brightly. The mana power inside Rogan erupted. Just like that, he figured it out himself. Phew, everything else is fine. The real issue is the mana density. Is the problem with the vessel itself, my body? I shouldn't rush. More importantly, I must ensure I don't have the same weaknesses when using mana as others do. When Black carried me to the shelter, I could almost walk on my own. Even the Alliance forces couldn't keep pursuing. They must have been exhausted. There seems to be a common weakness when using reserve mana. Thinking of this, he realized something. Using reserve mana. He wondered to himself, is there a way to use external mana as if it were my own? I emitted a voice infused with mana, right? With that sound, I even managed to repel the external mana. Come to think of it, it would be possible if it had weight or shape, wouldn't it? Having thought of it, our main boy tried it right away. He picked up a leaf and his whole body began to radiate mana. Just as he thought, it was a success. Looking at the leaf, he rejoiced inwardly. I knew it. Inside the room, the group was still listening to the children read. The special reader this time is Lily. Everyone, please give her a round of applause. The children bid each other farewell. Congratulations, Lily. Live well and stay healthy out there. The little girl shyly walked straight up to Rogan. He asked in surprise, Do you have something to say? Her face flushed bright red as she squeezed her eyes shut in embarrassment and stammered, Rogan, actually, I like... Before she could finish, another voice rang out from behind. But it's weird. Lily is good too, but I didn't think Rogan would be passed over. The director won't let him go anywhere. The kids gathered around, gossiping loudly. Don't you know the story of the goose that laid the golden eggs? Ah, so they're keeping him because he makes them money. The little girl heard it too, and her face fell. Rogan. Only then did our main boy remember his friend. He turned back with a smile and asked, "Ah, sorry, Lily, could you repeat that?" But the girl was so embarrassed that she ran off. "It's nothing." She ran over to her friends, sobbing loudly, leaving Rogan standing there completely clueless. Whatever. They said if I get to leave, I'll go to a good family, that I could read new books and experience a much wider world. I might even find clues on how to accumulate mana. I don't know when that will happen, but I'm quite curious. The next day, behind the main building, a wooden pencil was spinning round and round in the air. Rogan sat leaning against the wall, playing with the pencil. This is easy now. All right, if I just keep practicing like this. Suddenly, our main boy flinched and turned to look. Right at the opposite wall, someone was climbing in. Huh? That person. He recognized the man. It was the manager who had brought him here. As soon as he climbed over, he collapsed to the ground, coughing. Cough, damn it. Our main boy sat still, staring and thinking to himself, what's going on? His mana is disappearing. Realizing something was wrong, he walked toward the man. Excuse me. Just then, another large man approached, his brows furrowed in deep worry. Then he dragged the other guy inside. Damn it! What is happening? Those Alliance bastards. Upon hearing this, Rogan immediately caught the keyword, Alliance. While he was still staring blankly at them, he heard a voice call out, Hey, kid. The hulking man ordered, just pretend you didn't see anything and head inside. Catching on quickly, the boy hastily and obediently replied, Ah, yes, sir. He stood frozen in place, watching them with burning questions. What's going on? Something isn't right. Cutting to the main hall, the woman's voice echoed loudly as she yelled at the children. The afternoon reading session in the garden is canceled. Everyone returned to the dormitory. The children were bewildered. Huh? So suddenly. She continued to bark. We've already sent the sponsors home. She paced nervously around the room. What is happening? This has never happened before. And then, She placed a heavy hand on Rogan's shoulder. You are. She solemnly designated Rogan as the special reader. Rogan changed into a pristine outfit in his room. With a melancholic expression on his face, he thought, Am I? She had glared and spoken through gritted teeth like a strict command. Get ready. You are the special reader. Recalling this, he realized her demeanor was entirely different from usual. He also remembered the pathetic state of that man earlier. It was the Alliance that had left the manager so battered. This likely had something to do with the sudden cancellation of the sponsored reading session. And not entirely sure, but regardless, I have to obey them for now. Amai was still standing there waiting for him. Rogan stepped out and called softly, Miss Amai, are we going straight to the sponsor's place? The young boy knew full well that something dark was unfolding at the shelter. Even at a tense moment like this, she couldn't help but be mesmerized by the boy's radiant beauty. Oh. She stood frozen stiff until Rogan called out, Miss Amai? Only then did she snap out of her trance and turn away. Ah, right. Follow me. He probed for more information as they walked. Did Lady Caroline request to adopt me? She shook her head. No, it's someone else. The boy asked curiously, Who is it? But she offered no answer, simply leading him straight outside into the unknown. This was the auxiliary area of the shelter. Amai stopped her tracks. We've arrived. Rogan stood beside her and looked up. He could clearly sense it. This building was overflowing with dark, murky mana. He instantly knew it was a sinister place. A hulking man opened the door and grunted, Come in, Rogan. We're in a rush, let's get straight to business. She immediately shoved him forward. Ever observant, he still managed to catch a glimpse of Amai's expression. She stood there behind the heavy door, staring deeply at Rogan as if silently bidding him a final farewell. As he followed the man inside, he carefully scanned his surroundings. I already found it strange that this building had no windows, but it's even darker inside than I imagined. I can't let my guard down, just in case. Suddenly, voices echoed from within. Do we really have to do this while we're trying to flee? He recognized it instantly. It was the vice director's voice. Their voices bounced off the walls. If we want to salvage anything before we retreat, we have to. That damn ritual demands it. What other choice do we have? She then ordered Rogan, Sit in that chair over there and prepare to read. He obediently replied, Yes, ma'am. Looking at the book prepared for him, his mind raced. Flee. Are they running from the Alliance because of the recent incident? And what exactly is this ritual? Do I really have to read this book? With 1,000 questions churning in his head, He had no choice but to sit down and rest the book on his lap. His wide, glimmering eyes stared at the massive, gaping pit right in the center of the room. Anyway, is there something lurking inside that pit? While the young boy was still lost in thought, mana. I've never seen such a colossal cluster of mana. The woman's impatient voice broke his trance. Rogan, start. Acting as if everything was normal, he looked at the seated audience. The reading session shall now begin. Beneath the lightning crackling in the dawn sky, Ariel gazed softly at the face of the man lying on the bed. As he read, his mind was analyzing the room. That pit. I can sense an immense amount of mana, but strangely enough, there is also an incredibly vast, invisible mana. It was an abrupt encounter, but perhaps because of that, they could be far more honest with each other. I feel a raw surge of emotions welling up. Joy, longing, regret, loneliness, anger, relief, sorrow, agonizing pain. Suddenly, it clicked in the boy's mind. Ah, that massive cluster of mana is the very thing listening to this special reading. Where have you been all this time? My faith is slowly crumbling. Traces of ethereal blue light began flowing from Rogan's body down into the pit. He flinched in shock. What's happening? The more I read, the more I feel my very own mana being violently sucked into that pit. Drenched in cold sweat, he tried desperately to maintain his composure. No, I cannot let this thing drain all of my mana. I have to endure this. If they are truly trying to escape, the Alliance will definitely come. Focus. I have to save myself. They'll try absorbing the ambient mana floating around and forcibly control the flow. The radiant, blinding light of mana suddenly enveloped his entire body. It spread out aggressively like a complex network of glowing nerves. Eventually, it condensed into an absolute sphere of mana around him, perfectly shielding the young boy from the pit's terrifying suction. I did it. I have complete control over the mana flow. I don't feel exhausted anymore. With a brilliant smile blooming on his face, he smoothly continued reading. Come a little closer, Virat said with a trembling voice. Rogan had calculated it all. Now he just needed to buy more time. If I don't sense any fresh mana approaching, it means the Alliance hasn't breached this building yet. I need to drag out this reading session for as long as possible. Those people are starting to sense something is off. That kid, hasn't he been reading for a bit too long? Is this book supposed to be this long? Yeah, the fruit should have been produced by now. This isn't right. I need to go check. I'll go with you. Rogan immediately senses it. The director and someone else has started to move. Have I stalled enough time? Amidst his worry, the ground suddenly shakes violently. The young boy quickly looks in one direction. They're here. The large man in the room quickly grabs a maiden statue to block the door, preventing anyone from barging in. Left to block the door alone, he storms inside in a fit of rage, cursing loudly. Those stupid fools. Rogan leaps to his feet. What? They all went underground. With only the two statues blocking the door, what the hell is down there? A man gets slapped hard across the face. Egio, what are you doing? You little rats did something wrong, didn't you? You must have been up to something shady to try and escape. The massive man turns to beat up the old headmistress and the guy accompanying her. The two try to explain themselves. No, we just. Before they can finish, a spiral staircase gradually emerges from beneath the ground. Rogan stares in stunned silence. He realizes it's a tree, but a tree made entirely of frozen human corpses. No, it can't be. This is. What strikes his eyes is the dried, stiffened corpse of his mother, Bao Lin, frozen in agony with a gleaming sword pierced straight through her stomach. The boy, terrified and unable to believe his eyes, stammers, Mother Bao Lin. Suddenly, the brute grabs the boy by his hair and roars, You little rat. He is about to finish him off when a voice rings out from behind. Eja, what the hell is this? Why are all the directors dead? The large man turns around. Ah, Black. Well, they were plotting to escape, so Eja speaks while pulling out an orange fruit. They suddenly ran off, so I followed them and saw this. Black looks completely bewildered. What's going on? Why are these fruits so weird? I brought Rogan here to produce at least one more fruit before they arrive, but somehow it ended up like this. I have no idea what's happening. Black says no more and grips the sword lodged into Bao Lin's chest. He tries to yank it out. This sight triggers Rogan's memory of a question he once asked. Black, you're a swordsman, so why don't you carry a sword? Back then he had answered evasively. Ah, well, I have to use it for something else. Now Rogan finally understands that something else was driving his sword straight into Bao Lin's stomach. The reality before him is far too cruel. He tightly grips the very hand Eger is using to hold his hair. His expression turns colder than ice. Black startles and looks back. What the? Before he can even get a clear look, blood splatters everywhere. Rogan is like a demon incarnate, radiating a massive, overwhelming amount of mana. The brute fails to react, a dumbfounded look on his face as he wonders, what the hell? Rogan has instantly killed Igia without even needing a weapon. Now only the two of them are left in the room. Black mocks the boy. It seems your bloodline isn't just for show. But this far exceeds my expectations. Have you awakened your mana? Our little boy. Before he can finish, Rogan walks right past him, completely ignoring him. In his eyes now there is only Bao Lin's withered corpse. The young boy gently reaches out his hand. He tenderly cups his mother Bao Lin's cheek, weeping in sheer agony. He rests his hand on the gaping wound where the sword had pierced her. He channels his mana into it. The dying memories of the corpses flash before him. Flames are blazing everywhere. The boy watches the wounded scream and wonders, what is this? Why is that person crying? Blood and dead bodies litter the ground amidst the roaring fire. What are these horrific memories? Huh? This is. Rogan even sees a white-haired, blue-eyed young man who looks exactly like him. He realizes it. It's him. But in the blink of an eye, that space shatters like glass. No, just a little bit more. I don't know what it is, but something is slowly seeping into me. This warm, familiar mana that I missed. These memories. Ah, that's right. I had forgotten about it. Rogan, you're only truly lonely when this place is empty. If you keep those who have passed away in your heart, it means you're never truly alone. If you hold on to the ones who are gone and quietly look inside, you will see how much they cared for and loved you. How do you look into your own heart? Bao Lin was the one who taught him all of this. Close your eyes and feel it. Close your eyes and look into your heart. Rogan finally understood. Ah, this mana is speaking to me. Don't lose the precious things. Even if time has stopped, the memories and love for Mother Bao Lin. Happy images from the past came rushing back. Mother and son holding hands, walking together. It's still eternal. Just as he was immersed in happiness, the man's cold blade pressed against the boy's neck, cutting it all short. It seems our tearful reunion is over, Rogan. I only want this because it's you. I want to take you with me because you're much smarter than you look. Things went off track because of those idiots, but whatever. Since we're here, let me ask you. Do you want to come with me, or do you plan to die in silence? It'd be a waste to kill you. With your skills, you'll be useful sooner or later. The boy's face remained impassive, making the man drop his guard and lower his sword, asking, "Where are we going?" He answered casually, "Probably be sent to another farm." Another farm. You'll manage the ones who will become trees and cultivate seedlings, just like the one in front of you. You'll be working under me. Simply put, you'll become a part of Ret Tio. That's my organization. Our leader intends to change the world using dark magic, and we are his loyal servants. Rogan's face darkened, utterly furious. Blaring at Black, he asked one last time, "So, you're the one who created that tree?" Seeming to guess the boy's intentions, he rested his hand on his sword, still full of confidence. "Your face looks terrifying. You think I have that kind of power? I just enjoy observing the masterpieces of the high priests." He shamelessly asked one last time, "So, are you coming or not?" "We don't have much time." He probably thought the boy would jump at the chance, but unexpectedly, Rogan firmly shook his head. "I'm not going." Failing to persuade him, the man grew furious, grinding his teeth and glaring. "Humph, well then, so be it." Saying that, he swung his sword straight down to attack the boy. But no matter how sharp his sword was, it couldn't even touch Rogan. The mana surging around his body completely stopped the blade. Black was utterly shocked. "What? I can't lift my sword." The boy had stopped the sword with just 2 fingers. "Did you kill Mother Bao Lin?" Even on the verge of death, the fool didn't know his place and dared to taunt him. "What if I did? Are you going to take revenge?" That was all the boy needed to hear. His rage exploded. "If that's true, I won't let you live." The mana transformed into lightning. The man just stared blankly, unable to process it. What the hell is... In the blink of an eye, he was slashed by a sharp blade of mana. His body collapsed to the ground in agony, trembling. The boy's cold voice rang out, "I told you to dodge." Seething with rage but completely helpless, he cursed, "You bastard." Before you could even finish, his head was sliced clean off his neck. It was the boy's first time killing, yet he didn't even blink. "I hope you don't feel this is too unfair, because you brought this entirely upon yourself. I will never forgive scum like you." And with that, it was done. Rogan killed Black, finally avenging Mother Bao Lin in some small way. Suddenly, he flinched and looked to the side. Had been spotted. A streak of light was moving down, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 people. An old blonde man leading a whole group barked an order, "Search this entire area. Don't leave a single spot unchecked." The old man was Oka, the vice captain of the Alliance's Faith Division. He finally noticed Rogan. A kid. The old man skipped the introductions and got straight to the point. Interesting ability. Telekinesis? Rogan only knew practice. No one had ever taught him theory. "Excuse me?" The old man asked again. "Did you learn magic from Teo?" The boy grew even more confused. "Magic? I've never learned it. And I don't belong to Teo either." The old man was stunned. "Never learned? Then you're mana." Rogan confidently bragged, "I taught myself." That hit him like a bolt of lightning. That's absurd. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the boy. But he doesn't look like he's lying. He was clearly suspicious, but quickly let it go. Finally introducing himself properly, he said, "I'm OCA, Vice Captain of the Alliance's Faith Division." "What's your name?" The boy introduced himself as well. "I'm Rogan." The Faith Division specializes in intelligence and reconnaissance using the Blazing Heart swordsmanship, right? He astutely pointed out, "You have a gold badge, so you're S rank, right?" The old man was still analyzing him intensely. He had never seen a kid like this before. The blade is dangerous, but the boy is still being cautious. Putting on a mature front, he cleared his throat. "Ahem. Let's go outside first." He had it all planned out. He would figure this boy out later. Oka tested him a bit. "Can you pick up that sword for me?" The boy did it right away, but not in a normal way. He picked it up using mana. The old man looked on in awe. Amazing. To see mana like this from a 10-year-old child. Just then, a subordinate walked over and whispered, "Vice Captain, I have something to report. It's about..." At a glance, this tree was created less than 2 years ago, but the spell seems to have been broken. The two talked amongst themselves. If it was created by a high priest, there should at least be traces. Perhaps Father Sion got here before us. The condition of the fruit is strange too. We need to investigate exactly what happened here. The boy stood there, looking at the corpses of the children on the tree, overwhelmingly sad. "I'm sorry, Theo. I should have played with you a little longer. Lily, when you left, I should have been kinder." Suddenly, the boy wanted to ask the old man, Vice Captain, "Have you seen many trees like this before?" The old man fell silent before finally answering, "I have." Rogan understood. "You're probably going to visit a lot of other farms too, right?" Old man Oka looked intently at the boy. Truly surprising. "I thought the boy would collapse from grief." He continued, "Uprooting Teo's farms is our mission." The boy's voice was strangely dry, unlike a child's at all. But one thing was certain. Rogan had made up his mind. He asked directly, "Then, can you take me with you?" A strong, clear willpower emanated from the boy. It wasn't that the boy was unaffected by the shock. He just wasn't the type to show it on the outside. Oka didn't refuse, but he didn't agree immediately either. He turned to leave. "The investigation is our top priority. We'll decide what to do with you later. Follow me." Rogan simply followed the old man out of there. On their way out, they passed by the corpses of 2 more people. A shiny round metal badge was still pinned to her chest. That belonged to him. He decisively took it back. "Let's go together, Vice Captain. No harm to the Pillar of Faith." It was already very late at night, and a crowd had gathered outside the building. "We've confirmed 13 casualties from Teo and 3 from the shelter. We estimate that 2 have escaped. It seems the high priests and high-ranking figures were involved in setting up the initial ritual. The cause of the ritual's collapse has not yet been determined. We've requested support from the 4th Stability Division for a detailed analysis." End of report. After hearing this, Oka replied solemnly, "Good work." He turned around and asked the boy, "Rogan, where do you feel most comfortable around here?" He didn't even need to think and answered immediately, "The library." The old man nodded. "Then we should head over there. I think this will be a rather long conversation. Lead the way." In the library, the two sat facing each other. Oka was slightly suspicious as he looked around. "It seems there are no books on mana cultivation or magic here. So how did you teach yourself?" He replied calmly, "I just figured out myself." It sounded as easy as eating candy. The old man was surprised again. "Just figured it out?" The boy nodded. "Yes." He even showed the old man a sharp mana dagger floating in mid-air. "I'm very smart, you know." Oka couldn't argue with that. "I can tell you're not lying, and you are indeed very smart. Then tell me everything that has happened to you up until now." It seemed like a simple request, but the boy's past was incredibly dark. Rogan froze for a moment, but eventually began to recount. "It all started when I arrived at the shelter." Just like that, the boy told him everything. "And that's why I believe my mother Bao Lin gave me this power. Oka just listened without judgment. I see. However, he still felt that despite all this, there were too many things that didn't make sense. A child who had never cultivated mana had easily killed Egio and Black. I know Black's skills well. Moreover, it seems this child also broke the ritual set up by Ret Tio's high priests. There were too many things beyond his imagination. Right now, the boy was still using telekinesis without any incantations or magic formulas, showing no signs of exhaustion. There was no way such a talent could have gone unnoticed. Having told everything and seeing Oka remain silent, the boy bravely asked, "Then, can I ask a question? What is the tree?" Oka knew this and explained, "The tree is a dark ritual tool created by Ret Teo. It relies on human lives. Both the vice director and Ret Teo's people mentioned the fruits. Were they cultivating it? Exactly. It absorbs mana and forms crystals. That is the fruit. Since it's a concentrated form of mana, the essence of life, it's incredibly valuable." He held out an ugly, wrinkled fruit for the boy to see. "This is a partially formed one." Rogan asked curiously, "Do people eat it?" The old man nodded. "Yes, eating it will instantly increase one's mana reserves. It sells for a very high price on the black market." Having earned the boy's trust, Rogan immediately asked about everything he hadn't known. "Why did we have to read books?" Oka explained, "Some magic rituals require specific conditions. We believe that reading books helps stabilize the tree and improves the quality of the fruits." Come to think of it, during the reading sessions, that tree was just like the people listening. It seemed completely engrossed in the story. The boy seriously stroked his chin in thought, looking wise beyond his years. I guess it was stabilizing. After all, before they became a tree, they were humans with hearts too. The more Oka talked to the boy, the more surprised he became. That's a very good observation. We're also considering that possibility. Encouraged, the boy asked more. "Can I ask another question?" The old man was very easygoing. "Ah, of course. What is telekinesis?" Oka replied, "It's a type of magic. Magic that controls objects using mana, just like when you made a sword fly." Rogan caught on very quickly, instantly tossing the dagger back and forth with his mana. "Ah, so it's also a kind of magic. I still don't know much about magic." Watching this, Oka couldn't help but think, it's only Tier 1 telekinesis, but even so, the boy is exceptional. He asked again, "You said you're 10 years old, right?" He was actually 9, but the boy still nodded. "Yes." The old man asked a striking question. "You said you want to come with us, but am a bit curious. You were betrayed by those who treated you well, so why do you trust the Alliance?" Of course, Rogan wasn't foolish, nor did he hide anything. "I don't fully trust everyone, but based on my intuition." The boy smiled brightly like a blooming flower, placed a hand on his chest and declared, "Vice Captain Oka seems like a good person. You look very bright and pure. That's all." That was quite a shock. The old man looked at his own dark skin, stunned. "Me? Bright and pure. So just based on that, you're ready to trust and follow us. Isn't that a bit reckless?" As they conversed back and forth, the boy said, "I'm very good at reading people." Oka replied, "Even so, joining is not something that can be decided arbitrarily. Even if I allowed it, we cannot let an outsider interfere in the Alliance's affairs." The boy wondered, "Do I lack ability? I can use both mana and telekinesis." Before he could finish, the old man frowned deeply and interrupted, "Listen carefully, Rogan. There are things more important than ability. Being rejected would make anyone sad, especially when the boy had nowhere else to go." His mood plummeted, and he was on the verge of tears. Seeing the boy's pitiful face, the old man felt as if he were a criminal and hastily reassured him. "No, Rogan. I don't mean that there is a problem with you. It's just that making an exception isn't easy. Furthermore, you're too young." Unexpectedly, the boy turned the tables completely. Is age more important than ability? The old man froze stiff, his eyes widening in disbelief. Of course, the boy's magical talent borders on genius. There's no denying that he took down Eiju and Black. But this is a different matter. The old man couldn't even argue, so he quickly deflected. Regardless of one's abilities, the Alliance constantly has to make countless decisions, and those decisions stem mostly from rich experience. And experience is directly proportional to age. Every time he spoke, the boy countered. "Because I lack both. Are you saying I'm not mature enough?" Oka sighed helplessly. He hadn't meant to go that far. He resignedly answered, "Not exactly. After all, I've only been talking to you for a few hours." In short, no matter what he said, it felt wrong. Nursing a throbbing headache, he compromised. "All right, let's treat this as a mock interview." He seriously changed the subject. "Why did you kill Ija?" He only grabbed you by the head. Naturally, Rogan didn't think he was in the wrong and immediately explained. He murdered the director and his wife that way, and acted as if he was about to crush my head next, so I couldn't wait. A kid who killed without blinking an eye still made the old man wary. He had to ask, but in the end you killed them both. Can you be sure that decision wasn't clouded by emotion? Tell me, didn't anger blind your reasoning? Oka tried to trap him, but our boy was incredibly sharp. He calmly replied, I don't intend to deny the crimes I committed in a moment of emotional outburst. That is an unalterable truth, and I accept the consequences of my actions. However, I believe that the anger and sorrow helped me make a clearer decision. Too many people had already fallen victim to his hands. Even if he felt remorse, there was no one left in this world to forgive him. And most importantly, I had no right to grant him the chance to live on. The old man's eyes narrowed. But did you have the right to kill him? Rogan still felt no remorse. Looking down at his own tightly clenched fists, he said, because he stole the lives of many, I thought it was only fair. And I happen to have the power to do it. He covered his face tightly. Even so, the fact remains that I took it upon myself to kill him. If someone tells me I must take responsibility for that, I will make no excuses. The old man kept pressing. So, was it truly necessary to kill him? From beginning to end, the boy maintained a firm stance. Someone had to do it. Isn't that the reason the alliance exists? Rogan lowered his hands, revealing glowing, intense eyes. He seemed to transform into a completely different person, looking somewhat terrifying. Even the old man was startled. The Alliance is an organization founded to execute missions, its core objectives based on supreme values. But in reality, the ideal the Alliance pursues is a place where merely looking up at the sky brings one peace of mind. It is a peaceful and stable world where hope still flickers, even for future generations. It is a goal that might never be fully achieved, but they willingly shoulder that heavy burden. In a way, that is the entire reason the Alliance exists. It's no exaggeration to say that the very essence of the Alliance lies within that. I want to give high marks for such profound understanding and calm answers. But that is not what one expects to hear from a child. In the end, age was still a hurdle. The old man continued, Have you ever heard of the Gravers? Naturally, he hadn't. The old man explained, They are those who roam everywhere, threatening the peace and very existence of the kingdom. Retteo is one of them. Currently, the First Division is trying to eradicate Retteo's scattered farms and reorganize the Alliance's branches. I don't know how long it will take, but if you could help, things might just change. Just a second ago, he was stubbornly beating around the bush, and now he was sealing the deal. Our boy couldn't quite keep up. What do you mean? Oka leaned on the table, stood up decisively, and declared, Come to the Alliance. Prove your abilities, and we will acknowledge you as one of our own. In the old man's heart sparked a glimmer of hope, waiting to see if this boy could meet his expectations. Finally, everything in this place was settled. Stepping outside, everyone looked utterly serious. His subordinates stood tall and straight, awaiting their orders. The old man addressed them. Until now, the Dong-un shelter has exploited vagrants and defenseless orphans, colluding with the dark cult Retteo to commit the heinous crime of human sacrifice. Therefore, as the symbol of the kingdom's power and knowledge, the Alliance has hunted down the hidden members of Retteo, and now aims to restore order at the Dong-un shelter. That is all. If there are no questions, we will depart west at sunrise. 4th Division, upon arrival, proceed with the handover and then regroup with us. Sin-na. She immediately stepped before him and bowed her head. Yes, Vice Captain. Standing there, Rogan could see the flow of mana radiating from her like rippling mist. The old man assigned her mission. This is Rogan, a witness from the Dong unseen. Escort the boy safely to the Alliance. She bowed her head. Orders received, sir. The two looked at each other and exchanged introductions. I am Sin-na, a messenger of the Faith Division. Greetings. My name is Rogan. She informed him it will take about 2 weeks to reach the Alliance. It's a long journey, so pack your bags quickly. Our boy didn't even have to think before replying, It's fine. I don't have anything. She warned him beforehand. Once we leave, there's no turning back. If you have any questions, ask them now. Unexpectedly, the boy asked something completely unrelated. Lady Sin-na, are you an elf? She replied, I am a dark elf. She couldn't have anticipated the boy's compliment. But you're so radiant. I thought dark elves would be, dark or gloomy or something. However, right after speaking, Rogan realized he was being impolite and quickly bowed. If my question or words offended you, please forgive me. It's just that you're the first dark elf I've ever met, and besides, you look so mysterious. Hearing this for the first time, she wondered to herself, not amazing, but mysterious. She replied absent-mindedly to the boy, "It's probably because of your bloodline." This time it was Rogan's turn to be confused. "Pardon? What do you mean?" "Our boy rode on the same horse as Sin Na." "Well then, let's go." Oka waved his hand. "See you at the Alliance, Rogan." The boy nodded. "I'll be waiting there, Vice Captain Oka. And everyone else, have a safe trip." The entire group couldn't help but laugh at his innocent words. Ha ha. The two of them rode off just like that. After tonight, the boy's life would turn to a brand new page. After riding for a long while, the two built a fire to rest in the forest. Suddenly, Sinda handed the boy something. "Here, take." "I figured that blade of yours could use a sheath." So that was it. I was wondering what she was doing while we set up camp. So she was making this. "Since you're giving it, I'll gladly accept." "Thank you, Lady Sinna." She chuckled. "That sounds so awesome." The two seemed to have grown closer. He took the initiative to suggest, "Then can I call you sister?" But she was a bit hesitant. "That feels a bit embarrassing, too." "All right, then." Rogan tested putting his knife into the sheath. It fit perfectly. The boy smiled happily. "Well, I'll be joining the Alliance soon, so how about I call you Senior? It's not too intimate, but not too distant." Encountering this sort of thing for the first time, she was slightly taken aback. With a flushed face, she turned away abruptly. "Call me whatever you want." So she didn't object. The two of them just sat by the fire, staying warm through the... Occasionally, she would glance over. Suddenly, she praised him. "Your ability is truly special." She was referring to the mana sword constantly hovering around. The boy explained, "Is that so?" Vice Captain Oka said it was telekinetic magic. She knew better. "Well, on the surface, it does look like that. So it might be best for you if we just tell people that." Rogan immediately caught on. "Then what exactly is my ability?" Sinnal was stumped. "I've never seen anything like it. It's a power that seems to directly touch and control mana without incantations or chants. That's the kind of power only the ancient elves could possess. The progenitor race that birthed the elves before they split into branches like mine today. Just looking at the color of your eyes, I can tell your parents were no ordinary people." Parents. Humph. At the mention of those two words, Rogan's expression changed, his face dropping in sorrow. The two of them sank back into silence. The next morning, they continued their journey. Suddenly, Sinda called out, "Rogan, that's the Alliance." The two had arrived before a massive campus. The place looked like a beautiful little town. As they walked inside, she told Rogan, "The Alliance is divided into residential and commercial districts. Resources and races from all over gather here. The Alliance is the most fortified stronghold on the continent. But not just because of those walls. It's because the strongest individuals in the world gather here. That's why it's called the Sword and Book of the Continent. This place concentrates military forces, supports the kingdom, restrains the 6 principalities, and protects citizens from the grave." He looked up with wide, round eyes. "I understand." She suddenly stopped. "We're here. This is your new home." The door opened. Sinna led the boy inside. Someone was already waiting. "You've worked hard, Lady Sinna." The person greeting them was the executive director of the Alliance, Legia Rutt. He stood there, smiling amiably. Looking over at the boy, he said, "You must be Rogan." So serious right from the start. "Rogan, may I speak with you for a moment?" It instantly made the boy anxious. The two sat across from each other at a tea table. Rogan was just a little tense. "I felt it earlier, but this place is truly radiant. To think it's where military forces gather. That's why it's called the Sword and Book of the Continent. This place concentrates military forces, supports the kingdom, restrains the 6 principalities, and protects citizens from the grave." He looked the bald man up and down, evaluating him. "Out of everyone I've ever met, he radiates the most intense and blinding light. Just how powerful is this man?" He sat there for a while, but the old man didn't speak. His first question was, "May I hold your hand?" After speaking, he very seriously grasped Rogan's small hand with both of his own. Instantly, the boy's eyes widened in shock. Something was coming from his tattoos. So it's possible to manipulate mana this delicately. This is a completely different method of mana control from what I've been doing. What I know is merely a fraction. Rogan truly had his eyes open today. There are so many people who can masterfully control mana like this. The bald man noticed the item in his pocket and asked bluntly, "That hairpin, is it something you stole from the vice director of the shelter?" He knew exactly what was being asked and boldly replied, "I didn't steal it. It originally belonged to my grandmother." The man nodded. "So you took back what was yours. May I take a look at it?" Rogan suddenly felt something was off. He tried to pull his hand back to grab it, but couldn't. Oh, I can't pull my hand out. I can't move at all. It's as if our mana has intertwined and refuses to separate. The director's mana control is incredibly precise, yet every movement carries immense power. If I can withstand both the gravity and the mana pressure at the same time. Like this. Rogan figured out an escape method. He closed his eyes and focused his mind. Finally, a sense of weightlessness. He successfully pulled his hand free on his own. The bald old man burst into amused laughter. Haha, so it was a test all along. I wondered what kind of ability could employ telekinesis without incantations or chants. It's truly unbelievable. I'm genuinely astonished. He took out the hairpin, blaming himself. I was careless. I only copied his mana control out of curiosity, but I never expected to be seen through. The bald old man took the hairpin and observed it intently. Outwardly, it looks completely ordinary, but the look in his eyes changed. Rogan sat to the side, waiting tensely. The director's mana clearly fluctuated just now. After a long while, he finally returned it. Thank you for showing it to me. It's a beautiful hairpin. Our young hero took the opportunity to ask, "May I ask you a question?" The bald old man replied casually, "Of course." Their Q&A began. "Are you the strongest person in the Alliance?" Haha, not at all. In just an old raccoon helping out the Alliance members. Rogan innocently looked at the old man's completely hairless head and immediately retorted, "You don't look much like a raccoon. Raccoons usually have slightly fluffier fur." He didn't get angry at all, still patiently explaining. I meant it figuratively. Anyway, not only is the top captain an expert, but he is also incredibly powerful. And the governor holds the supreme authority of the Alliance. Compared to them, I'm just a mere raccoon. So, does that answer your question? It was time for the two to say their goodbyes. The boy felt a bit regretful. Yes, definitely. If I have more questions, may I come see you again? The old man immediately agreed. Of course. Just remember to make an appointment next time. I'm quite busy, so. The bald man's attitude instantly won the boy's affection. He's a wonderful person, kind and powerful. I like him. Thank you, director. He was truly glad he came to the Alliance. That night, Sindel led him to a massive gate. Rogan, this is your new home, the Alliance Academy. When squad members with families go on missions, they send their children here. Since it's a school, you'll definitely learn something. You'll be treated as a potential squad member and receive a basic education alongside training for 5 years. However, because the Alliance is a convergence of swordsmanship, magic, and skills from many nations and sects, we don't teach specific secret arts or unique styles. We only teach the theories and the fundamentals. Just that was enough to leave the young boy in absolute awe, his wide eyes shining with deep admiration. A school. Looking at him, Sinna couldn't help but chuckle. The next morning at the Alliance Academy, on Rogan's first day of school, a lady looked at the handsome boy in front of her and complimented. "The uniform suits you quite well." "Thank you, ma'am. Are you a teacher?" The lady was startled and suddenly remembered. "Oh my, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Dan Ni, the head of academic affairs. I teach foreign languages." She handed him a remarkably long list. This is the schedule and course list for first years. Aside from the mandatory subjects, you can freely choose your classes. Understanding mana, basic swordsmanship, basic magic studies, herbology, astronomy. This and that. Everything looks so fascinating and worth learning that our little protagonist checked every single box. After checking them all, he handed it back to her. "I've marked them all down." Let me see. The lady was immediately in shock upon seeing it. "This is way too much. If you arrange your schedule like this, it'll definitely be grueling. If you can't keep up and fail your classes, it'll be a huge problem, won't it?" "I know, but these are all so new to me. Everything looks fun and I want to learn it all." She still tried to gently advise him. "There aren't just class hours, but also homework and exams, so it'll be very hard to keep up. Studying isn't always something you can just do as you please." The boy had never been to school, so he couldn't comprehend those concerns. He simply wanted to learn what he liked. Rogan asked back seriously, "Why is learning hard?" The lady was left speechless, not knowing how to explain it. She thought to herself, "We've got a weird kid on our hands." Feeling helpless, she agreed, "All right, I'll share this exact issue with your teachers. So, shall we head to your first class?" He nodded excitedly. "Yes, Ms. Dane." In the classroom, the students were chattering animatedly, gossiping about everything under the sun. So, yesterday was like. The teacher led the boy into the classroom. He curiously looked all around the room. "Just as I thought. All these children have denser mana than I do. Just as expected, the key lies within my own body." Ms. Dani stood at the podium and addressed the students below. Though it's a bit late, this is Rogan, our new student. Rogan, go ahead and introduce yourself. The boy took a deep breath, preparing himself a bit before speaking. Standing in front of everyone like this reminds me of the times I did reading sessions. Well, I suppose I have some experience speaking in public. Hello everyone, I'm Rogan from the Dong Unshelter. I hope to get along with all of you. The boy's radiant, stunningly handsome appearance left everyone absolutely mesmerized. Even the teacher stared blankly, quickly snapping herself out of it. Snap out of it. I was getting too distracted listening. Nothing more to say. All right, well done. Go take that empty seat over there. Yes, ma'am. After speaking, he picked a seat for himself. The class began. All right, today we will read a fairy tale on page 24 of the literature textbook. Rogan, do you know how to read? Our protagonist nodded. Yes, I do. I learned at the shelter. The teacher immediately called on him. Then shall we listen to Rogan read? The whole class replied in unison. Yes. Too easy again, but when he looked at the book, let's see. He inadvertently recalled the books he used to read. The Earworm That Was Never Lonely, Wise Belliger, Savoring the Golden Pig's Delicious Dung, The Hairy Bride. When I was at the shelter, he realized he had read this book before. Isn't this The Hairy Bride, the very last fairy tale Ms. Amai tested me on? Rogan started reading, still with that enchanting, mana-infused voice. The girl tried every possible way to remove the hair growing on her knees, but the more she plucked, the more hair grew back and even thicker. As he read, he asked himself, why did I have such a terrible expression when I saw this book during that final test? Did I subconsciously empathize with the girl with invisible hair, hiding the fact that she's a part of Ret Teo? No, I'm overthinking this. Unless I meet Ms. Amai again and hear it directly from her, I'll never know how she truly feels. I think people are harder to understand than studying. A girl sitting right behind Rogan seemed to be listening very intently, staring at him endlessly. He finally finished reading, and it was so captivating that the entire class listened without making a single sound. The teacher was absolutely mesmerized, her expression just like those noble ladies at the reading sessions. She was left with one thought: an extraordinary child has enrolled. Class ended, and the kids went out to play. Several female students surrounded him with praise. Rogan, your reading earlier was amazing. That's the first time I've seen Ms. Dafet praise someone so much. It was like the words came to life. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead. In front of him was the brown-haired girl who had been staring at him in class. Now she was blocking his way. This kid is. Rogan flinched, his eyes widened, and he broke into a cold sweat, feeling a pang of guilt. It's definitely her, the girl who appeared in the tree's vision. She took the initiative to reach out and introduce herself. I'm Sophie Abo Bio, the class president and student representative. Nice to meet you. Rogan politely shook her hand. Yeah, let's do our best together. They chatted for a bit. The next class is an elective. Which one did you choose? I signed up for basic swordsmanship. I guessed as much. You have a dagger on your waist, right? So you want to join the alliance too, huh? She was quite observant, but Rogan's actual reason for choosing it was simply, I just added all the electives. Thinking of this, Rogan took the opportunity to ask, but do you really have to learn swordsmanship to join the alliance? I feel like holding a sword doesn't really suit me. Her attitude suddenly changed, and she stared at him in confusion. Rogan felt her gaze but stood still, waiting for an answer. He was a bit bewildered. Did I say something wrong? The scene transitions to the swordsmanship training ground. The instructor was already standing there waiting. Seeing the students strolling over leisurely, he yelled, "Hurry up! First come, first served." Provoked, the group of students immediately sped up. They even started racing. Only Rogan stood there watching, not understanding what was going on. But once he saw them running, he finally got it. The students called out as they ran, "We're going ahead. Try to keep up, don't get left too far behind." Rogan stood there. Before he could even blend in, he was already left far behind. Everyone is using mana, not just me, but all the kids here are doing it. In that case, I can freely show my power. This place is completely different from the shelter. Suddenly, a blue streak of light dashed past the group, so fast they couldn't even see who it was. The kids wondered, who was that? They were incredibly fast. It was Rogan and Sophie A. She turned and saw him running right alongside her, her jaw dropping in absolute shock. She was utterly speechless. Rogan? His speed was unbelievable. He even overtook her, going from dead last to leading the pack. He surpassed everyone in the blink of an eye. It had been a long time since Rogan had so much fun. Smiling broadly, he laughed, "Haha, catch me if you can, guys." His heart swelled. I feel so happy sensing mana boiling everywhere like this. The students scream in chaos. What on earth is going on? Ah, everyone, watch out. Even the instructor watching was caught off guard. Huh? He saw Rogan taking the lead. Is that the new kid? He's insanely fast. I didn't expect such a tiny kid to be that fast. Or was he already focusing his mana beforehand? I'll need to keep a close eye on him. So he shouted another command, keep running. Don't stop. I want to see who can last until the end. The students were so exhausted they could barely breathe, but they forced themselves to keep running. Yes, sir. Finally, it was over, and the group gathered in a disciplined formation. Rogan still looked completely unfazed without a single drop of sweat. He smiled, thinking, jogging with friends while using mana. Do they do this every day at school? Sophia stood nearby, constantly watching him. She wondered, is he even human? Even though I passed him initially, he caught up and lapped me entirely. He ran like that, yet he doesn't look tired at all. To top it off, he turned to her and asked, that was really fun just now. Right, Sophia? Her face was pale, unable to agree. Exhausted to death, fun my foot. She was completely speechless. Just as I guessed, he's a monster. Seeing that he was the most energetic of the bunch, the instructor walked up, hands on his hips, and asked, I take it you've rested enough? Imdigo Sanche. From now on, I'll be teaching you basic swordsmanship. Let's get along, Rogan. Rogan nodded politely and replied, I look forward to learning from you, Mr. Digo. He pointed toward the weapon rack. Now I'll start teaching for real. Hurry up and grab your wooden swords. The exhausted students continued to whine, I want to rest a bit more, but were immediately scolded by the old man. Stop acting like a bunch of brats. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to Rogan, who was still standing there. Go grab your sword. What are you still doing over there? The young protagonist recalled the sight of Black beating him with a sword and muttered softly, It's just that. I just don't want to hold it. The sorrow was written plainly across his face. You don't want to hold a sword, yet you registered for swordsmanship. The teacher's expression said, Are you kidding me? Still, he feigned understanding and asked, Are you afraid of swords? The boy didn't deny it, simply standing there in silence. The old man placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. A sword is indeed a very dangerous thing. It's right to be cautious, but at the end of the day, it's merely a tool. Doesn't its nature change depending on the heart of the one wielding it? The sword is the physical proof of that heart. So face it at least once. No one had ever said this to him before. It was just a tool. If Black had held a club instead of a sword, would I have hated clubs too? Suddenly, his mind felt completely clear. He bravely stepped forward to the wooden swords. Choosing one that felt right in his grip, he thought, I still don't want to become a great swordsman, but that doesn't mean I should run away. He channeled mana into the blade and gave it a few test swings. The old teacher stared in wide-eyed astonishment. It seems he has the makings of a master swordsman. It's a pity his resolve is a bit weak. Let's begin. Now we will pair up and spar. Any style is fine, just charge in with the determination to strike down your opponent. Rogan and Sophia. To make it fair, the two top performers would spar against each other. The two children turned to look at one another, completely caught off guard. Me. Against Rogan? The protagonist was equally stunned. Sparring against Sophia. The other students started whispering. Even if Rogan won the running test, sword fighting is way too hard for him, right? Of course, the Bobio family's swordsmanship is famous throughout the kingdom. The old teacher had made his final decision. Without another word, he said, Whenever you two are ready, begin. The girl proved her noble lineage. Her stance and sword swings were incredibly professional. Her eyes were fiercely sharp and serious. Meanwhile, this was Rogan's very first time holding a sword, let alone knowing how to fight with one. Yet he could feel it clearly. I've never seen real swordsmanship before, but hers feels like an unyielding boulder. It didn't bring the terrible feeling he had experienced before. Unconsciously looking down at the wooden sword in his hands, he wondered, so that is good swordsmanship. Gripping the sword with both hands, he shifted his footing. I might as well take this chance to learn. First, I'll infuse mana into the blade. No need to hold back, I'll just fight. The old man was hit with another wave of absolute shock. The girl was equally stunned by his flawless offensive and defensive stance. Doubt crept into her mind instantly. With such stability, who would ever believe this is his first time wielding a sword? Her resolve hardened. I cannot lose in both running and swordsmanship. This is for me, and for the pride of the Bobio family. I absolutely must not lose. Pushing aside all other thoughts, she launched an immediate strike. She relentlessly attacked while he expertly defended. Trading blows in a fiercely matched battle, the girl froze in disbelief. He's actually dodging my blade? In reality, the young boy's abilities far exceeded that. He accurately predicted, next time, Sophia's sword will aim for my chest. Exactly as he anticipated. Then the shoulder, the head. Foreseeing every move meant evading every strike. She swung endlessly but hit nothing. To make matters worse, she was pushed onto the defensive as their clashing swords trembled violently. Finally, both unleashed their decisive strikes. Unexpectedly, Rogam was the one to land the final blow, pointing his blade directly at her. He had won. The teacher's frantic shout echoed, "Stop." Startled, he halted his movement without a second thought. The wooden blade was a mere breath away from Sophia's body. A split-second delay would have been fatal. But she knew the truth. The blade had already stopped, even before instructor Digo had given the command. And that wasn't all. It felt as though he had completely read every single trajectory of her sword. Just how far ahead can he see? Her mind was severely shaken, tasting such bitter defeat for the very first time. Biting her lip tight, she conceded, "I lost. But let's spar one more time." Very noble. Our boy likes that, so he agrees right away. Yeah. Time passes. At the end of class, the two sit under a tree talking. "Rogan, your match today was truly impressive. Who would have thought you'd be that good, even though it was your first time holding a sword? You must have a heaven-sent talent for swordsmanship." He just smiles and replies, "The first 2 times were purely luck. The last 2, I completely lost. Very humble, so today is a tie." The starry-eyed girl is touched. "Thank you for saying that. Let's spar again next time." Suddenly a student cheers. "Ah, thank goodness. The next class is basic magic. That means we get a longer break." Rogan, confused, asks, "Why is magic class considered a break?" The other students turn to look at him like he's an alien. The guy casually shrugs and explains, "The professor is really good, but no matter how well he teaches, learning magic is still too hard. So it just becomes a break period. Too hard. Skip it." His curiosity growing, he asks, "Is learning magic really that hard? And which professor teaches it?" The group is left completely speechless. "Rogan, do you seriously not know anything? The professor for basic magic is the former honorary commander and now the head of the magic department. Just hearing that sounds prestigious enough. It is time for magic class." The students sit neatly in the classroom. The door opens. An old professor with long white hair and a beard walks in. Sophia turns and whispers to Rogan, "That is Professor A. Tho. You remember what I told you earlier, right? He used to be the honorary commander, and now he's the head of the magic department." Our boy observes the old man. His mana is even denser than the director's. I wonder just how powerful the strongest person in the alliance would be. As soon as he enters, the old man asks, "I heard we have a newly enrolled student today." Rogan immediately stands up. "Greetings, Professor. I am Rogan. I will be joining this class starting today." The old man strokes his beard and introduces himself. "I am a Tho. I teach basic magic. Well, for some students auditing this class, it might be quite a boring one." The lazy students feel a twinge of guilt upon hearing that. Unexpectedly, the boy confidently declares, "But I plan to become a mage and join the alliance." The old man chuckles. "Ho ho, such enthusiasm, kid. But Rogan, do you know that the path you're aiming for is much longer and harder than swordsmanship?" Longer than swordsmanship. He didn't know this. Is that why she reacted that way earlier? The other students look visibly startled. Our boy replies, "No, I don't know. Why is that?" Professor Atho doesn't answer but looks over at the girl. "Sophia, why don't you answer this question?" The girl answers seriously. "To master magic, you not only need profound knowledge, but it also places a heavy burden on both mind and body. Even if you possess exceptional talent in magic, you still won't be recognized as a Tier 1 mage without at least 10 years of training." The old man is very pleased with the answer. Exactly. Therefore, with magic, it is extremely difficult to become a member of the Alliance right after graduation. Our boy understands now. Just being a Tier 1 mage isn't enough to become a direct combat asset. At best, they could become a reserve member like Odette. To become an active member, someone on the front lines, one needs to reach Tier 2. In that case, thinking in reverse, it wouldn't even take 10 years. Then I just need to reach Tier 3 magic before graduation, and that'll be enough. He actually said it out loud. The old man is rendered speechless, his eyes widening in shock. "Do you even know what Tier 3 means?" Our boy shakes his head. "No, sir. I don't know much about magic." The old man lets out a long sigh. No wonder he's so naive. I can't blame you for approaching it so casually. Then I'll take this opportunity to teach you why swordsmanship is the primary focus in the Alliance and why magic is increasingly viewed as an academic pursuit of knowledge and intellect. He scribbles a long string of equations on the board. Now, this is the formula to recreate a fire arrow. Does anyone know what's wrong with this formula? Rogan remembers. That looks like the formula I saw near the lake and those trees. It looks strangely complex. He focuses on listening to the old man's lecture. It's only natural that you all can't figure it out, so don't be disappointed. Even though it looks very complicated, Fire Arrow is one of the most basic spells. Higher tier magic surpasses your imagination entirely. As he speaks, he demonstrates it firsthand. A flame bursts from the old man, floating in midair. This is the first time our boy is witnessing magic this real. He also quickly notices it. Oh, but there's something unstable about it. Even though it's fire, it looks like it's about to melt and disappear. The old man waves his hand, dispelling the flame. However, formulas are exactly this sensitive. Even though it drained my mana, just one minor flaw makes everything collapse. The old man just makes a slight adjustment. The flame immediately bursts forth, significantly more intense. It looks much more impressive than before. The whole class stares in awe. As such, mages must reanalyze the entire formula just to find a single error, or to bring about even the slightest change. Ordinary patience and comprehension simply won't suffice. To transform a fire arrow into a fireball, it not only requires more mana, but also places far greater strain on both the mind and body. The flame in Professor Atho's hand has formed into a sphere. And that's not all. Compared to swordsmanship, magic hits its limit much quicker. Does anyone know why? So Phi volunteers immediately. Because even though both use mana, infusing mana into a weapon as an aura is far more efficient than manifesting it into magic. The old man nodded. That's right, Sophia. Well done. Because magic consumes a lot of mana, it places a heavy burden on the body and mind. Its power depends entirely on the mage's mana reserves. I get it, it's just as I thought, Rogan realized, quickly copying the formulas from the blackboard into his notebook. If a mage's power is directly proportional to their mana, then with my relatively low mana capacity, casting powerful magic will be incredibly difficult. But if I study the process of casting magic and its related phenomena, wouldn't I still be able to use stronger spells? Suddenly, the old man pointed at the board and singled him out. Here's a question for you. What do you think is necessary to cast this magic, Rogan? He erased a portion of the board with a cloth. But you can't process a formula this long every time you cast a spell. That's why, typically, this massive amount of information is drawn as concentric circles. It's commonly known as a magic circle. The old man then drew the formulas into a circular shape. This reminded him of the bald man's tattoos. Were the markings carved into director La Gia Rut's body magic circles too? Our young protagonist replied, sometimes people engrave them onto their bodies, right? They do it to cast frequently used spells faster. He finished speaking, but the old man said nothing. It's like a symbol, if a formula is an equation, and the magic circle is a symbol. Continuing his train of thought, he asked Atho another question. Then, is incantation the process of translating the formula into language? The old man's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Spot on. It seemed the boy had hit the nail on the head. Why do you think that? Rogan answered confidently. The formula you wrote on the board looks like a blueprint to materialize a fireball. If we consider the magic circle to be a symbol, then speaking it aloud must become a part of its language, right? The old man was stunned. He's just a first-year student, yet he's grasping concepts only seasoned, high-tier mages could ever think of. Regaining his composure, he exclaimed, "That is an impressive answer. Well done. Placing the right words in the right positions. That is the very essence of incantation. Every single word, when infused with mana and spoken aloud, brings forth a corresponding power. We call that its true name, or a spell. Just like this." He chanted his spell loudly and raised his hand. Instantly, a massive fireball appeared, far more powerful than the previous one. It's not just the careful arrangement of chosen words, but even non-verbal elements like tone, tempo, and emotional state are all intertwined. It is much like reciting poetry. Rogan watched with sheer awe. Come to think of it, no performance has ever moved me this much. So it's not an easy task at all. After his flashy display, Atho teased, "Well, I think I've scared you enough of magic for today. Are you still as determined as before, Rogan?" Fear wasn't in the boy's dictionary. He only felt more thrilled. Yes, I'm actually even more fascinated now than before. While the other students were getting headaches and dozing off, the old man loved Rogan's eager attitude. Excellent. From our next class onward, we will begin studying ancient runes. I will hand out a book to each of you, so try to ponder the true nature of these ancient runes. Class ended. The scene shifted to a long, brightly lit corridor. Sophia scratched her head, looking at him in disbelief. I mean, I'm one thing, but Rogan, you're on a whole other level. I heard you packed your schedule for the entire week, leaving only lunch breaks open. Our young protagonist nodded. Yeah, studying is the most fun thing to do. What kid was this obsessed with studying? She grew exasperated. You're a bit annoying, you know that? Anyway, Rogan, where's your room? He pointed straight ahead. Over there, the second room at the end of the first floor. Seeing the room, she gasped. Oh, you're rooming with Lou Cat. Anyway, see you later. He nodded, bidding his friend farewell. See you tomorrow. Good night, Sophia. Back in his dorm room, Rogan continued to study diligently. Reviewing the fire incantations from earlier that day, he mused, these runes are truly complex. But after deciphering them, I understand how the formulas are built. Since I can't use powerful magic with my current mana capacity, perhaps, I should create magic that is better suited to me. After tinkering with it all night, he was finally done. Eager to test it out while it was fresh, he actually managed to conjure a small fireball. He was ecstatic. I did it. Despite the trial and error, if I dismantle and reconstruct the formula like this, it will. Suddenly, his vision began to blur. In the blink of an eye, he completely passed out. He had pushed himself way too hard. It wasn't until late at night that someone opened the door and walked in. Upon entering, he saw Rogan lying on the floor, his face flush red and drenched in sweat. He was startled. What the? Scratching his head, he wondered aloud, why are you sleeping down here? Approaching closer, he realized something was wrong. Our boy was running a high fever. The next morning, voices echoed inside the building. It must have been a tough ordeal for a child. I didn't notice and assumed he was fine, so it's my fault. Rogan, still half asleep, heard them and guessed inwardly, this voice. Is it Sin-Na? It's the Alliance's fault. It's not your fault, Lady Sin-Na. He wondered, what are they talking about? Does it have to do with me? I also feel guilty for pushing too many lessons on him from the very first days. I got a little overexcited seeing how much potential he had. Rogan groggily opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a red-haired young man. Where am I? Seeing him open his eyes, the guy shouted, You're awake? Are you okay? He looked genuinely worried. Rogan sat up and rubbed his eyes, still a bit. Overjoyed, the guy hugged him tightly. Oh man, what a relief. When I saw you passed out, it scared the life out of me. Anyone would be utterly confused at this point. Who is this guy? Finally remembering to introduce himself, he said, Im Lou Cat von Ba Sao, your classmate and roommate. I had just come back from training when I saw you unconscious. If my father found out about this, it'd be. Before he could finish, Rogan blankly interrupted him. I passed out? He explained, it's nothing serious. They said it was just because you overworked yourself. A little rest and you'll be fine. Then it's nothing serious enough for a stranger to care so much. But why is he so worried about me? He sat down seriously. My father told me to take good care of Oka von Ba, vice captain of the Alliance's Faith Division. He is my father. Now Rogan understood. Looking at the mana radiating from him, he really is Vice Captain Oka's son. He was even looking smug. Later, tell my dad that I carried you to the infirmary and took care of you all night, okay? He could clearly feel that his mana was very pure, so he probably wasn't lying. They really do look alike. Rogan nodded in agreement immediately. Yeah, I'll tell him that. He burst into laughter. You're friendlier than you look. Most freshmen think I'm an upperclassman when they see me. I might not look it, but I'm 12 years old. The boy asked curiously, Did you start school late? It hit right where it hurt. Not exactly. I was held back twice for failing the attendance requirements. Of course, perfect attendance doesn't guarantee you'll move up to the next grade either. I'm just not the studying type. A slacker like him found it very strange. Anyway, did you really pass out from studying magic? The room was a total mess. Rogan tried to recall. I definitely managed to create a fireball, but I don't remember anything after that. He passed out right on the spot. There was no after that. He suddenly sighed. What a pity. If it were swordsmanship, I could train with you and help you with a lot of other things. Just hearing him, you could tell he loves swords. Lou Cat, are you focusing on swordsmanship too? He couldn't not love it. Yeah, well, my father is the vice captain of the Faith Division after all. The main boy nodded. I understand. Rogan observed him more closely. Even though he's 2 years older than me, his mana density is much stronger than the other kids. He's tall and robust. I wonder how much effort it takes to achieve results like that. It's truly admirable. I need to do my absolute best, too. Just after waking up, The boy's biggest worry was, "It looks like we're late for class, aren't we?" Lou Cat was speechless. "You're still planning to go to school? You just passed out from studying." He looked out at the clear blue sky. Should we go out and get some fresh air? My head hurts a little." The slacker Lou Cat was thrilled. "Sounds good to me. I skip school whenever I want to enjoy the fresh air outside too." The boy immediately retorted, "That's not a valid reason to skip school." He jumped up, arguing back, "Why not? The weather is so nice. Let's head out. When your head hurts, you should breathe some fresh air, eat something delicious, and relax your body. This guy sure knows how to enjoy life." The main boy actually liked the sound of it. Yeah, makes sense. So this is the real reason Lou Cat failed his classes. Outside, the streets were bustling with people. He bought some food for the boy. "Eat up. You look so frail, and worried you're going to pass out again." Suddenly, a shop caught the boy's attention. "A magic shop, huh? I can feel mana radiating from there." He pointed and invited him immediately. "Lou Cat, I want to go check that place out." He looked over. "Where? A magic shop? If you're curious, let's go take a look." "Let's go." The two of them went inside right away. There weren't any other customers. After just one lap around the store, Lou Cat was already bored to death, yawning widely. Rogan, on the other hand, observed his surroundings closely. "Every item here is filled with powerful mana. Wait a minute. Now that I think about it, I don't have any money." A broke kid wanting to go window shopping. His mood instantly hit rock bottom. "I wish all the money I earned at the shelter was mine." Lou Cat, standing next to him, noticed right away. "Why the long face? Couldn't find anything you like." The boy's voice was utterly defeated. "Because I don't have any money." He asked, "Is that all?" Surprisingly, he was very generous. "If you want something, just say the word. My father told me to take care of you, and that includes things like this." Rogan couldn't believe it, immediately turning his head to look around the entire shop. His eyes lit up. "Can you buy everything here?" Asking that left him completely speechless. He froze, digging into his pockets. Well, not to that extent. He pulled out a few coins along with some gold coins. They both looked equally poor. He irritably urged him, "Just pick one thing first. Even a single book can keep you busy for a whole month, right?" Looking at the meager coins in his hand, he felt a wave of sadness wash over him, matching the boy's. "I guess there's nothing I can do. I just don't have that much money." But how could reading one book take months? He walked around the shop trying to pick out something that Lou Cat could afford. Suddenly, something caught his attention, making the boy stop and stare. What is this? A black egg engraved with strange patterns. It was even exuding dark magic. He immediately picked it up to examine it. Maybe the price is so cheap because of its gloomy mana. If it's this. Suddenly, someone walked up beside Rogan. "So you've chosen the GT stone, huh? I even forgot that my store had one." It was the first time the boy had ever seen such a thing. He immediately asked, "A GT stone? What is it used for?" The old shopkeeper replied, "Just for decoration. That egg will never wake up." The two went back and forth for a bit. Is there something inside it? Even the old man didn't know. They say it's an object sealing some unknown entity using a magic circle. I got it from the southern part of Lodo a long time ago, and it's always been like that. I thought it was a useful magic tool, but it seems it isn't. Objects containing magical power are called magic tools. Going out today means you've learned another new term. I see. If the seal on this is broken, will something wake up? The old shopkeeper was already sick of the egg. He waved his hand dismissively. In theory, yes, but it probably won't happen. That's a highly advanced level of unique magic. All that information only made the boy even more fascinated by it. Unique magic. It's an incredibly complex magic circle. If I were to convert it into a spell formula, it would be many times more complicated than a fireball. Hesitating slightly, he turned to ask Lou Cat, "What do you think?" Asking this guy was worse than talking to a wall. He replied cluelessly, "It looks cooler than a book. Looks like you could use it to throw or bash something." So that settled it. Rogan liked it too. "Then I'll buy this one." The purchase was complete. The two stepped out of the shop as the afternoon rolled in. Lou Cat's excitement was written all over his face. "All right then, next up is, is it time already?" "Hurry up, Rogan, we're going to be late." He didn't understand the rush. Where are we going?" He acted mysteriously. "The coolest place in the Alliance." Under the sunset, the massive castle stood breathtakingly tall. Rogan crossed his arms and stared in awe. Wow. Lou Cat put his hands on his hips and smiled smugly. "Pretty cool, right?" The boy nodded. "Yeah." "Is that clock tower the center of the Alliance?" He replied, "Exactly. That's the Alliance headquarters, where the executive director and commander reside. Suddenly curious, he asked, "Have you ever seen them?" Even he admitted, "I only saw the previous commander once when I was little, tagging along with my father." Hearing this, he asked further, "What were they like?" Cat reminisced thoughtfully. "He wore a white suit, so he looked pretty awesome. How should I describe it? Like a proud swan standing amidst a flock of black crows." Hearing that, Rogan understood. "So the commander wears a white suit. I didn't know that. All I know is the power of each rank as described in the books. Even an expert, ranked 7th among the captains, is strong enough to conquer an entire city single-handedly. The commander who leads them has the capability to conquer an entire nation. Finally, the executive director, holding the highest authority across the continent, stands on par with a king." The towering castle stood there seemingly untouchable. Right now, they seem so distant and magnificent. He made a firm resolution, "But one day, I will be able to reach them too." The two stood gazing at the tower until night fell. The young protagonist noted, "It really is tall. You can see the Alliance from anywhere." That's right, even from the academy. Suddenly, he noticed the clock mounted on it. "Where is that arrow pointing?" Curious, he asked immediately, "How do you read that clock?" Cat couldn't answer right away, scratching his head awkwardly. "Huh? Do you see the characters on the red ribbon? They say it represents the year." But Rogan saw it differently. Looking closely, they resembled ancient symbols from the old language. He was still stammering, and not sure how to read it either. It's just that right now. Before he could finish, the boy interrupted. "The year 262. Exactly," he recalled. "That's right, the kingdom's year is 262. Looking over there, that probably indicates the month and day. According to the symbols, it's June 14th. Spot on. Today is June 14th, 262. The time is 7:20. The more Cat listened, the more bewildered he became. How does he know? Only the protagonist knew. "I think I saw it somewhere in the vision shown by the tree. The clock tower appeared too, and the time it marked was June 14th, 272. 10 years from now. This is not simple at all." He unconsciously hugged the egg tightly to his chest. The two returned to their room, and Cat immediately grabbed his sword. "Well, you get some rest. I have to make up for my training." He's actually quite diligent. "If I miss even one day, my body gets stiff right away. I'm off." Only Rogan remained alone in the room. His mind was still racing. "I can't just ignore the vision the tree showed me. Maybe it wasn't just an illusion, but a premonition. If so, what should I do? That vision was too terrifying. How can I change the future? First, I need to gather as much information as possible from the vision I saw. Most of the memories show the clock tower. Arranging them chronologically like this, Rogan unconsciously entered his inner world, concentrating as deeply as he could. Next, he'll fill in the gaps in order. Here, the red roof is still intact. Rule that out. The messenger dying after the roof collapsed. Right, next memory. He'll organize the timeline like this and gather the experiences. Then recall the vision the tree showed me. This is the future. I finally see it. Suddenly, he flinched and looked to the side, furrowing his brows tightly. Right there was Sophie A, sprawled on the ground, likely dead. Nearby were Cat and Senior Sin Na as well. They were all killed. His hands clenched, trembling. Before, he didn't understand, but now that he had met them, the feeling was truly indescribable. I have to find out my rank this time. Among all the fragments, only one contains my image. Found it. In it, an adult Rogan is standing before the tower. From this angle, the rank insignia is hidden. But now I think I can change the angle. Starting to rotate the image, the future unfolds, a vision of the tower burning in massive flames. You actually made it in there. Good, now I can finally confirm it. What rank am I? But glancing at himself leaves even Rogan completely stunned. The Rogan of the future. His eyes are filled with absolute terror, and right through his own body there is a massive gaping hole. I'm going to die in 10 years. That's enough looking. Time to return to reality. He slowly opens his eyes. The scenery of the present remains unchanged. I wonder, is this a warning from the tree? The fall of the Alliance means the destruction of the kingdom and the entire continent. Apocalypse. It's nothing short of human extinction. The tree is a product of dark magic, draining mana from humans, leaving the sacrifice caught between life and death. And then there is someone, perhaps it's by their will, that am involved in all this. I can't be certain if this vision will actually come to pass, but to make sure it remains an illusion, I must forge a reality entirely different from the vision. He quickly sits at his desk, opening his books to find an answer. Starting with myself. Since I don't know my rank, the insignia is meaningless. Maybe I won't even be a member, or perhaps I'll become a management official and wear red. Or An image of a person dressed in white appears on the book's pages. He'll wear white. It's way too early to be thinking about that right now. The next morning, while getting dressed for class, Cat suddenly turns to him. By the way, Rogan, Ms. Daphne said you should drop by her office before school. Rogan is puzzled. Just me? He nods. Yeah, what's up? Rogan was actually wondering, haven't you been absent from school for a while too? But Cat doesn't care much, turning away immediately. She didn't mention me. I'm heading out, see you in class. His head is full of questions. Why would Ms. Daphne want to see me? In the office, the two sit facing each other. She asks, how are you feeling, Rogan? You still look quite pale. He replies politely, thank you for worrying about me. I'm feeling much better now. I heard from Cat. Thank you for approving my leave of absence. Honestly, she is worried about him. Don't push yourself too hard. Since these are elective classes, you can drop them any time. Do you need to make any adjustments? Rogan, eager to learn as always, immediately refuses. No, thank you. Everything is fine as it is. I really enjoy the classes I'm taking, and am looking forward to the ones I haven't started yet. She chuckles. I feel guilty for making you work so hard. It's nothing at all. Rogan flashes his signature bright smile. I'm genuinely fine. I'll be more careful from now on. The teacher nods. All right. If you ever need advice, you can come see me anytime. After the conversation, Rogan heads back to class. I need to take as many classes as possible. Training is as natural as breathing to me, so there won't be any issues. But before that, I have to help my friends get stronger alongside me. The moment he steps into the classroom, his close friends are already waiting, cheering in unison. Rogan. They immediately bombard him with questions. How are you feeling? I was so worried when I heard you passed out. Looking at the group, he thinks to himself, if they grow stronger with me, maybe my friends can actually survive. They eagerly ask, thank goodness. Can we study together starting today? Suddenly, Rogan looks at them seriously. Guys, if it's not too much trouble, could you do me a favor? First off, Isidore, Misha, Rian, Katin, Edrin, Darian, Tiri, and Khalito are taking swordsmanship classes, right? They hesitate. That's right, but he then rattles off another string of names. Flora, Sebastian, Abona, Dima, Serena, and probably even Cat. None of you are taking basic magic classes. The girls gasped in awe after hearing him. It's only been a day, and he already remembered everyone's names. That's amazing. But why are you suddenly asking about the classes we're taking? Rogan placed his hand on his chest and explained, I heard before that both of these classes are excellent, so I was hoping you all could take these 2 classes with me. As he said this, his face flushed and his eyes sparkled. Is this request a bit too much? Who could resist such charm, especially the girls? They agreed instantly without a second thought. Not at all. That sounds absolutely wonderful. Of course we can. One guy raised his hand timidly. But I'm a little hesitant about the magic class. Rogan completely understood. Ah, the magic class. I can see why you'd want to avoid it. But what if we look at it from a different perspective? Cat also asked, confused, what perspective? Our young protagonist smiled at him. I'm going to show you directly. It'll be much easier to understand. Cat, could you come to the magic class and give it a try? Even if it's just for today. He nodded. If it's just for today, then. As long as he agreed, the boy was delighted. Thank you all so much. I'm really looking forward to it. Inside the magic classroom, Professor Athos suddenly felt something was off about the class. It turned out that Rogan really had encouraged everyone to join the magic class. The room was packed full today. He checked in on his favorite student. Are you all right? Rogan nodded. Thank you for worrying about me, Professor. I feel much better now. Professor Athos' face lit up brightly. This is the first time the magic class has been this bustling. This is all thanks to you, Rogan, isn't it? Our young protagonist answered honestly. I wanted to show everyone that magic isn't something so unapproachable. Even the old man didn't quite grasp what he meant, thinking to himself, it's only been a day. I wonder what else he has learned. He asked curiously, so, how do you plan to show them? Rogan immediately volunteered. May I stand at the podium for a moment? He agreed happily. Of course. You can try whatever you'd like. Just don't push yourself too hard. Cat watched his back as he walked up. Is that kid not scared at all? Sophia turned and chimed in. He really is a strange one. Both of them followed the path of the sword. How could they possibly understand the wonders of magic? Outside the closed door, the lady turned to the bald man. You must be the busiest person in the academy, yet you're here so early. How unusual. Is it because of Rogan? He answered cryptically. I have a lot on my plate. Looking after the academy is also part of the Management Bureau's responsibility. Standing behind him, Sinna nodded in agreement. The two confused instructors both turned to look at her. Sinna, runner, why are you here? I thought today was your day off. She replied, I still have a mission assigned by Vice Captain OCA. More importantly, since when did so many instructors gather here? Isn't this the first time Instructor Digo has come to observe a class unrelated to swordsmanship? He quickly waved his hands to explain, no, well, suddenly, everyone's interested in magic, so I was just a little curious. Headmaster, I didn't expect you to be here too. The head of the Management Bureau is here. How could I pretend not to know? With the headmaster present, what else could the lady say? She helplessly reminded them. Observe in silence so we don't disrupt the class. Everyone immediately nodded obediently. Miss Dani gently opened the door. As soon as she looked inside, her eyes widened in shock, sweating profusely. A massive, gigantic fireball had appeared inside the classroom. And more importantly, that fireball was conjured by Ro-Gan. The entire class sat silently watching intently. Even Professor Atho was astonished. A fireball. This is not a spell someone of his age should be able to cast. Not only is it outside the curriculum, but even Fire Arrow, a spell one tier below Fireball, can only be cast by fifth-year students, and only those children with exceptional talent can manage it. It seemed he had severely underestimated the boy last time. His eyes were truly open now. How could this little child? The men standing outside the door stroked their chins in awe. I'd never seen a fireball radiate such pure energy. It's as if I'm witnessing primordial holy magic. The magical density of the fireball is quite high for its size, and it's incredibly stable. It's beyond stable. This completely defies common sense. The bald Legia root was also bewildered. This is indeed a spell an ordinary person wouldn't be able to use at this age, but a fireball is generally considered basic magic. But to maintain that size and heat and even keep it suspended in one place. Standing beside him, Sinno whispered, then it's no longer just a fireball, but an entirely different kind of magic. Ever since I first saw him, his intuition for manipulating mana has been exceptionally brilliant. I heard he went through a lot of hardships growing up in the shelter. How can he possess such a massive amount of mana? Suddenly, Sidna felt a pang of worry. Professor Atho and Ro-Gan were still continuing their magic demonstration. Yeah, I heard he just fainted the other day. Is it okay not to let him rest? He might not have fully recovered yet. Ms. Dani shared the concern. That's right. I don't really have the right to say this, but perhaps we should tell him to hold back a little? Ro-Gan is completely drenched in sweat, his pale face showing a hint of exhaustion. Looking at the massive fireball, our main guy understands clearly. The key is to focus on the mana supply, not the size. He can't let the flame become unstable due to uncontrolled mana. Thinking this, he shrinks the fireball down. Besides that, the shield Professor Atho put up is amazing. Its shape resembles the lake I saw at the shelter that day, but its characteristics and uses are entirely different. Suddenly, the boy wonders, what would happen if the fireball hits it? I have to ask right away. Professor Atho, you're amazing. What's the name of this spell? The old man is completely shocked. He definitely shouldn't be able to maintain this spell without full concentration. Yet he can innocently ask that question while keeping the fireball afloat. Even I have to concentrate intensely like this. He's straining hard just to maintain the blue protective mana layer. The mana layer wraps around the fireball. The boy watches intently. Huh? The fireball. The old man's mana shield completely engulfs it. Old man Atho is really quite something. The students stare with wide eyes. The old man glances at the boy. I really don't know whether I should scold this reckless kid or praise him. Before he can do anything, Lajia Rut's voice rings out, You did great, Ro-Gan. The old man casually answers, As for your question, that magic is Professor Atho's signature spell. He rubs his hands together with a smile. It's called the Blue Flame Shield. He's never heard this term before. Blue Flame Shield. What a great name. Old Atho replies, What does just a name matter? Besides, I'm not even the one who named it. So that means someone gave him a wonderful name as a gift. That feeling surely isn't bad at all. Suddenly, the old man asks him seriously, So, Ro-Gan, does the magic you just showed us have a name? This is simple. The main kid answers innocently, Pardon? It's just a fireball. But the old man doesn't think so. Everyone here knows it isn't just a fireball. And more than anyone else, you should know very well that it isn't just a fireball. But the boy hasn't even thought about it, nodding vaguely. Yeah, I haven't thought about it yet. He even assures the old man, but I'll seriously try to give it a name. Old Atho laughs, speechless. Haha, I was going to point out the dangers of this spell, but now everyone's distracted by naming it. The bald old man announces to the class, "As the head of the management bureau, I cannot just overlook this. Rogan, why did you do something so dangerous? I want to know your intentions. With such an awesome teacher here, what does he have to fear?" He smiles brightly and answers calmly. "First of all, I was very confident that I could control the flames, and I also thought Professor Atho would keep an eye on me." The old man immediately asked, "So your only goal was to show everyone a fireball?" Rogan acted out of good intentions. "I just wanted to give my friends a little confidence. Perhaps they're very interested in magic, but too scared to even try." He looks down at the seated students, scared. The main kid continues, "You said that if we could cast a fireball spell before graduation, it would be a huge achievement. But I've already done it. I want to show them that this is entirely possible." Old Atho looks at the boy's beaming face and thinks, "That's because you're a genius. But I can't exactly say that out loud. How embarrassing." Now the old man doesn't know what to do. Could it be that he accidentally hindered the development of these children's talents? And now this kid has helped him realize that. This is a huge lesson for the old man. He needs to think carefully before speaking from now on. Untiring, Rogan asks right away, "If possible, could I stand up here for a little bit longer? I still have something I want to show my friends." Old Atho nods comfortably. "Of course you can." The kid immediately calls out, "Cat, could you come up here for a moment?" The guy sitting below is startled. "Me? Why me?" he mutters, but still steps up to where the main kid is. The boy smiles confidently and tells him, "I'll help you, so just try casting a spell." He even explains it clearly. Basically, both magic and swordsmanship involve controlling mana. You've been training every day, so I'm sure you can do it. How could you believe that after just one sentence? He asks awkwardly, "Even so, how am I supposed to use magic?" The main kid sticks to his plan, patiently guiding him. "You rarely train with magic, so we can try chanting. It's easier to use than magic circles or spell formulas. Now repeat after me." Right after saying that, he recites a long incantation. Of course, how could a bad student like Cat parrot that? He forgets everything after the first word. "What?" The main kid patiently repeats it again. But the guy is still hopeless. He can't even get half a word right. Rogan now sees that things aren't going well at all. "Is this the first time you're hearing ancient runes? You've repeated your first year 3 times, right?" His face goes blank, both embarrassed and flustered. You get no." The main kid just thinks simply, "If you don't know, you learn." He patiently guides him further, that "I'll teach you its meaning first. When using ancient runes, it's important to understand the meaning. That line means this: the footsteps of the flame with a silent breath, the afterimage of the air current fading from the heat." It would have been fine if he didn't know, but after hearing it, Cat gets goosebumps. That sounds terrifying. And it seems he's not the only one who doesn't get it. The students sitting there look completely dumbfounded by his explanation. Even Sophia can't wrap her head around. Finally, after a few words, the main kid gives up. "Halt, what's going on? It's like pouring water on a duck's back. They aren't absorbing anything at all. This shouldn't be happening. Why isn't it working? Why doesn't anyone understand? If we hit a wall right from the start, what about the next 10 years? What should I do? Should I just stand by and watch them walk to their deaths? This incantation is so simple that even Cat should be able to do it. But let alone the others, it seems even Sophia doesn't understand." Seeing him lost in thought, the guy turns and calls out softly, "Hey, Rogan." Old man Atho also noticed his unusual expression and hurried over. "Rogan, today is Cat's first day in this class, so please be understanding of him. By the way, I can understand the incantation, but could you teach me this magic formula? It's too strange when even the teacher doesn't know it." The chalk wrote a whole bunch of words on the board by itself. The whole class gasped in awe. "Wow." Old man Atho chuckled in delight. "Ho ho, so you can even use telekinetic magic on objects." Waiting for the chalk to finish writing, Rogan looked at them. "I've written it all down." A manosphere appeared from the palm of his hand and spread throughout the entire class. Old man Atho practiced immediately while looking at the lines he wrote. The bald Legia root kept staring and wondered, "Rogan, where did you find this magic formula?" The main boy honestly replied, "I didn't copy it from anywhere. I just modified what I saw Professor Atho write in my own way." But only experts like them knew that this wasn't just a simple modification. The boy didn't know that, so he just said, "Simply put, when I modified it, I felt this method was more effective for me personally." They caught the main point. "Are you saying you created a completely new magic formula?" The main boy's face turned red with embarrassment. The two old men exchanged a meaningful look. "This conversation might take a while. We should go somewhere else." Is that all right, Professor Da Fen? The female teacher smiled, her eyes turning into crescents as she agreed. Of course. The bald man squatted down, placed both hands on his shoulders, and looked straight into the main boy's eyes. Thank you for showing me this magic formula, Rogan. We'll talk more later. Suddenly someone called out, You, the messenger over there, what's your name? The girl immediately introduced herself. I am Sinna of the Faith Division. As soon as she finished speaking, she was assigned a task. All right, Sinna. Could you take over teaching this class? The girl was startled. Excuse me. Old man Atho assigned the task. It's fine. Letting them self-study or practice swordsmanship is both okay. This subject is no different from a break time anyway. The girl nodded, her voice trembling. I understand. Instructor Digo also took the opportunity to ask a favor. Hey, in leaving my next class to you too. The girl couldn't refuse and could only reply, Yes, senior. Old man Atho waved his hand. A magic circle enveloped the entire classroom. After doing this, the old man left immediately, leaving Sinna behind to do whatever she wanted. We should get going now. All of those people dragged each other away, leaving only the girl standing there completely flustered. Well, might as well slam the desk to show authority first and figure it out later. But this slam only made the students jump in surprise. She introduced herself to the class. I am Sinna, a messenger from the Faith Division. I've been temporarily assigned to teach the remaining classes. Treat this as an official class and make sure everyone participates fully. She talked tough, but inside she was trembling and pale with fear. What should I do? I might just burst into tears. Cutting to another room, the other teachers had all gathered here. Convening an emergency meeting of the response committee, they talked to each other. Hasn't it been years since we last convened? This is my first time. The main topic of today's meeting is the educational system of the Alliance Academy. The bald man looked at everyone seriously. Before that, let's start with the story of Rogan, who led to this meeting. Old man Atho had held back for a long time and finally got to speak. Fireball is inherently already a complete magic spell, but he interpreted it in a completely different way. Although its destructive power is weak, it's close to unique magic, and just creating a new formula alone is unprecedented. A female teacher skeptically asked, Is that even possible? Having called such a meeting and still asking this, the old man affirmed, It has been proven. The others and I have directly verified it. The bald man pondered. The Management Bureau needs to look closer to analyze it, but for now, we should view that approach as a new idea. Another person also spoke up. Even if he is an unprecedented genius, the boy is only a first year. Age-appropriate education is essential. Another female teacher said, Doesn't a genius need a curriculum tailored for them? Everyone had a different opinion, debating lively. Are you saying we should provide special teaching for just one person? How can that be called public education? Then we might lose those talents. In that case, maybe it's better to let him join the Alliance early. That's absurd. Voices started getting louder, everyone disagreeing with each other. Is the Alliance a place that only looks at skills? Anyway, it seems we need to seriously shift to combat training. Is there any other anomaly we need to know about? Old man A. Tho thought back to Rogan's eyes that day. There might be an issue with his personality. Personality? I heard rumors that he is a very friendly child. Of course, but it seems he needs to pay more attention to his friends' feelings. Old man Atho had seen this today. The Alliance is an organization based entirely on ability and merit. With that child's talent, he will definitely stand out. As long as he is admitted, there's nothing to worry about. The final obstacle in the entrance exam is the interview round. What he values most is personality. Rogan's intention in rallying the kids today was good, but that could make some of them feel isolated. The level needs to be suitable for both sides to develop together, but right now the gap is still too large. Isn't he a child who invented magic? But is it really right to discuss the personality of a child who is only 10 years old? The bald Legia Root suddenly came up with an idea. Then what if we conduct an interview? Miss Jane nodded in agreement immediately. Good. Let's hear Rogan out. Acting on it right away, she called our main boy over. Hello, Rogan. You look a bit down. Is it because Lou Cat couldn't manifest his magic earlier? At this, the boy sighed and nodded slightly. Yes, it's frustrating not being able to grasp my friend's abilities. Old man Arthur encouraged him. Don't be disappointed. Teaching magic isn't an easy task. He replied immediately. That's why I'm thinking about so many things and coming up with all sorts of hypotheses. Just like how my friends treat magic class as a break, maybe Lou Cat easily gives up on things he has no interest in. Or maybe he picked up a sword too early and his mind is solely focused on that. Perhaps he has personal issues and I forced him to focus without considering his circumstances. Those are my thoughts, and I hope they're not true, but... The old man was instantly intrigued, asking, "What else?" Looking very sincere and blushing, our main boy said, "I'm worried that Cat or the others might have a weakness somewhere." "Is that all?" The old man knew. "It seems you don't need to worry about that. I can guarantee it." Just hearing the old man say that put his mind at ease. He smiled brightly again. "I'm so glad my friends aren't sick." The bald old man was very puzzled. "Rogan, why do you want to teach your friends magic so badly? Even a teacher like Arthur wasn't this dedicated." This question flustered him a bit. "It doesn't necessarily have to be magic. I just want to grow stronger alongside my friends and become members of the Alliance together. One for all, knowing how to unite and guide his teammates. Such an incredibly precious virtue." The whole room fell into silence. No one expected such an answer. The teachers smiled at each other. "Rogan, we hear you loud and clear. We have no intention of blaming you, so don't worry, go get some rest." The young boy nodded slightly. His business done, it was time to leave the room. The teachers continued their meeting. The teaching direction for the first years should prioritize finding balance first. When balancing the children, individual abilities should be based on the outstanding ones, while social skills and empathy should be adjusted to the average level of the majority. The Alliance Academy will face a new transition centered around the first years. Then let's start by analyzing the curriculum. They already had a more positive approach to change. The next morning, in swordsmanship class, Old Man Diego crossed his arms, looked at his students, and declared, "Starting today, swordsmanship and magic are mandatory subjects." This news was shocking enough. Even Rogan found it hard to believe. To think the school system would change in just a single day, exceeding even his expectations. Two figures in black also appeared in the classroom. From now on, permanent members of the Alliance will participate as teaching assistants. This is also a precious opportunity to hear about real-world experiences, so work hard. This method seemed effective. All the students loved it. Rogan, Sophia, Cat. You three will undergo self-directed training, so take turns sparring with each other. The three of them had question marks popping up in their heads. Wasn't this just blatant discrimination? He was still wondering, the three of us? But Cat seemed thrilled. "Sounds great. I wanted to duel you at least once." Sophia was also burning with fighting spirit. "This is a chance to test the results of my training." Her face was so serious that Cat had to ask, "Rogan, do you two have some kind of grudge?" The young boy didn't understand either. "No." "Oh well." He shouted loudly, "First, Rogan, fight me." Sophia immediately chimed in, "Next is my turn." Now it was time for Rogan and Sophia to duel. Standing before him, the girl's imposing aura suddenly deflated, entirely stressed out. It's that move again. He's reading her sword path again. "But I caught a glimpse of an opening today. If I intensify my training, maybe I can win next time." They were completely satisfied and even shook hands. "Great match, Sophia." She comfortably replied, "I think so too." However, she was still very sad, her eyes sparkling with tears. "I didn't have the confidence to win against Rogan. Is there something wrong with my swordsmanship?" He had seen through all of this. Your mana flow is a bit skewed. If you change your handling trajectory, it might be better." Cat, standing nearby, chimed in to explain, "What he means is, stop swinging so awkwardly. Swing accurately and decisively." "But that's probably because you lack strength. Your legs were trembling after all." These words thoroughly ticked Sophia off. "What did you say?" But Rogan confirmed it. Cat is right, but... He got smug right away. "See? Even Rogan agrees with me." Well, if both of them said so, it must be true. They found the problem. But what about the solution? "So what should I do, Rogan?" Our main boy explained in detail. He's right, but not entirely. "Right now, you're distributing your mana evenly between your upper and lower body. Increase the mana to your lower body to make it sturdier." Cat kept butting in to tease her. "That's what I meant. You swung so hard your legs got tangled up." The sound of the three bickering echoed across the corner of the yard. "Hey, why are you being like this all of a sudden? If you're so good, why don't you show us? Hey, don't you regret it?" This was exactly what Old Man Diego wanted. He looked at them and chuckled. "Oh, so they finally sparred? What personality issue? Seems like us adults were worrying over nothing. The three of them are getting along so happily." Occasionally, Miss Jane would still call our main boy to her office to chat. "Rogan, how have things been at school lately?" He replied as usual, "Still good. Going to school is a lot of fun." The teacher seemed very caring. "Is your mind at ease now?" He replied, "Mm-hmm. We're all separate individuals anyway." Hearing him say that, she smiled in relief. "I'm glad you understand that." The two kept talking. "What about your friends? They are all very nice, always making me happy and giving me delicious snacks, too." Suddenly his face fell, looking a bit aggrieved. But sometimes, the teacher understood immediately and put down the teacup in her hand. "What about Cat? I heard you three often hang out together." The boy answered honestly. "Cat has taught me a lot, too. In terms of strength, he has an outstanding talent." Mentioning him, Rogan seemed very happy. "I can't let him fail his classes anymore, so I'm trying to tutor him." She was very pleased. "Isn't that a wonderful thing?" After talking to Ms. Dane, Rogan went to speak with old man Arthur, his face filled with disappointment as he sighed. "But I still want to be able to use more mana than I currently can. Both of them are so amazing." The old man was also at a loss, only able to say, "If it were really that easy, everyone would be a mage. Magic tools bought with money only offer temporary power, or their abilities are far too basic. It won't have any effect on your mana." Hearing this, he felt completely disheartened, losing all his motivation. "Let's try finding another way. Are there any magic elixirs I could use?" Arthur pondered for a moment and listed several off. There are elixirs to restore mana, some that alleviate illnesses, and even those that enhance the user's mana and physical constitution. The varieties are vast, but because they are so effective, they are incredibly rare. Our boy understood this well. Just like the fruit of Retio, there was obviously a reason people were so driven to consume it. As if he wasn't sad enough, the old man hit him with another harsh truth. "But I cannot guarantee there is an elixir that suits you." Seeing the boy's expression shift, the old man tried to lighten the mood. "Even so, don't look so openly discouraged just yet." He then pulled out a necklace. Inside it was a small white pill. "This is one of my elixirs. I received it from the governor as a reward for a past achievement." He casually handed it over. "Perhaps this elixir was destined for you all along." Rogan still hesitated slightly. "Can I really accept something this precious?" Arthur comfortably placed it in his hand. "It's not as potent as you think. It's all right, take it. Free stuff is the best stuff." "Yes, thank you, Professor." Rogan stared at the tiny white pill in his hand, unsure if it would have any real effect, but he tossed it in his mouth and swallowed it anyway. It was bound to be good for him one way or another. The pill dropped straight into his stomach. A radiant burst of mana erupted from his body. He could clearly feel the transformation. It actually seemed to be working. The old man stared at him intently, waiting to see if there would be any further changes. However, in the end, nothing else happened. It had no lasting effect. Rogan became even more disappointed, his sadness evident. It made sense, though. The old man also felt a headache coming on and offered some words of comfort. "I didn't think it would dramatically improve your physical constitution, but I never expected it to have no effect at all. What a pity." His expression darkened, and he stayed silent. As expected, instead of looking for ways to get physically stronger, I should reconsider what I am actually capable of doing. Controlling the flow of mana by deciphering spells is probably a magic method better suited to me. There was still a way. Rogan's face brightened, his eyes sparkling with gratitude as he said, "It's all right, Professor Arthur. Thank you for worrying about me." He knew all that was left to do was study as hard as he could. Half a year later, on a freezing winter day, inside the magic classroom, today was the final exam for the first-year magic department. Inside were Old Man Arthur and Lazarus conducting Rogan's examination. In the boy's hand rested a fireball. Our boy was much more skilled now, capable of controlling the fireball at will without expending much effort. The bald man remarked, "Since the kid directly controls mana, it's quite possible." Arthur nodded in agreement. "He truly is a great talent. Perhaps he even combines magic from different schools without us knowing." In the eyes of others, he was incredibly outstanding, yet Rogan still felt a bit anxious. "It seems acceptable, but with such weak mana, can I even be of use in the Alliance?" Arthur informed him, "The fact that you can cast this spell without an incantation proves your ability is on par with Tier 4. The bald man also reassured him, "Exactly. No matter what magic you cast, your opponents will consider Rowan a high-tier mage. You no longer need to worry about the raw power of your mana. Just focus on your strengths and develop your abilities for now." The results were quite good. He asked further, "Is there anything else I need to learn?" These two always supported him to the fullest. "Just keep doing what you're doing. For now, try to decipher and cast Tier 4 spells based on your own understanding. I will help you find ancient tomes in the Alliance's library." Suddenly, the two old men advised him, "Ah, Rowan, it's best that you and all of us keep your physical condition a secret." How fortuitous. Having just the two of us here is perfect. The two old men clasped hands. Together, they cast a spell to keep their matters a secret that could never be revealed. Rowan stood there speechless. They were supposed to be testing him. So what on earth were these two doing? Time flew by like a dog sprinting through a field, and another year passed. In the meeting room, a voice rang out, "Thank you all for gathering here despite the short notice. This is a matter within my jurisdiction, but it's not solely my problem, so I felt it should be brought up for discussion. From now on, the Academy will no longer teach Rowan mana techniques, martial arts, or swordsmanship." Saying this naturally prompted immediate questions. "I'm curious as to why you're making such a sudden declaration. Why are you doing this?" The man explained, "Rowan's intention to join the Alliance is very clear. The boy is already a third-year student, so in order for him to acquire practical skills, it would be better for him to relearn the basics from scratch." Arthur asked him, "So you mean to let the boy focus solely on learning magic?" He replied, "More than anything else, that is what Rowan wants." This pleased the old man even more. "This child is a talent worthy of our expectations, but you're more generous than I thought." Diego nodded. "I didn't become a professor for my own ambition. From now on, I will only focus on his physical training." Cinna suddenly raised her hand and asked, "Senior, what level do you think Rowan's current abilities are at?" The bald man was also shocked. Is he that good? Upon hearing his answer, just by drawing his sword, he had already passed the initial phase of the entrance exam. Although he lacks strength, it will gradually improve. Miss Donna also asked with concern, "What about his potential as a mage?" Old man Atho pondered for a moment. "If Rogan becomes a mage, there's nothing left for me to teach him anymore. Right now, Rogan can cast Tier 1 and Tier 2 magic on his own, and is currently decoding the incantation for Tier 3 magic. You could say the boy has already reached Tier 4. Because he's so brilliant, this kid treats complex incantations like toys, even though he just became a third-year student. Our main boy maintained his usual top form. Wherever he went, he attracted everyone's attention. After a class, today's lesson ends here. Don't forget to submit your assignments before the next class. Rogan, I need to see you privately for a moment." All the students had left the classroom, leaving only Professor Atho and our main boy behind. "Professor Atho, you called for me? I don't know if you heard the news, but this time we'll be hosting an academic magic exchange with Sir Chi-In. It looks like you'll have to participate." Such hot news hadn't reached his ears yet. "This is the first time I've heard of this event. It doesn't seem to be held regularly." The old man explained, "In the past, it was held frequently to exchange ideas, but as the era of magic declined, it naturally disappeared." The boy asked curiously, "Then why is it suddenly being held again this time?" Unexpectedly, the old man looked at Rogan seriously. "You are the reason. The reputation of your outstanding magical talent has reached Sir Chi-In. Sir Chi-In is the only autonomous principality among the 7 nations that still maintains a magic tower and focuses primarily on developing magic. Since the tower master is also the head of the principality, this place is highly secretive. It's no exaggeration to say that all information regarding magic passes through Sir Che-In." Hearing this, our main boy easily guessed. "Professor, you're also from Sir Che-In, aren't you?" The old man was stunned. "I completed advanced training up to high-tier level 3 magic before joining the Alliance, so you must know what Sir Che-In wants." Of course, the old man had already guessed it. First of all, it's curiosity. I don't know how much news they've grasped, but assuming they know all the current public information, that means a Tier 4 mage has appeared at the Alliance Academy. But I'm not even close. I haven't reached Tier 4 yet. The old man chuckled and explained, "Magic isn't just about raw power. The main purpose of this academic seminar is to directly verify an unprecedented talent. They also hope to gain something from a purely magical research perspective. In other words, what Sir Che-In wants is for you to represent our academy." But Rogan didn't want to. He scratched his head. "What if I don't go?" The old man hadn't considered this. On one hand, it would be better that way, but when you hear the conditions, you'll find it hard to refuse. The condition is that we will arrange the time and place, and they will offer an elixir. Exactly what our main boy wanted. An elixir. Now that's hard to turn down. Rogan knew about this. A miraculous medicine capable of instantly restoring mana, sometimes even bringing the dead back to life and permanently enhancing physical abilities. Hearing this, he was slightly startled. Could it be that they know about my physique, so they... The old man understood his implication and immediately waved his hand. "Don't worry, that's highly unlikely. Are they just going to give it to us?" The old man nodded. "Because this is an academic seminar to understand and discuss magic, they will compete using magical spells and give it to the worthy one. It will take some effort." The boy understood now. So they brought an elixir just to win a debate. But if you get that elixir... Suddenly, Rogan felt it wasn't a sure deal. Wait, winning doesn't necessarily mean the elixir will be mine. Knowing his concern, old man Atho smiled brightly to reassure him. Of course, if you represent our academy and win, then it's yours. You have to participate. Ah, then I'm in. A few days later, the academic magic exchange took place right at the Alliance. The delegation from Sir Chin had arrived, standing in 2 long rows facing each other, ready to get to work. Old man Atho politely greeted the guests. Welcome, everyone. A man from the other side lowered his hood. Senior Atho, long time no see. He was Bot, a mage from Sir Chin. The old man recognized him too. Bot, is that you? You've had a hard journey. Rogan stood to the side observing the group of opponents. Every single one of them was heavily built, and none seemed to be his age. They all possessed formidable mana. The old man asked the group, "Are those the youths?" The other side nodded. "They are 3 third-year students. We hope to receive guidance from you, senior." The old man immediately thought the Alliance only notified them in advance about Rogan, this youth. The mages of Sir Chien were trying to create the impression that they were still very strong by sending a whole bunch of people, all of them imposing figures. Actually, this is fine too, the old man thought, finding it amusing. What could I possibly teach them? Even though it was a friendly competition, the Alliance Academy only had 1 student capable of participating. So sorry, but our main boy was going to carry this whole thing solo. The other side humbly replied, "Senior, please don't say that. If they can learn from him, he must be very outstanding. We have high expectations for this exchange." Their eyes stared intently at the young boy. Seeing them stare, his face lit up with an incredibly gentle smile. The other guys suddenly felt awkward, even doubting their own sexuality. The representatives of both sides shook hands. Well then, everyone get some rest. We'll meet again at the seminar room this afternoon. A few hours later, it was time to battle. In the classroom, the students had already heard the news and started gossiping. Senior Rogan isn't fighting all 3 of them alone, is he? Probably not. What if he gets hurt? Senior Rogan, take them down with a single strike. The girls in the class went wild, cheering at the top of their lungs. Lucat, sitting nearby, couldn't take it anymore and turned to remind them. Oh dear, girls, this isn't a competition where people get hurt. It's just a magic debate. The participants just use their brains, that kind of thing. Senior Lucat, a debate is also a battle. The girls lost their smiles and immediately argued back. If Senior Rogan hears harsh words and his feelings are hurt, that still counts as getting injured. Lucat pointed at his own face in surprise. You know me? The 2 girls nodded. Of course, you're always hanging out with Senior Rogan. Hearing that made his heart ache a little. Turns out he was just basking in the main character's spotlight. Well, anyway, they won't be able to beat Rogan, so don't worry. Sophia, sitting next to him, sighed upon seeing him talk so patiently. You're suddenly acting so extroverted. He chuckled. My juniors are so worried. Shouldn't I say something to comfort them? One of the girls suddenly looked down at the podium. Looks like they're finally starting. A female teacher walked up to the table in the middle of the room. We will now begin the academic magic exchange. Representatives from both sides, please enter the hall. Those 2 girls were beyond imagination. They even made banners and screamed wildly, Rogan, ah! Like true hardcore fans. The entire hall fell silent. The other side had 3 people, while our boy was carrying the whole team solo. He had nothing to fear, calmly looking back at them. All 3 guys also stared intently at him. Ms. Dane looked at them seriously. Before the debate begins, let me briefly explain the rules. Each representative will take turns presenting a topic, formulating a corresponding magic spell, and then proceed with a Q&A session. The first debater is Julie Mako from Shine. Next is Rogan from the Alliance Academy. Rogan will start his presentation first. The boy placed his hand on his chest and confidently introduced himself. I am Rogan, a 3rd-year student at the Alliance Academy. My topic for today is telekinesis. As soon as he finished speaking, the guys on the other side all flinched. It seemed they were caught totally off guard. The Shine guys watching from the sidelines also panicked. Their leader thought to himself, in the opening round, it's normal to seize the advantage by showing off our faction's achievements, but intentionally choosing a Tier 1 spell and telekinesis at that. The 2 stood facing each other. The other side was still discussing. Aren't the rumors too exaggerated? How weird. I didn't expect to come all the way here just to see this level of skill. The Alliance teachers showed no expression, simply observing in silence. Rogan's opponent immediately started acting arrogant. I'm sorry, but a topic about telekinesis seems a bit too basic for today's forum. Rogan, are you mocking us? Poor main boy getting complained about just for bringing up a topic. How would I dare to mock you, senior? It might just be a basic spell, but telekinesis holds profound complexity, so I want to discuss it. They were still acting haughty. No matter how deep it goes, it's still just telekinesis. Isn't it a waste of time? But dedicating time and effort to uncover the principles and truths of the world is only natural, isn't it? Seeing they couldn't out-argue Rogan, they frustratingly accepted it. Then tell me exactly what part of telekinesis we will be exploring. The more our boy listened, the more confused he felt. He tilted his head, acting puzzled. I don't quite get what you mean, senior. But may I ask what topic you prepared? He spoke with an attitude. Well, for the current debate, choosing Fireball is probably appropriate. Rogan asked them back, what you think. He dared to judge by appearances. Of course, at your age, it's still a bit difficult, Rogan. But for the sake of today's competition, why don't you try a little harder and show off your intellect? He was purposely provoking him to reveal his abilities. Old man Arthur immediately became wary. He didn't know how much info had been leaked, but it seemed they even knew about the fireball Rogan had cast before. The boy took the initiative and suggested to the group, then why don't we combine both telekinesis and fireball? The guy had never done that before and asked in surprise, combine them? He nodded. Yes, I think it would be very meaningful if we discuss the combination of both spells. The other guy let out a sigh. Combine them? What do you mean by that? Since words weren't getting through to them, Rogan took action himself to show off and leave them wide-eyed. The light of mana flew from his hand. Those guys finally had their brains cleared and started to get scared. No incantation, he gritted his teeth. I know telekinesis too. But the difference was that he had to chant the spell. He wasn't as awesome as our boy. The two of them controlled the chalk to write a bunch of words on the board. The Shine guys couldn't understand the sentence Rogan wrote at all. What the heck is that spell? I thought it was impossible, but you didn't really combine both spells on the spot, did you? Now that it's written, let each side explain their spell, then we'll move to the Q&A. We'll start with Sor Chein. A very firm and clear statement. Now let's hear Rogan's explanation. He steps up to the podium. Starting his demonstration, telekinesis is a basic spell anyone can cast, as long as they have mana. What I want to discuss with you, Senior, is that this spell is too dependent on magic power. But today, thanks to Senior Ola's suggestion, I came up with the idea of combining telekinesis with fireball and rewrote the magic formulas for both. First is controlling the fireball of telekinesis, and second is, his piece of chalk spins in the air and starts shooting flames, looking exactly like chalk inside a fireball. Turning an object controlled by telekinesis into a fireball, like this. That guy Oli looks like he's seen a ghost, his jaw dropping, eyes wide, his heart basically stopping. The others are also terrified, some even jumping up to get a better look, completely clueless. Only the two old men, Atho and La Gia Root, understand. Anyone unaware of Rogan's abilities would definitely be shocked by the magic the boy just cast. Not only his talent, but this child's vast knowledge is also astonishing. The core of telekinesis lies in object manipulation. I guess everyone is trying hard to understand Rogan's explanation. The main boy continues. So I broke down that process and replaced it with a specific spell, into which I added the fireball formula. Oli stands there listening, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He's definitely lost this time. He couldn't even understand it after such an explanation. What is this? After speaking, he even looks over at him. Please, those are my thoughts on both topics. But perhaps you have a different perspective, Senior. If I misunderstood anything, I really hope you can enlighten me. Even if he stood there all day, he couldn't pull that off. His mind goes blank. Even if I can't copy it, I should at least understand what's happening. I can't let a brat humiliate me like this. There's no way I, a representative of Sir Chi-In, will fail here. No matter what, he has to say something. But the moment he opens his mouth, he's so stressed that his nose literally starts bleeding on the spot. He straight up faints. Rogan didn't expect this guy's mental fortitude to be so weak. Red. He faints dead away on the spot, unable to utter even half a sentence, directly losing the match. In the end, the elixir belongs to the worthy. Congratulations. Having such a debate with the mages of Sor Chi-In was quite refreshing. He takes it from his opponent's hand. Thank you, sir. He immediately warns him, if you plan to use it, I advise you to wait a while. At such a young age, there might be side effects. He understands, so I can use it when I graduate, right? The man nods. It should be fine by then. Rogan's eyes show clear disappointment as he stares at the elixir. 2 more years until graduation. The competition ends. Outside the schoolyard, an orange-haired girl appears. Hello. I am Rita, a third-year student at the Alliance Academy, and the girl walks up to the main boy holding a pink love letter. I've had a crush on Rogan for 3 years. I can confidently say that there isn't a single student here who doesn't like Rogan. He's received countless confessions, and more than half the students enrolled in the alliance just to pursue him. Honestly, I know I'm not the right type for Rogan. Until now, I was quite happy just watching him from afar, but I decided to be brave for once today. On the last day of my 3rd year, I will confess to Rogan. Of course, as usual, the main boy doesn't even need to think and just says, "I'm sorry." To me, love is simply cherishing those who have left. Nothing more. Rita freezes, her voice trembling. "Rogan, how can you be so cold? I really like you." Being told that leaves her helpless. Rogan questions her directly. Can you really call that feeling true love? She freezes up completely, unable to argue. Most people with real feelings will experience symptoms akin to a mental illness. Excitement, anticipation, fear, doubt, jealousy, shame, even anger. But Rita, you don't feel anything that intense, do you? Of course, I don't deny your feelings. You probably do feel something. Maybe your heart fluttered because you were attracted by my appearance, or you felt anxious or excited. But can we really call that love? I think it's more akin to admiration. After listening for a while, she practically gets brainwashed, suddenly doubting her own feelings out of nowhere. With sparkling eyes, Rogan sincerely advises her, listen to your heart carefully. If you still think it's love, we can talk more later. I'm always open to good faith conversations. That girl was completely dazed now, her brain short-circuiting as she stood rooted to the spot. It felt like she had just taken a blow to the head and came to a weirdly clear realization. Her crush was totally dead. Her internal monologue probably went something like, "Hello, Rita here. Today I was rejected by the boy I've secretly loved for 3 years. But I don't regret a thing. Confessing to someone like him was a brave and meaningful thing to do, right? Along with the spring breeze, my first love and my 3rd year of school have come to an end." In the classroom, Ms. Dan Ni looked down at her students and announced with a bright smile, Executive Director La Jia Root has taken time out of his busy schedule to attend today's career orientation. You will be sharing some highly valuable top-tier information for those of you about to graduate, so please listen closely. Rogan, Lu Cat, and Sophie A were seated among the crowd. The ball director stepped up to the podium. He began his speech. That concludes the prepared portion of my presentation. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I'll do my best to answer within my capabilities. A student raised his hand. Yes, go ahead. The boy asked, there are so many applicants every year, so why is the Alliance always short on manpower? This was an easy one. The bald man answered immediately. If someone has the talent to join the Alliance, they possess enough power to establish their own noble house and amass great wealth and fame. Giving all of that up to walk a civilian path dedicated to peace is no easy feat. Another student raised their hand. Then, what are the benefits like in the Alliance? I'm curious about the salary, perks, and external prestige. He wisely crossed his arms and gave a measured response. The salary is enough for you to focus entirely on your duties, and you will never lack support. You've all likely heard the saying, the Alliance is the sword and shield of the kingdom. This means they receive their authority directly from His Majesty. Alliance members, regardless of rank, can exercise appropriate authority over local officials within the kingdom and over any organization or noble family across the 6 great duchies. It is all in accordance with His Majesty's will. Realizing how significant that was, the girl gasped. That sounds even more impressive than I thought. Rogan also raised his hand to ask a question. I understand that they recruit talented individuals, but if I manage to join the Alliance, can I become even stronger? He was constantly weighing things in his mind. Graduation was fast approaching. I've studied magic exactly as my instructors taught me, but I still don't feel satisfied. He knew he wasn't strong enough. Unable to accept his current limits, he clenched his fists in deep frustration. The ball director looked at him seriously. So, Rogan is already thinking about what comes after joining. He confidently affirmed the young prodigy's question. That will undeniably happen. Rogan was slightly taken aback, but the underlying truth of those words resonated deeply within him. With that answer from the executive director, I have firmly decided that joining the Alliance is my ultimate goal, and I will continue to pour my heart into studying magic without a single shred of doubt. Sister Sinna once told me that my abilities closely resemble those of the ancient elves. When I researched the old archives, I discovered that their powers lean heavily toward commanding spirits rather than manipulating mana. They didn't just summon the wind, they commanded the wind spirits. They called upon fire spirits to conjure flames and directed water spirits to bring rain or freeze lakes. So why did the elves lose that innate ability overnight? Suddenly, it clicked. The answer lies right here. His fingers gently traced the circular emblem on the book's cover. During the age of the World Tree and the Great Monsters, the elven race was split into 2 factions, elves and dark elves, alternating periods of absolute rule and deep seclusion. After the world tree perished, they lost their ability to wield spiritual power. From then on, the world plunged into a long era of division, always yearning to be unified once again. And in the end, humanity claimed the center stage of the world, while the elves faded into myth, becoming one of the rarest races. It's a fascinating piece of history, but it still doesn't explain what my own power truly is. The only thing I know for absolute certain is that the radiant light I see isn't spiritual energy. It's pure mana. As he read intently, the boy suddenly froze in place. Something hidden within the pages had violently seized his attention. Professor Atho was taken aback by his sudden inquiry. "So, you want to know what dark magic actually is?" Rogan explained. "I tried looking it up, but I could only find basic surface-level info." The old man nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. It is only recently that factions wielding dark magic have emerged as the Alliance's true enemies." The young mage recounted, "I once witnessed a dark ritual performed by the Ret-Teo cult. They use ancient runes, but I couldn't fathom how they produce such a twisted effect. If there was a core difference, it was." Before he could even finish his thought, the old professor realized the horrifying truth. It was their mana, wasn't it? Rogan hadn't expected the professor to figure it out so quickly. His eyes widened in sheer shock as he uttered, "Yes." "But this is useless to the old man. I don't see mana the way everyone else does, so I can't pinpoint the exact difference. But groups like Ret-Teo and the Dark Alliance use something called dark mana. Now that I think about it, that murky mana I saw back then was dark mana. What exactly is dark mana anyway? If everything in this world is made of mana, then the evil world is made of dark mana." The two of them continued discussing. "The evil world, huh? Do you know about the demon realm, Professor?" "I do. The demon realm is made of dark mana, and even the power demons use is dark mana. In other words, the Ret-Teo cult uses demonic power." Rogan knew that sometimes even an ordinary person's mana could become murky and tainted black. The old man knew it too. Negative emotions often made people more susceptible to the influence of dark mana. Rogan wondered, then what do those dark magic groups plan to do with it? The old man looked a bit hesitant, scratching his head. I think you can probably guess by now. They want to overthrow the entire world." A few months later, Rogan was in his room when he heard loud shouting from outside the door. "Rogan, are you really not going to the salon?" He poked his head out the window. It was Sophie A and Lou Cat inviting him. "I'm fine here," the girl replied. "Of course. Still much better than someone else." She said this while glancing at the other guy. The two of them were still bickering as usual. Lou Cat indignantly put his hands on his hips. "Why are you looking at me?" She immediately argued back. "I just turned my head, and you happened to be right there. Don't mess with me. You were clearly staring right at my face." Rogan stood upstairs, speechless at the sight. It was so familiar, yet still amusing. "If you're not going, then forget it." The two of them started to leave. Rogan, well, head out first. Take it easy. Even though it was graduation day, he smiled brightly and waved goodbye to them. All right, he thought to himself, those two are really close. If I went, I'd just be a third wheel. Returning to his room, his eyes fell upon the red box that once held the elixir. Time really flies. The elixir. I said I'd drink it on graduation day. Graduation day, huh? He recalled Lucat telling him, "Actually, I heard my dad is coming. If he sees me, he's definitely going to tease me." And Sophia had said, "I'm not sure if the clan leader will come, but the main branch members will definitely be there. Since I lost first place, I at least need to look presentable." He was the only one who didn't have anyone coming. Letting out a long sigh, he thought, I don't have a family, so I guess I can just take it easy. I have to protect my family. Those two were already his closest family, but what I gain here isn't just magic. He always kept those words engraved in his heart. Rogan, if you ever feel truly lonely when this place becomes empty, just remember that as long as you keep those who have left in your heart, you are never truly alone. That's what Bao Lin taught me before she left. I am never truly alone. The bottle of elixir had been completely emptied. Its power was definitely much stronger than that tiny pill old man Atha gave me before. He could clearly feel it. His physical body hadn't changed, but after drinking it, the flow of mana became so much clearer. Suddenly, his attention turned to the egg he had bought a long time ago. Years had passed, but the stone hadn't changed at all. He picked it up and wondered, is it because of the elixir? The mana is showing up in so much more detail now. I think I can break this magic spell now. He immediately set to work. He had waited far too long. All right, he channeled his mana into the egg and it actually began to crack. Rogan waited nervously. Something inside it was trying to break out. This is. The egg kept shaking violently. The light of mana radiating from it was incredibly intense. This is. A bird's foot appeared. Its feathers were golden too, and its wings were black. The egg hatched into an owl. Its round eyes stared at him intently as it hooted continuously. Hoot, hoot. He was completely dumbfounded. An owl? For some reason, it got angry and flapped its wings wildly. He made another guess. Are you a horned owl? That seemed to be the right answer as the owl's attitude immediately softened. Not only that, but it actively nuzzled into his chest. You're quite clingy, aren't you? Rogan delightfully stroked its feathers and praised, good boy, good boy. Clearly, the dark mana seemed to have just disappeared. Keeping it shouldn't be a problem. You even named it. Then from now on, your name is Owl. At the gates of the Alliance Academy, Old Man Oka has arrived. It's been 5 years since I last came to the Alliance Academy. He looked at the paper bag in his hand. A graduation gift. I wonder if that little devil of a son of mine even managed to graduate. His eyes lit up. There were 2 gifts inside. He recalled Rogan as a child. Back then they had said, see you again at the Alliance, Rogan. Oh, go on ahead, Uncle Oka. Since I personally entrusted the boy to the Alliance and he has no guardian, I should at least come to congratulate him. But which way do I go? Suddenly, he saw some teachers talking. He recognized Old Man Utho, a familiar face. But why was Sin Na with them? Miss Donna placed a hand on her chest and declared, I am also Rogan's mentor, and very close to the boy, and he can open up to me like family. So I think it's only right that I become his guardian. Old Man Utho was also annoyed and argued, this child will open up a new future for magic. Even after graduation, we will still conduct research together. You're all arguing so loudly, but that just sounds like your own selfish desire as the head of the magic department. That's no reason to claim guardianship. Rogan already agreed to call me Grandpa Sam after graduation. Sorry to interrupt, but Rogan calls me sister. So if we're talking about family, I am the most suitable. Hearing this, Oka immediately understood. Were they arguing over who would be the kid's guardian? To think the boy would grow up to have such an influence. He looked at the gift bag in his hand and sighed in relief. I was worrying for nothing. The scene shifted to the Alliance Academy's auditorium. A voice echoed. Representing the 266 graduating class, our valedictorian, Rogan. Please step up to the podium. Our main guy immediately walked up. Headmaster Rigo handed him his gift. Congratulations. Unexpectedly, even at this moment, some guys were standing in the back gossiping. Maybe he only got the valedictorian title because of his looks. I wonder where he's from. Which noble family is it? I heard the illegitimate child of the Bo-Bio family is also graduating this time. Could it be him? They never expected that in response to these murmurs, he would speak up right now. Ever since I was 3, I grew up in the Dong Un shelter. I was almost sacrificed to the Ret Tio dark cult, but the Alliance saved me. After that, I came to this academy. Because of everything I learned here, I am now able to protect people's lives from death and the forces of Ret Tio. Therefore, my abilities will solely serve humanity and peace. The ones who helped me grow into a good person, who became my guardians. The ones who helped me achieve what I have today. Our headmaster, Rigo, all the teachers, the staff, and the seniors and juniors who have always supported and guided me. And also my classmates who have walked this journey with me. I dedicate this honorable moment to the Alliance and this academy that has sheltered us all. Hearing these words, the bald old man breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps the boy never needed a guardian to begin with. From childhood to adulthood, Rogan has been through so much and always handled everything on his own. Now that he's grown, he needs a guardian even less. After the graduation ceremony, he strolled down the street chatting with his friends. Rogan, your graduation speech was amazing. You're quite something. Lou Cat looked at him in confusion. You're already thinking about the Alliance entrance exam right after graduation. What's so strange about that? I've never hidden it. That was my plan from the very beginning, and it's the same for you guys. Lou Cat froze. Me? I just want to run away so my dad won't scold me. Suddenly, he remembered and turned to Rogan. Oh right, my dad came looking for you. Rogan nodded. I'll go greet him after the exam. Up until now, only Sophie A had remained silent. Her sadness was clearly visible. Rogan immediately asked his friend, what's wrong? Unexpectedly, the girl who usually looks so strong replied, I'm fine. It's just, standing in front of a crowd makes me embarrassed. I completely lost all my confidence. Lou Cat sighed in frustration, shoving both hands into his pockets. Oh man, I don't even know if I'll do well on my own exam. Rogan understood the girl's inner struggles. He patted her shoulder encouragingly. It's okay, Sophie A. Let's take the Alliance exam together and aim even higher. They will definitely acknowledge you. I know your skills better than anyone. Just trust me. She nodded slightly. Yeah, it's about time. Let's go register first. Over there. He handed over his documents. Imro Gan, a graduate of the Alliance Academy. A few others standing behind him stared judgmentally. They were also graduates of the Alliance Academy. I heard there are over 100 people taking the exam this time. Are those tiny little brats taking it too? Well, if they're 15, they meet the minimum requirement, but they still just look like kids to me. The receptionist pushed the documents back to him. Rogan, valedictorian of the Alliance Academy, your registration is confirmed. Please take this slip to testing area 1. The group gossiping behind him was startled. Valedictorian? Wow, that's a different story. I heard this kid uses magic. They said he's really handsome. I guess the rumors are true. Turning his head, he looked at his two friends. Lucat, Sophie A, have you guys registered? Lucat nodded, pointing behind him. Yeah, let's go. The scene shifted to the waiting room of testing area 1. The three stood talking. Lucat rested his hands on his hips and asked, the first round is a free demonstration, right? Sophie A reminded them. Yeah, just show your best skills in front of the judges. Our main guy was absolutely confident. Let's just do what we always do. After we pass this round, we'll regroup. Both of them agreed, although they looked a bit tense. Someone walked out and called, next candidate, top graduate of the Alliance Academy, Rogan. If you're ready, please step up. In test area 1, the arena, the judges were already seated inside. The first thing you have to fight is that fat, ugly rock monster. It has a sparkling red stone embedded in its body. Begin. Rogan recited a long incantation. The light of mana radiated outward. Everyone present was terrified. With just the first strike, the monster was shattered into pieces. Chunks of rock fell from its body, clattering to the ground. He clenched his fist tightly. The final blow. The red stone on the monster cracked as well. The monster was completely annihilated, leaving only a red stone floating in mid-air. A thick cloud of dust obscured everything. The smoke and dust gradually cleared. Just like that, Rogan flawlessly finished it off in a flash. The examiners were completely shocked, furrowing their brows in bewilderment. How? I thought this kid would only use ice arrows or fireballs. They whispered among themselves, I've never seen magic like that. Have you? It's my first time seeing it too. So the kid really is a top student. Those compliments weren't exaggerations at all. Rogan finished the test. As soon as he walked out, he saw Lucat smiling with excitement, throwing an arm around his shoulder and cheering. Congratulations on passing. You were absolutely amazing. Finally, Sophie A also praised him. Super incredible. Rogan just humbly smiled with his eyes crinkling. Thanks, but it's a bit early for congratulations. It's only the first round. Lucat pointed in another direction. The important thing is, did you see that? Over there. Those guys who were whispering about us at the registration desk? Every single one of them failed miserably. They're still terrified, helping each other out. After seeing your magic, their faces turned completely pale. Even teased, showing all your cards right at the start like that. What are the rest of us supposed to do? The ones testing after you have terrible luck. The great master Lucat hasn't even taken the stage yet. The things he said gave Rogan second-hand embarrassment. While joking around, he suddenly froze. Looking over, he saw that Sophie A was still absent-minded, clearly displaying a look of anxious despair. She had been like this all day. Rogan called out softly, Sophie A, I'm really looking forward to your performance. Let's join the alliance together. Having two great friends like this, what more could she ask for? Her eyes sparkled with emotion. Yeah, thank you. Right at that moment, a voice called out, next candidate, Sophie A. Bio. When you're ready, please step up. She immediately grabbed her sword. She walked straight ahead, but she was still incredibly nervous. Lucat suddenly called out, Hey, Sophie A. Don't be scared, just do what you always do. She turned back to look at the two of them, smiled, and nodded. She stepped into the arena, facing the exact same monster Rogan had just fought. Her greatest strength was the sword. The others watched from above. Looks like that girl plans to use the Bio sword technique, but her stance is so weird. Is that right? I've sparred with the Bio family a few times, so I know that technique very well. Their continuous attacks are on par with phantom swords, making them extremely hard to defend against. But do you know why they say the Bio sword is so heavy? Why is that? Because of its depth. The sword must merge as one with the body, and that is the most crucial point of the Bio technique. But drawing a sword like that has absolutely no depth. Then what should that girl do? Everyone was gossiping about Sophie A. She must always become one with the sword. That illegitimate child should relearn how to hold a sword first. Those words were clearly incredibly condescending. Rogan stood there and heard everything. They talked big, but she didn't deserve to receive such harsh words. Prove it to them, Sophia. Show them your true worth. She finally launched her attack, charging straight at the colossal monster. Focusing all her strength, she unleashes an uncountable flurry of slashes upon the monster. It instantly shatters into pieces, leaving the very people who were just bad-mouthing her standing there with their jaws completely dropped. Rogan breathes a sigh of relief. He's just glad she succeeded. The earth monster is utterly obliterated. Sophia succeeded with just a single swing of her sword. She did so phenomenally well that the onlookers couldn't even follow her movements. I couldn't even see how those follow-up strikes were so fast. I had no idea a mud golem could be cut down so effortlessly. Unbelievable. Just look at the other examinees, merely chipping it is impressive enough. Flawless combo strikes. And she supposedly only ranks second with that skill. As expected of the Bo-Bio family, her talent is truly formidable. Rogan and Lucat stand there listening to the chatter without a word, both smiling as they wait for Sophia to run over to them. Rogan and Lucat both praise her warmly. You did a great job, Sophia. Lucat even turns to tease her. Your sword was a bit slower than usual. I guess you were still feeling a bit nervous, huh? Lucat draws his blade. Now it's my turn. Watch and learn, everyone. Let's see here. Next up is... Lucat, please step forward. It's finally time for him to show off after all that big talk from the sidelines. Holding his longsword behind his back, he grins at his friends. Time to warm up a little. Whenever you're ready, please begin. Before the proctor can even finish speaking, he leaps right into action, attacking before the monster is even fully prepped. With a single strike, his blade completely cleaves the red core stone on its chest in half. Done. So incredibly fast and clean that no one could even catch it. He stands there, actually looking a bit disappointed. Seriously, I got way too excited just now. The onlookers stand there in sheer panic. That's the third person. You can stop breaking the equipment now. The proctor stammers before finally managing to speak. Lucat, pass. With everything wrapped up, Lucat takes Rogan back to his home. All right, make yourself at home. Just let me know if you need anything. So this is where Hell be living from now on. I really didn't know where I'd stay after graduation. Thanks, Lucat. He casually replies, don't mention it. Of course you come stay with me. My dad says dinner is ready, so unpack your stuff and come down to eat. He immediately nods. Okay, I'll be right down. The main dish is a bowl of soup that doesn't look particularly appetizing. Carrots, huh? Mr. Oka enthusiastically offers. If it's not enough, I'll get you some more. Eat up. How could he dare complain? He can only reply, yes, sir. Thank you. Lucat grumbles, I'm not eating this if there's no meat. Before he can even finish, he gets a swift smack on the head. You little brat. How old are you to still be a picky eater? Rogan sits there happily eating, completely ignoring the two of them bickering. Why did you hit me? Stop complaining and eat. Just try it. It's actually good. Though the moment he takes a sip, he instantly gets goosebumps. It's terrible. Oka suddenly asks him, do you like the gift? Rogan nods right away. It's exactly what I needed. Thank you, sir. Only he knows the truth, though. He receives 6 identical wallets. Hearing that, it's pretty obvious who gave him the rest. After dinner, the three of them sit around drinking tea and chatting happily. When we first met, I knew you were special, but I never expected to witness magic of that caliber right in the very first test. Rogan nods and explains, well, they did tell us to do our absolute best. The older man looks at him. I'm really looking forward to the second round. He isn't afraid in the slightest, smiling cheerfully as he replies, yes, sir. Please come watch me, sir. 1 week later. The day of the second exam has arrived. 2 people stand on the balcony, looking down and talking. More people passed the second exam than anticipated. No wonder the testing period was extended. Either way, it's been a very long time since we've seen this many successful candidates. They're being called a brilliant generation. And that boy is the most radiant of them all. Rogan, right? Rogan stands in the middle of the arena, waiting for the second round to begin. He wonders to himself, the second exam consists of 3 matches, right? 3 matches in a row. It's a good thing I'm not facing Sophia or Lucat. I wonder who we'll be up against. It's you? The guy standing in front of him right now looks incredibly familiar. But he seemingly doesn't recognize Rogan, narrowing his eyes and staring at him intently. Do you know me? Actually, they were just 2 strangers standing next to each other back then. I heard him commenting on Sophia's sword technique during the first exam. Of course, his critique was quite harsh at the time, but she still passed that test. Rogan chuckled and said right to his face, "Your perspective on combining swordsmanship with your grip is truly impressive. I was hoping to learn something from you." The guy was a bit startled, not expecting to be overheard bad-mouthing someone behind their back, but his arrogance remained the same. "Fine. You look fresh out of the academy. It'll teach you a lesson. You should be grateful you get to fight me. Let's begin." He drew his sword to fight. Rogan's eyes gleamed brightly. With just a single glance, he sent the guy's sword flying into the air. That's what he gets for talking big so early. He's definitely losing this one. Just realizing his sword was knocked away by our hero, he pointed and screamed, "What the hell was that?" Losing your weapon basically means defeat. The referee even asked him, "Do you still wish to continue?" He was embarrassed beyond belief, grinding his teeth in anger. "I can't believe him being mocked by this brat." Yet he stubbornly replied, "Of course I do." He stomped heavily on the ground. "You cocky little brat." This guy was as stupid as he was stubborn, recklessly charging forward. "Even without a weapon, I can still handle the likes of you. So much for that." He took just a few steps before freezing in his track. His eyes widened in sheer panic. Rogan was using telekinesis to drop the guy's own sword straight down to attack him. A direct hit right to the head. Just looking at it hurts. The sword clattered onto the ground. As for him, he passed out cold with a massive bump on his forehead. The referee was left utterly speechless. Rogan emerged victorious. He stepped out of the arena, ready for the next match. He smiled brightly. That was an intriguing match, considering he didn't even have to move or lift a finger. A few days later, the evaluation reports were returned. Finally, the day of the decisive interview had arrived. He was about to join the alliance, but his face showed no signs of joy. If I learned anything from that second match the other day, it's that my attacks always follow a repetitive pattern. I tend to counterattack rather than strike first, and I always rely on the situation to turn the tide. Pacing back and forth, he realized it. I need to be more proactive in my attacks or react more flexibly. Once I join the alliance, I must learn many new skills. For now, I should just be happy I passed the exam. Only the final interview left. Lost in thought, he suddenly remembered his beloved pet, the owl. It flew straight toward him out of nowhere. The two of them seemed deeply affectionate. "Did you come to congratulate me?" Ever since it awakened from the stone, the owl would often vanish, leaving only a trace and then suddenly reappear whenever I was alone like this. It seemed very attached to him, nuzzling its head against Rogan's fingers. It's so strange. Whenever it disappears, I can't sense its mana anywhere, as if it slips into another dimension. He looked at it and asked, "Where did you come from? Or have you always been near me?" I still don't fully understand this owl's traits. What exactly is it? Just wait a little longer. When I join the alliance, it'll find a way to communicate with you. There must be some language book out there that can decipher what you're saying. Suddenly, its demeanor changed, prompting him to ask right away, "What's wrong, owl?" Just then, a voice called out, "Ah, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you." He looked back, but it was nowhere to be seen, and it vanished once again. It turned out the owl had sensed someone approaching. Sophia waved at him. "It's our turn. Let's go to the interview." At the alliance headquarters, the others had all arrived. Rogan's group chatted among themselves. "There are far fewer people here compared to the preliminary test. I heard only about 50 made it to the final interview round." Lucat couldn't keep his tough act up today. His whole body was trembling, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Why are you getting anxious again?" Still, he tried to deny it. "What? I feel perfectly fine." Sophia wasn't buying it. "Fine? You're sweating like a pig. You're never like this unless you're in front of elders." Rogan was also curious. Is it because of Vice Captain Oka? Right then, someone walked out from inside, looking utterly miserable and depressed. Seeing this, Lucat grew even more anxious. Some people go in and never seem to come out, while others leave so quickly it looks like they gave up halfway. What the hell is going on in there? Our hero couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so antsy? You're 2 years older than us, after all." Age doesn't mean jack right now. He was speechless. "That's super helpful, Rogan. Thanks. Friends are supposed to help each other out. This interview is to evaluate our character, right?" Right now, he was entirely on edge, sensitive to the slightest touch. He grabbed his friend tightly. "Are you saying my character is bad?" Just then, a voice called out from within. "Next, Rogan. Enter. It's your turn now." Before the closed door, there was even a magic circle imprinted on it. It slowly opened. A magic circle that resonates with the mana of the one approaching. That's quite a complex spell. I would love to study this magic in depth, but not right now. This must be the way. There was no one inside the room. Rogan wondered in confusion. Wasn't the person in charge supposed to interview me directly? Or have they not arrived yet? Suddenly, Rogan sensed something. A stream of golden mana drifted through the air, acting as a guide. He immediately followed it. It led to a closed wooden door. As soon as he approached, it opened automatically. The surrounding scene was absolutely shocking, leaving him frozen in place, an unimaginably massive source of mana. A voice echoed out, "Come in." A beautiful woman, blindfolded with a black cloth, stood there waiting. "Welcome, Rogan." Only now did he realize that the warm voice belonged to her. For some unknown reason, it left a profound impression on him. The mana he sensed from her was overwhelmingly powerful and deeply experienced, unparalleled by anything he had felt before. Perhaps this is the pinnacle I must strive to reach one day. She gestured toward the table and chairs. "Please, have a seat." Jolted back to reality, he replied, "Ah, yes, thank you, my lady." She proactively poured him a cup of tea. This is the overseer of the Alliance. He felt a bit nervous. Could I ever reach a position like hers? Just one sip of the tea made his eyes widen in sheer astonishment. She didn't miss a single expression on his face and smiled faintly. "This tea seems to suit you well." Rogan admitted, "Yes, it's burning hot. Yet strangely, it makes me feel incredibly refreshed." She explained, "That is because there is something rather special about your body." He hadn't expected this at all. Upon their very first meeting, this person had completely seen through the fact that his body couldn't retain mana. Like a seer, she laid everything bare. "Your journey here must have been incredibly arduous. You must have felt so lonely." Since her words struck right at the truth, he sat there dumbfounded, unsure of what to say. Lonely? I had never really thought about that. Before meeting everyone at the Alliance Academy, I always believed my heart was full of the people I cherished. Her voice continued with a soothing rhythm. "And yet you have grown up so brilliantly." It was the first time he had ever heard such words. Everyone had always praised his hard work and talent, but this was the first time someone truly understood his past. Throughout all his relentless running and struggling, it was the first time he felt so comforted by someone. Tears subconsciously fell from his eyes. Startled, Rogan hurriedly wiped them away. "Why do I suddenly want to cry? Is it because of this mana?" She spoke again. "Although your body has its flaws, your heart remains pure and sincere. It is strong, yet built upon a foundation of unyielding stability and peace. And you are also accompanied by a wondrous little creature." As she spoke, she pointed right at his shoulder. A radiant golden light flooded the room. The owl appeared, looking remarkably respectful toward her. Even Rogan was surprised. "I've never seen Owl this quiet before." He introduces familiar to her. "Its name is Owl." She nodded. "A wonderful child. I will keep an eye on it." "All right, you may go now." That was all, yet he knew, this person. Not only knew about his past, but also about Owl's existence, as if she understood everything. If I ask her about the vision I saw, would she give me an answer? Taking the initiative, he asked, "I have a question." She agreed immediately. "Ask away." Knowing she grasped everything, Rogan kept it brief. "The vision I saw back then, is it the true future?" She did not confirm it. There is no such thing as a certain future. The moment you see the future, it ceases to be the future. Everything changes depending on your will. So believe in the future that you desire. It suddenly made sense to him. That's right, the vision I saw wasn't the inevitable future, but merely a possibility. I just need to keep striving to prevent that possibility from becoming reality. People always live with such faith. Until now, I have always been shrouded in doubt, as if clouded by a dense fog. But now I can clearly feel the path I must walk. This is a guiding milestone bestowed upon me by a true master. I will forever engrave this in my heart. The next day, at Oka's house, boisterous voices echoed out, "Come now, and prepared all your favorites. Eat up and enjoy. I poured my heart into this feast to celebrate your enlistment into the Alliance." I thought it would be something else, but he just cooked carrots with some meat and called it a special dish. Lucat was speechless. He called it a special meal just because it had meat. Rogan and Sophie A, however, remained polite. "Thank you, sir. We will enjoy the meal. By the way, sir, where will we be assigned?" Even he didn't know. It's hard to say. Perhaps the executive director already arranged it during the interview. There's no way all three of us will be assigned to the same place, right? Oka stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Only 10 people were chosen, and you 3 are among them. Moreover, you are the only ones to graduate from the Alliance Academy. It's hard to imagine putting all 3 of you in the same place, but, to be honest, I don't know what he's thinking either. And even though I am Liu Cat's father and an uncle to you in this house, once we step outside, I am your commander, and you are members of Seeker and Oz. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." "Then I'll head out first. See you at the Alliance." Left alone, Liu Cat rested his chin on his hand, acting philosophical. "As long as you hold on to your convictions, I don't care where I end up." Sophia asked, "Do you really hate working under your father that much?" He shrugged and replied, "That doesn't matter. There's always been a distance between us, even as father and son." The two continued talking. "Then why? Are you scared of him?" "I mean, it's best to keep work and private life separate." Hearing this, Rogan smiled softly to himself. Lucat had matured so much. He spoke up, "Even if we work in the same place, we're not close enough to worry about mixing business with pleasure." "Is that so, brother? Then why not establish a proper order to balance work and life?" There they went again. The three of them just continued joking around carefree like that. The day had finally come. The trio stood outside the entrance to the Alliance headquarters. The gatekeeper read their names. Rogan, Lucat, Sophie, confirmed. "Once you are properly equipped for your roles, we will begin basic training." Rogan realized something. "I've walked this path before to the administration building to meet Lord Lagia Rut, but I've never received such a grand reception. Being here truly makes me feel the weight of my new position." The three followed the soldier inside. "The things I need." As soon as the door opened, they sensed something was off. Inside was a blazing hot forge. "Where do we start?" "To be considered the new swords and books of the Alliance, what new weapons do you need?" A dwarf blacksmith named Eric approached, crossing his arms and looking them over. "It's time to forge suitable weapons for the three of you. Pick a weapon that suits you from that rack." Lucat immediately grabbed a spear. "Oh, this is nice." Rogan walked around, carefully selecting. "You chose the great sword." He stepped forward and swung it with confidence. Confidence? Lucat tested it out right away. The old dwarf watched him intently. "If we increase the weight and sharpen the tip, it'll have more destructive power. We will adjust the length to fit you, so you must train relentlessly." As for Sophie, it was a sword, of course. She grabbed one immediately. "Oh, I still want a sword like this." The old man looked over at her. Next, the one holding the long sword. She swung the sword right away. "With the Bo-Bio family sword style, you might lack raw power, but your balance and stability are exceptional. You forged an incredibly solid footwork foundation. Why not use a shield combined with a sword? Now that you're in the Alliance, you don't need to cling forever to your family's sword arts." The old man's advice made sense. She nodded, "I'll consider it." Unexpectedly, he immediately declared, "All right, well, try it." She was utterly shocked. "Huh, both a sword and a shield at the same time." The old man nodded right away. "What's there to be afraid of? Give it a try." "Exactly. Next, you standing over there. It's your turn." Only Rogan was left to choose his gear. He stepped up. The old man crossed his arms and stared intently. "You're a mage, aren't you?" He could tell just by looking. Rogan didn't even need to say it. Arik asked directly, "Wait, are you a mage?" Rogan nodded. "That's right." The old man pondered. Then I should craft an item suitable for your class." But Rogan didn't need one, proactively asking. Instead, "Could I ask you for another favor?" The old man was surprised. "A request?" Rogan took out his small broken sword fragment. "All this time, I've never been careless. I've never held a sword in my hands during combat. So I used telekinesis to control these broken blade fragments. Do you have any way to fix them?" The old man simply replied, "Hand them over. Let me take a look." The old man knew immediately upon seeing it. A magic sword controlled by dark mana. "You are quite an interesting one." The old man knew how to repair it. "It no longer functions as a normal sword, but if reforged according to my vision, it can be transformed into a maximum of 12 thinner blades." Hearing this, his face immediately lit up. However, before he could even celebrate, the old man quickly waved his hand. "Don't get too excited just yet. It sounds easy, but this reforging process is highly complex. When shattering this broken sword and reforging it, each piece must contain a perfectly equal amount of mana. If done carelessly, this specimen will be destroyed. I would need the help of a tier 4 mage or higher to reforge it, and it will take quite a lot of time." He thought it would be something difficult, but he was right there. "So as long as a tier 4 mage helps you, it's fine, right?" The old man was completely taken aback. This wasn't something a young Alliance mage could easily pull off. Was he just being arrogant, or did he truly possess the power he claimed? Let's see what he can do. Even if it fails, he will have to bear full responsibility for his own actions. After thinking long and hard, the old man finally agreed. Just don't exert too much magical force on it. He began to follow the old man's instructions, and started enveloping the broken sword fragment. He closed his eyes. "I can feel it." Half of the keen intuition and sensitivity that Mother Baolin passed down, along with the branches of mana in my body radiating outward. I gently guide this mana flow as if touching every single strand, and then I need to apply the magic Lord La Gia Rut taught me. Not yet. The key to success is to evenly distribute the mana into all 12 fragments. Once the mana is stabilized and divided equally, I can do it. Finally, it's complete. Old man A. Rick couldn't believe his eyes, his jaw dropping in absolute shock. Is that brat really using Tier 4 magic? The cracks on the blade fragments bound together. He swung both hands and it shattered into identical pieces, each piece uniform and perfect, falling right into old A. Rick's hands. His face drenched in sweat, he carefully cradled the fragments and forced a laugh. Haha, unbelievable. Both their sizes and mana levels are perfectly identical. And this is the work of a 15-year-old kid who just joined the Alliance. He really liked him now, solemnly declaring, "I'll pour my entire heart and soul into finishing this for you." Shifting to another classroom, the old teacher stood at the podium. You've all surely had your uniforms tailored and weapons forged. Now we begin our official frontline training. As you know, the Alliance has 7 divisions: faith, harmony, honor, stability, reality, responsibility, and freedom. You will be assigned to one of these 7 divisions to carry out missions. Your initial rank is basic, and only through merit, achievements, and talent can you advance to intermediate, advanced, and master. However, this world won't be simple or forgiving towards you. Merely bearing the title of the Alliance makes you targets for countless dangers. Even your acquaintances might call you the kingdom's lapdogs. Despite that, never falter. March forward with unwavering will. Your existence is to protect the kingdom's peace and the people's safety. Your mission is to build a better world. The one standing there delivering this brainwashing speech was La Jia Rut. Now we shall announce the divisions to which you rookies have been assigned. 1 week later, the enlistment day arrived. Older Rick handed a brown cloth bag to Rogan. Here, take it. You're going to like this. You can connect it with your mana. I call it Sivin. Our main hero nodded gratefully. Yes. He thought to himself, Sivin, huh? I want to test it out right now. So he immediately called his best friend, Lucat. Let's go. He was feeling incredibly depressed. Lucat was ultimately assigned to the Faith Division, where his father was the vice captain. Rogan still had to encourage him. Why do you look so gloomy? We're going to be late for the meeting. Let's go. As they chatted cheerfully, Lucat rubbed his temples. Is this a punishment from heaven, Rogan? Rogan patted his shoulder to comfort him. Think of it as a chance to learn. Who knows, it might be a blessing in disguise. Inside the room, several people were training. Some were sparring with swords, others were chatting in groups. Those are the seniors of the Faith Division. They were all busy practicing. Before the two could even say a word, a voice rang out. The rookies we've been waiting for have arrived. His eyes locked on his something. Isn't that badge? The blonde guy was Ari An, the head of the Faith Division, holding an advanced rank. He smiled brightly, waving warmly. Ari An. Rogan stared at him. That guy is the head of the Faith Division with an advanced badge. The two bowed in greeting and introduced themselves. Rogan, basic rank of the Faith Division. Lucat, basic rank of the Faith Division. Arian laughed heartily, spreading his arms as he walked over. Haha, welcome. I was getting bored since no newcomers had arrived. Rogan, let me test your skills. The two were clueless. Why is he suddenly interested in my skills? He pointed to the side. Your opponent will be this person. The moment the man said, nice to meet you, Lucat was thunderstruck, his jaw dropping and eyes rolling back in shock. Oka, vice captain of the Faith Division. It couldn't handle it at all. Are we seriously supposed to fight you like this? Oka looked very stern, crossing his arms and staring straight at Rogan. On the battlefield, there are no ideal moments. It's been 5 years since I saw you use your telekinetic swords. I want to see just how strong you've become. Our hero calmly accepted the challenge. I'm quite curious about that myself. Let's see what level I can reach here. Oka wasn't surprised. You're as confident as ever. But a spar with me demands more than empty words. You must prove your true strength. Show me what you do best. As he spoke, he drew the longsword from his back. A blue light radiated from Rogan's hand as well. What I do best is magic, and my 12 mana-infused blades. Oka still remembered. Interesting. It seems the number of blades has increased. He nodded. That's right. I was given a special gift for my enlistment. He could tell at a glance. It's clearly the work of a Rick. Have you named it yet? Rogan introduced it. I call it Sivin. The old man stared at the identical blade fragments hovering around him. It signifies a knight protecting its master. These blades look ordinary with such a name. Do they possess power worthy of you? I too want to see its capabilities. Suddenly, he spoke with absolute seriousness. Right here, I want to ask you something. Oka paused. What is it? It turned out to be a request. Could you allow me to strike first? Ari-an, watching eagerly, chimed in. Now that's impressive. Oka instantly grew wary. Naturally, he couldn't refuse such a request. His eyes narrowed, not out of fear. This kid definitely has something calculated. This little guy is incredibly cunning. His sword, pointed straight at him, gleamed brightly. I will show no mercy to a poor imitation from anyone, anywhere. This sword of his embodied the claymore swordsmanship of the von Ba-Sao family. I trained fiercely with Liu Cat for 5 years to master it. Rogan knew this, but facing Vice Captain Oka created an entirely different level of pressure compared to Liu Cat. Before attacking, he gave a warning. All right, I'm starting. His azure eyes flared brilliantly. The sword fragments began shooting straight ahead like razor-sharp arrows. The old man swung his sword to defend. He offered a single remark. It still lacks fluidity, but with a little more refinement it will become a truly terrifying weapon. However, the old man instantly shifted his stance to go on the offensive. You are still far from having the strength to match me. It was entirely true. The old man was so incredibly fast and powerful that Rogan couldn't even react in time. He stared blankly at him. I'm going to get hit. A glowing manosphere in the palm of his hand was immediately activated. I can't clash with a sword slashing at this speed. The best thing I can do right now is slow that sword down. A barrage of his mana strands wrapped tightly around Oka like parachute cords, instantly preventing the old man from moving quickly. Liu Cat stood watching in a daze. The sword seemed to be jammed by some unseen force. He had calculated all of this. I altered the weight and friction to hold that sword back. Then I adjust the trajectory and use the airflow to guide Seven forward. Oka realized it too. He grasped a few new skills. But these petty tricks cannot stop my blade. You still lack the strength to do so. The old man leapt high into the air, gripping his sword with both hands to slash downwards. Looking incredibly dangerous, all of his sword fragments immediately spiraled around the old man's blade to block it. The blade fragments trembled violently, yet they struggled to hold on. Just that alone showed how immensely powerful he was. Even Oka exclaimed, truly remarkable. Those swords possess power far beyond my expectations. Rogan narrowly escaped the perilous situation, managing to push the old man back slightly. He was acutely aware of his own weakness. But my mana is too weak to completely suppress his sword's trajectory. I know this is beyond my current capabilities. I can easily reconstruct Save-In and control it again without any trouble, but the problem is, there is no going back now. In that case, I'll have to face him head-on. A fireball ignited in our protagonist's hand. It's time to use my trump card. Old Oka couldn't react in time and was caught completely off guard. Luckily, he managed to block the fireball with his sword. Otherwise, he would have completely lost face. The students watched the scene in utter shock. The old man burst into laughter. Ha! He hadn't expected that. Rogan quickly apologized. I'm sorry. That last move was far too dangerous. One side of the old man's cheek was singed, yet he wasn't angry. Instead, he asked, well then, shall we try that one more time? Arian stood on the sidelines, grinning from ear to ear, clapping uproariously. It's unbelievable that you scorch his beard on your very first day here. Liu Cat, standing nearby, was trying desperately to hold back his laughter. The others also gathered around to tease him. Vice Captain, you're not thick beard anymore. You're half beard now, aren't you? They murmured excitedly. That new recruit is quite something. It seems the rumors are true, though he is still clumsy in combat. Someone lowered their voice. Holding back that fireball earlier just to be polite was a bit foolish, kid. Suddenly, Arian called out, Rogan, come here for a moment. He praised him earnestly. That was an interesting battle. Both your magic and swordsmanship are excellent. Rogan retrieved his blade fragments. Yes, sir. He then asked, what do you think of the vice captain's swordsmanship? He answered honestly. Every strike contained explosive power, and his movements were incredibly fluid when attacking. He teased how funny, considering you instinctively blocked and dodged those strikes. Rogan felt a bit shy. I feel I am still far inferior to him. Well, obviously, that old man has many more years of experience than you. Arian hummed softly, but it seems you've learned a valuable lesson from clashing with him. He patted Rogan's shoulder heartily. Anyway, great job. The Faith Division highly values that adaptability of yours. You'll fit right in with how we work here. Seeing Rogan's somber expression, he encouraged him. Don't rush. Even if you weren't perfect in that battle, you're ready for the upcoming challenges. Dugo has trained you very well. After saying that, he turned and called out, Sin Na. She immediately replied, yes, Commander. He ordered, Help Rogan progress even further while he's here. She immediately accepted the order. Understood. All right, Rogan is set for now. The next rookie is none other than Liu Cat. Upon seeing him, Arian smiled from ear to ear. Oh, I know the perfect person to continue this spar with you. It was Vice Captain Oka of the Faith Division. This guy is too much, making a father and son fight each other. Liu Cat couldn't believe it. Please, please spare me. Sin Na spoke to Rogan before beginning their private training session. There are a few things I need to tell you about that last match. Rogan, your magic is truly impressive. But earlier, if you couldn't maintain your distance from the opponent, you'd be the one struggling to gain the upper hand. Rogan knew this. It was exactly what he had been thinking. She was right. The greater the distance between him and the enemy, the better. Losing room to maneuver like just now was incredibly dangerous for him. She began the training. Now, pay close attention. Your footwork in combat is the absolute key to victory. She displayed all of her exquisite skills. Rogan watched in shock. It was his first time seeing her wield a sword. She maintained her breathing and speed while moving with such grace. Her footsteps were as light as clouds. Even though it was just a practice drill, her movements flowing with mana looked incredibly natural. This wasn't something honed in mere days. Sin Na held nothing back. After her demonstration, she looked at Rogan and said, even if you want to learn this immediately, it takes time to get used to it. But before her sweat could even dry, she froze stiffly, staring blankly as his voice echoed, don't rush, let me visualize it. Rogan stood there, the radiant light of mana glowing all around him. He was recalling the vice captain's movements from their duel, the wide, sweeping arc of the greatsword, the way to keep just enough distance to dodge that strike. But everything changes when facing a complex, long-reaching slash. Even the slightest tilt of a toe can determine life or death. Up to this point, it was no different from what he had done before. But if I use long-range magic to control my opponent's movements, the disparity in mana will decide the outcome. Yet my mana is still only at a rudimentary level. Now that I've joined the alliance, I must treat every enemy as if they are stronger than me. Mimicking a senior's actions is meaningless, because our core abilities are fundamentally different. Rogan realized all of this on his own. Simply imitating without grasping the essence was useless. Sin Na looked at him and deduced, it seems you figured something out. He proactively said, that movement isn't something I can master quickly. But Sin Na didn't buy it. You literally just copied it after seeing it once, and now you say that? He shook his head and quickly explained, I can't go any further by just copying you. I cannot become like you, senior. She stared at Rogan in confusion. Giving up? Have I misjudged him all this time? The word surrender shouldn't even exist in his dictionary. She furrowed her brow tightly, trying to persuade him. I only demonstrated a simple move. You're a mage with such immense talent. Why get discouraged so easily? You just sound like you're whining. Her words struck him like lightning, leaving him stunned. A mage. That's right. He understood now. Instead of blaming my weak mana, I should find a way to do what I can. What if I control the flow of mana to create the movements I desire? I can prevent enemies from stepping into my safe space, creating an invisible wall to protect myself, an imaginary boundary. This is exactly what I've been searching for all along. It seems I've learned many valuable lessons today. Rogan recalled what he had been taught. This was the Holy Flower Barrier that Professor Atho had guided him through. Holy Fire Barrier. With my current power, I think I can recreate a portion of its strength. If I can't stop enemies from invading my domain, then this method is probably the closest solution to what I'm looking for. He raised his hand high, and the mana sphere radiated a bright light, controlling the trajectory to neutralize enemy attacks while enhancing the effectiveness of my own strikes. To me, this is my personal domain that no one can breach. Suddenly, someone walked in. Without asking for permission, he immediately looked over. He brought out the sword fragments. The intruder lunged at him with lightning speed without a word, clearly issuing a challenge. When adjusting the speed and friction of a sword, the power of its strike changes, which means the blade's trajectory is also... He recognized their... I've seen... Sin Na stood outside, watching Rogan train frantically by... She didn't know what to do, so she just stood there observing. Meanwhile, he was dueling with phantoms, no matter who the opponent is. I need to hone my agility and regulate my breathing so I can maintain this speed and dodge every attack aimed at me. Suddenly, he froze in shock. The phantom turned into Sin Na, who effortlessly deflected his blade. She finally figured it out. I wondered what you were doing brooding alone, but it turns out you've discovered such a fascinating defensive method. He politely replied, thanks to your guidance, I've improved. She knew she hadn't done much, but playing hard to get, she turned away. Your knack for flattery hasn't changed. Well then, let's see what you've grasped. The lesson isn't over yet. She finished her sentence and darted forward like an arrow. This attack looked intense. Our protagonist controlled the small blades, assembling them into one long blade. Sin-na rushed in too fast and fell right into his trap, feeling an overwhelming fatigue. What is this magic? The air feels heavy and restrictive. It's completely abnormal. Rogan's eyes gleamed with a triumphant smile. For starters, you made a slight misstep. She had to admit. Yeah, I almost lost my rhythm and speed. This magic of yours will probably be very useful in actual combat. He knew his strengths but also understood his weaknesses. But I'm still not skilled enough to keep up with my senior's movements. Sin-na praised him. Recognizing your own weaknesses is the key to gaining deeper self-awareness. True understanding of everything stems from that, you see. But based on your speed and breathing just now, you should slow down and not restrict yourself like that. You seem too rushed. He widened his eyes in surprise and asked, You mean I look like I'm in too much of a hurry? He readily admitted it. That's true. Could you guide me further on my footwork, senior? Of course. That's exactly why I'm here to guide you. The scene shifted. A voice called out from behind the door, Come in, and Sin-na immediately pushed it open. Inside the room, Ari-an and Oka were already waiting. Did the commander and vice commander summon me? The blonde man got straight to the point. I've heard a lot of praise for Rogan around here. He seems to have transcended the usual limits of a mage. You've guided him exceptionally well, haven't you? Oka crossed his arms and asked seriously, Isn't it just that his innate talent was properly unleashed? One sentence undermined all of Sin-na's efforts. She admitted, I really didn't do anything special. Ari-an smiled, You're too modest. What you taught him serves as the foundation for his future growth. So, Sin-na will be in charge of his training from now on, right? We should also impart some things to him, he calculated, but the compatibility and understanding between Sin-na and Rogan are the best. They made their decision on the spot. Therefore, let Rogan accompany you on this mission. She was absolutely shocked. Is it already time for that? He smiled disarmingly, reassuring Sin-na, it's nothing too major. Just a light reconnaissance mission. The vice commander has already cleared out the Ret Tail rebels' farm earlier, but it seems they might be launching some new scheme. The intel Ari-an had gathered was merely, they appear to be rallying mercenaries in Olen for a potential move against the Empire. Just infiltrate their ranks and monitor the situation. Simply observe. Just treat it as a field training exercise, all right? Sounded too easy. She was utterly speechless, but had to quietly accept the assignment regardless. Elsewhere, Rogan was practicing with Lu-cat when someone approached. It's today, isn't it? It was Sophie holding a sword and a spear. It's great that you two have been assigned missions. Sophie alone was placed in the 4th unit, assigned to the Honor Guard. The Honor Guard is a combat group consisting primarily of mages and magic swordsmen, specializing in protecting other mages. Sophie wasn't very thrilled about it and looked visibly upset. She wanted to wield a sword rather than a shield. However, Rogan remained optimistic, thinking, who knows, this might actually suit her better. As considerate as Rogan was, Lu-cat was just as tactless. He bluntly told her, You're still so clumsy with your weapon. How can you even talk about going on a mission? The two immediately started bickering. I'm trying my best. I was just given a weapon I'm not used to. That's why it's hard. Hearing this, Rogan realized she probably hadn't figured out what she needed to fix. So he suggested to her, Why don't you ask the seniors in the guard for help? It seems Sophie hadn't thought of that until now. The seniors? He nodded. Yeah, they seem very friendly. Sophie paused, then turned to ask Lu-cat, Is the guard squad on your side like that too? He nodded. They're pretty nice. The two boys were completely baffled, wondering, does she not realize that people are being nice to her, or is she just pretending not to know? She's usually pretty closed off, so we need to help her out more. Lu-cat put his hands on his hips, lifted his chin, and advised her, Well, that depends. They aren't as nice as you think. They just call me a meddling kid. That's probably just an issue with your attitude. Despite that, Sophie was still hesitant. Anyway, I don't feel confident asking the seniors for help. So before you leave, could you take a quick look at my sword techniques? The ones she trusted the most were only Rogan and Lu-cat. He readily agreed, Sure. In that case, it'd be better if you sparred with Lu-cat. Lu-cat immediately teased her. I'm not so confident about giving her feedback. Sophie was annoyed but couldn't do anything about it. Come on, let's just spar first and talk later. No sooner said than done, she gripped her sword tightly and charged forward. Here I come. Sparring with Lu-cat, they were evenly matched at first. He was taking the spar quite seriously, too. Once in combat, she finally realized Mr. Rick had a reason for making this type of shield. Maybe I should use it more proactively. Instead of just blocking, deflecting the opponent's attacks will be much more effective. Rogan noticed this as well, observing the two while taking notes. It would be better if she lowered her stance a bit, and her mana control needs to be a bit stronger too. While they were really getting into it, someone suddenly called out, "Rogan, Lucat." It was Sinna, beckoning them from a distance. However, before leaving, he handed the notebook to Sophie A. "Here, hold on to this for me. I've jotted down a few points you need to improve on. I hope it helps." She took it right away. "Thank you, Rogan. You didn't have to do this much for me." He casually replied, "We're friends, aren't we? When you get back, I'll help you out some more." She couldn't help but smile happily. Waving goodbye, she said, "I'll be waiting. Stay safe, everyone." In life, having a few good friends like this is more than enough. The group set off, and after a long journey, they finally arrived. Here is our destination, a small urban area situated in the northeast of Olen. Sinna instructed the two, "Leave the horses here and well proceed on foot." Another issue arose as Rogan facepalmed and scolded Lucat. "I told you to properly learn how to ride. Are you okay?" He was still trying to argue. "I thought just sitting on the horse was enough. Aside from feeling a little dizzy, I'm perfectly fine." Sinna was displeased and immediately reprimanded him. "Lucat, once we get back to the academy, you're going to train right away. We don't need anyone holding back our mission." Hearing her scold him, he instantly became as obedient as a puppy. "Yes, ma'am." She also reminded them, "Have you forgotten? Right now, we're just mercenaries scouting the terrain for a job. Watch how you speak to me, or you'll blow our cover." He simply replied again, "Ah, yes, ma'am." She was extremely cautious. Right before entering, she reminded them once more, "I'll say it again. This is a top-secret reconnaissance mission. The city of Olen, belonging to the Greaten Kingdom, used to be a crucial transit hub. However, due to political reasons, it has been neglected for a very long time. As immigrants from various regions gathered on the outskirts of Olen, this area naturally turned into a haven for criminals. To segregate the criminals from the central district, Olen officially designated the suburbs as an immigration zone and built high walls to enclose it. Until now, they never cared about what happened in that area. But now that the danger is spreading into the city's center, they can't turn a blind eye anymore. Olen doesn't have friendly relations with our alliance. Because of that, we must disguise ourselves as mercenaries to gather intel here. We'll probably gather more information if we split up into smaller groups." Rogan and Lucat nodded in agreement. The quarantine zone seems to be overrun by zombies, a situation most likely orchestrated by Ret Tio. Our goal is to gather intel, but don't forget, ensuring your safety is the top priority. Rogan immediately asked, "Are we going to pose as a subjugation squad to enter the quarantine zone?" She replied, "Yeah, we're going in disguise so we won't be detected." Lucat then asked, "Is there any way to cure the infected zombies and turn them back into humans?" Of course not. At this point, all we can do is exterminate them. She decided to assign this to Rogan. "Can you handle this reconnaissance task?" He had never known fear and immediately nodded. "Yes, I can." She was still worried and repeatedly reminded them, "Anyway, this is just a scouting mission. Don't do anything reckless." Lucat was growing impatient. "Understood, sis." With the sudden change in how he addressed her, she was taken aback. "What?" He quickly retorted. "Didn't you tell us to stop calling you senior?" They really didn't know what to do to please Sinna. She was completely speechless, letting out a heavy sigh. "Fine. Now that we've gone over everything, let's get moving." Inside the citadel, a massive crowd was standing in a long line. Rogan also blended into this crowd. He could clearly feel that the density of dark mana and the air pollution here were extremely heavy, and the population consisted of various races. Completely unlike the Imperial Alliance, the atmosphere here was incredibly gloomy. Scanning his surroundings to observe, he wondered to himself, are these people mercenaries? The reason he thought so was because he heard a guy say, "We're here to sign up for the subjugation squad to sweep out the zombies. Here are our mercenary credentials." The person speaking was none other than Sinna. The guy dabbed the tip of his pen on his tongue and asked, "3 of you, or 4? "3 people," she replied. Pointing to the side, he said, "Turn right. There's a group waiting over there. Join them immediately. Bring back the zombies' tongues. You'll be paid for every zombie you take down." The 3 stood apart, pretending not to know each other. It was Rogan's turn to hand over his papers. Taking a glance, the man asked, "You just left the magic tower, didn't you? Working as a mercenary is the fastest way to gain real combat experience. Here's one more. He passed through the gate successfully, though it felt slightly off. They didn't ask for any further information. What a relief. I thought they would stop me for looking too young. I wonder who I'll be grouped with. Let's just treat this as a chance to gain some real combat experience. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of 3 men leaning against the wall. One of them noticed Rogan. Is it that kid? Another scoffed. He's just a child. Looking so frail, can he even protect himself? At that age, he's probably only learned basic magic. He'll just get in the way and cut into our reward. Whatever, we have enough people anyway. Let's just go in and pretend this brat doesn't exist. With that thought, they approached him directly. Who knows, the kid might be kind enough to die in our place right from the start. He said this without hiding a single ounce of bloodlust. Our protagonist heard everything, but he couldn't care less. Speechless, he thought. Talk about bad luck. Hanging around them will only be a pain. They didn't even care if he agreed or not, barking, "Stop grumbling and let's go, kid. Follow me, rookie." He followed the group. Oh, what a nice room. Let's take a look around before leaving. Fresh fruit. Come check it out. Rogan observed the area as he walked. Even though it was a quarantine zone, the outer territory looked just like a regular open-air market. Being close to the city gates, there's quite a crowd. This area seems pretty safe. In that case, it'd be hard to run into the Retio cult here. Walking at the very back, he stealthily cast a spell. I'll use air interference magic to blur my presence, then I'll naturally blend into the crowd. Scouting alone will be much more effective. Why should I work with such rude scumbags anyway? Going solo is the best move. Suddenly, a flash of light caught his attention. It was a glimmer of mana shooting straight up into the sky. This is a girl dressed in a similar uniform as his. He immediately recognized it. It's Senior Sin Naz Mana. She's keeping an eye on me. Remembering her earlier instructions inside the quarantine zone, zombies created by Reteo seem to be running rampant. Your objective is gathering intel, but never forget, your safety is the absolute priority. He figured it out right away. They must be worried about me because this is my first mission. Rogan placed his hand on his chest and bowed in gratitude. With her watching over me like this, I don't want to let her down. First things first, I need to find traces of the zombies. Zombies are humanoid monsters created from living humans, animated through the necromancy of dark mages or dark priests. They possess overwhelming physical strength. Their teeth and claws are long and sharp like blades, and they have a long, snake-like tongue. Rumor has it they survive by feasting on human flesh. I've only ever seen illustrations of them in books, so I'm not entirely sure just how terrifying they actually are. He looked around and saw several emaciated, ragged people sitting along the street. The atmosphere here is truly bleak, with the sick, starving, and drunk sprawling out all over the place. In a place like this, even if someone died or suddenly went missing here. They reminded him of his mother, Bao Lin. Nobody would even care. That's probably exactly why Reteo chose this place. To them, the residents here are nothing but perfect raw materials for crafting their corpses. He silently promised himself, I cannot let this continue. If at the shelter, humans were turned into trees, then here these corpses are just another twisted manifestation of the same atrocity. For the sake of peace and humanity, we must put an end to this. We shouldn't live in a world filled with senseless deaths, but rather one brimming with laughter, eternal peace, and stability, where everyone can dream of a bright future. For that ideal world. Ever since I met Bao Lin's mother again, the time has come to fulfill my promise. We ventured quite far from the entrance. Suddenly, Rogan stopped in his tracks, startled. Over there, some people are fighting. But looking closer, I realized they're ghouls. Without a doubt, those are zombies. Their grotesque appearance left him in utter shock. They're incredibly fast, likely because they were forged by dark magic. That voice. He realized it was Lucat fighting them. Ha, loud as ever. Did he completely forget our scouting mission? However, something feels off. Why is he just standing still? His posture is so strange, and right behind him, a whole horde of zombies is approaching. Lucat's eyes gleam with wild excitement as he gritted his teeth. Two zombies suddenly froze. Seeing Lucat charging at them with his sword, they turned and fled for their lives. Lucat roared, "Stop right there." Rogan also quickly seized the chance to chase after them. Damn it, go after them. Even as monsters, the zombies still retain a shred of reason. Seeing Lucat charge in and tear apart its kin must have been a terrifying sight. It probably thought running away or calling for backup was the wise move. I have to chase it down before it completely disappears. He sprinted with all his might, trying to catch up. The gap between us is widening. With my current mana, I can't go any faster. Chasing a corpse with unknown movement skills was definitely a mistake. Before losing the trail entirely, he swiftly hurled a razor-sharp blade. It pierced right through the monster's body. He looked at the trail of blood on the ground. I have to follow every trace it left behind. All right, the bloodstains are faint and broken, but without mana traces, we'll have to use whatever I can. The blood trail continues in this direction. If only I had known, I would have learned movement magic from Sir Digo. I was far too overconfident. Now I realize the Faith Division has a movement technique that is both agile and stealthy, channeling mana into the legs to propel the body forward, boosting speed. It's completely different from Black's old footwork. He discreetly glanced at the figure trailing closely behind. It resembled Sin Na's style more, light and graceful. So she is still nearby. Assigning me to go with Senior Sin Na must have been the captain's intention, to help me grasp the unique traits of the Faith Division and learn their movement techniques for pursuit and reconnaissance. That is probably the reason I was given this mission. From the very first time I saw Senior Sin Na's footwork, I felt its elusive blur, like flowing water or a drifting breeze. It's hard to predict where it starts or ends, but that very unpredictability creates absolute freedom. Rather than using explosive mana to launch herself, she steps on dispersed mana and glides gracefully over it. My mana control isn't on par with Senior Sin Na's yet, but there is enough ambient mana around to let me move, if I can just harness it. First things first, I need to focus on what's right in front of me. Rogan discovered a bizarre place, looking around and wondering, is this the zombie's lair? It seems some people were taken captive. Many are severely injured, but there are still a few survivors. He instantly fired off a sharp blade. Before it was too late, he ruthlessly slaughtered a few of them on the spot. I have to save them. Instantly, several more zombies swarmed the area. They actually dared to lunge at him. Of course, these scums are mere small fry. A single wave of his hand is enough to wipe them out. He deployed a mana shield and burned them all to ashes with fire. The three guys from earlier watched in pure terror. One zombie was engulfed in flames, while another right next to it was completely frozen. He realized the domain's greatest strength. It could slow down time for everything within its range. Furthermore, the domain was so stable that it could serve as his own private magic laboratory. It was the perfect time to test that spell. Sorry, there's something I want to try. First spell. Increasing heat exchange within the domain. An explosive burst of mana light shot straight into the sky. The small blade fragments inside him flew out. I was told to cut their tongues out. If their tongues are cut, what value do they have left? Then the only way is... Just as he turned around, he noticed the three captives. It was those damn bastards, now pissing their pants in fear. Wait, why are you looking at us like that? We're human. Hey mage. Sir, we meet again. They shamelessly begged. We might have been a bit out of line before, but you can't just leave us. That's right. When you disappeared, we went looking for you and ended up getting caught like this. Who would have thought you were such a master mage? Rogan scoffed coldly. Isn't this what they call loose lips sink ships? The group grew even more terrified. What are you talking about? We were just joking around. Talking to these guys was a waste of breath. He simply sliced the ropes and untied them. Without a single word of thanks, they turned tail and ran. Oh, we're saved. A second later, and we would have been dead meat. He conversed with them. When we saw you rush in, it was terrifying. How did you guys get caught by corpses? If it were just corpses, would be fine. But there was a dark priest among them. This information caught him completely off guard. A dark priest. They pointed into the forest. Yeah, he subdued us and headed that way. Over the hill. I saw him go past there. Those three reckless fools, overestimating their own strength, rushed off. Then we're leaving right now. Just then, Sin Na appeared right behind him. You did well. He turned his head and replied, Thank you, Senior Sin Na. She had a reason for showing up. Since there's a dark priest, there are definitely a lot of corpses. From here on out, we'll travel together. He's drawing a lot of attention, so he should still be safe. Let's move out immediately. Rogan took the opportunity to test it out. Maybe I'll have a chance to use the movement technique I thought of earlier. This is my chance. The more missions I do, the more hopeful I feel, and the more I can improve myself. The two of them chased the zombies until the sky turned pitch black. Rogan had an epiphany. Just as he predicted, Senior Sin Na was using mana energy. It was hard to notice at first glance because she utilized it with absolute mastery. She stepped onto the moving mana flow and propelled her body forward. It felt like she wasn't resisting the energy current, but rather utilizing it. Suddenly, he came to an abrupt halt mid-run. Something was wrong. His legs were shaking violently. Damn it. I almost tripped out of carelessness. I need to focus right now. Her movement technique was second only to the captain of the Faith Division. It was only natural for a rookie like him to fall behind. However, he couldn't stop here. Sin-Na had already gained a significant lead on him. I have to catch up to her, at any cost. Minimize the friction and the ground's reactive force under my feet. Step lightly onto the circulating mana flow. Follow the path she took across the energy current, then shoot forward like a straight arrow. Doing exactly that, it wasn't long before he was running right alongside her. Sin-na turned to him, slightly surprised. You caught up really fast. For you to catch up that quickly, did you just figure something out? They were carrying out a mission, but it was essentially a training session as well. He replied, yes. The key is not to resist the mana flow. Spot on. He was a faster learner than she expected. You grasped that in such a short amount of time. Rogan nodded earnestly. I couldn't have figured it out without you, Senior, if you don't mind. The two of them dashed through the horde of zombies fast as lightning. Please let me handle this part, Senior. The two of them finally caught up to the Dark Mage, and it was Rogan's turn to capture him. One strike, one demon dead. In no time, the area was cleared, but it felt like just the tip of the iceberg. He clearly sensed that something was off, starting from intelligent mutant creatures. Even the ones surrounding Lu Cat were clearly like that. Yet this horde had no intention of running away. The more they were attacked, the more aggressive they became. Were they getting dumber? Could it be due to the influence of the Dark Mage? Just then, another zombie lunged forward, daring to throw a punch at him. It tried to launch a sneak attack, but he still had Sin-na. She charged in and cleaved it in half with a single strike. Rogan flinched and turned around. Senior. She didn't say a word, only glanced subtly in one direction to signal him. He understood immediately and instantly dashed off. He knew he had to be highly focused. One single mistake, and Senior Sin-na would also be in danger. He had to stay completely focused. He took out his mana sphere, ready to continue the fight. Applying the safe distance he had discovered the other day, he relentlessly fired fireballs at the horde. The blazing flames incinerated countless monsters, yet they showed no fear, still charging forward furiously. Someone was definitely controlling them from behind. Rogan's deduction was absolutely correct. That Dark Mage was clad in black, his face completely hidden. Sin-na spotted him. She quickly yelled, Rogan, watch out. He froze completely stiff as a board as he stared at the man. What in the world is this? He summoned something, a skeletal demon with razor-sharp claws. He wasn't a normal human himself either. An undead Dark Mage. Rogan was stunned. Did he cast magic on his own body? Not just his appearance, but his mana had also turned murky and pitch black like the darkness. It was exactly like the dark creature he had seen in the illusion. The demon was about to lunge at him. It's charging. Rogan's sharp blades shot straight at it, but it was like striking a rock with an egg. They didn't leave a single scratch. A sudden wave of anxiety hit him. No way. It blocked the shadow pierce. It's much tougher than I thought, and what's more, it moves incredibly fast, but surely it must have a weakness. He could see it now. However, inside this territory, its movements were restricted. Once in his domain, it had to follow his rules. Now, if I attack with a fireball. Before our boy could even make a move, Senior Sin-na had already dashed forward to attack. His face turned pale, staring wide-eyed with his jaw dropped. He couldn't understand what was happening. The fight was going well. He wanted to scream, don't. Even though her swordsmanship is formidable, that sword can't pierce through the thick skin of this monster. But she didn't care. She just went for it, leaping high into the air to bring her sword down on the demon's head. Dual-wielding her swords, she delivered a powerful slashing blow. Unexpectedly, she actually managed to chop the demon's head clean off. As expected of his senior, swift and decisive. Witnessing this, Rogan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. Such radiant sword light. It's my first time seeing it in real life. It looks as if the mana isn't just infused in the blade, but overflowing from it. This guy was extremely dangerous, but just as I thought, Senior Sin-na is truly remarkable. Plus, she wields a genuine top-tier sword. They agreed to move on. Great job, Rogan. There must be traces left behind. Let's keep tracking them. Yes, Senior. It was late at night, and the two of them were still wandering through the filthy village, void of any living souls. I can't sense any signs of life here either. The people abandoned on the streets were either dying of starvation or writhing in agony from disease. It was absolutely horrific. Suddenly, Sin-na stopped. We're here, Rogan. He looked at the dilapidated building in front of him with surprise. Is that place the Ret Teo's hideout? Out of curiosity, he asked, could this be the headquarters of Ret Teo? Sin-na clarified. No, it's just one of their branch facilities. There are probably many similar branches scattered throughout the quarantine zone. Then let's head inside. The two of them silently moved forward, making sure not to be detected by the enemy. Rogan looked around. The stench of blood was overwhelming here. Were they conducting human experiments in this place? As his mind raced, Sin-na's voice rang out. Perfect timing. We found it. This way, Rogan. Before them lay a circular black magic array. Why was there a magic array on the wall? Are they using a magic formula to hide the entrance? If we decipher this, we might be able to open a path. While he was still thinking of a way, Sin-na stepped up and delivered a swift kick straight into the wall. So much for the magic array. Her single kick blasted a massive hole in the wall, instantly creating an entrance. He stared at her, utterly speechless. She just turned to him and asked, "What is it?" Flustered, he warned, "Don't. If you go in there, it's definitely going to hurt, Senior." Of course, she didn't believe him and walked right in. You say the weirdest things. They were completely fine. He followed her inside, finding it hard to believe. This place was a library. Unknown magic arrays, spell formulas, and shelves filled with dark magic grimoires. Suddenly, a certain book caught his attention. Wait, what is that ancient leather-bound book? He immediately picked it up. Could this be a grimoire bound in human skin? I need to inspect this more closely. He opened it and scanned the pages. Inside was a familiar magical matrix. The moment he saw it, he was startled. This magic circle. I remember now. This is the Gata stone. He recalled the exact same drawing on the owl's egg. Although not entirely identical, it was incredibly similar to the magic circle he had seen before. Seeing him freeze, Sin-na instantly knew. Did you discover something? He explained it to her. It contains variations of an original magic circle. So is this the spell that turns humans into zombies? No, it's not. It looks more like a spell to summon or awaken some kind of entity. Kind of like how that dark mage possessed his own body with a demon. He needed to summon the owl immediately. The moment he called, it materialized right in front of him. The two of them affectionately greeted each other. He could actually understand it now. Did you just call me master? More importantly, owl, are you a demon? That grimoire we just saw had this stone. They're connected, aren't they? Sin-na stared at the pitch-black bird in astonishment. What is up with this owl? Rogan explained to her. When I was younger, I bought a stone in a magic shop. Owl was born from it. An owl hatched from a stone. That's hard to believe. A stone. He stared at the page, deep in thought. The magic circle carved on that stone looks exactly like the one in this book. So I'm wondering if there's a connection to owl. These murky mana runes. It feels as though they carry some kind of intense, fierce will. A language that doesn't belong to this world. If it is used, what exactly will happen? Sin-na also found something. She held it up and told him, let's head back for now. What she had found looked like a manual. It seems their superiors ordered them to increase the number of zombies. That means there are more Ret Teo branches in the quarantine zone. We need to report this to the Olen City Hall and propose a large-scale raid. On the other side, Lu Cat was still busy slaughtering zombies. He fought until he was completely exhausted. Phew, these things are incredibly stubborn. That makes 30 of them. Just then the other two returned. Lu Cat, his face lit up with a bright smile the moment he saw Sin-na. Senior, he called out, running over immediately. She praised him. Great job. Thanks to you, the investigation went smoothly. He grinned from ear to ear. It was nothing, just a piece of cake. Is the investigation already finished? The three of them departed together. Yeah, we're heading back to Olen City Hall. Let's go. Rubbing his sore shoulders, Lu Cat told Rogan, phew, I think I took down about 30 of them. Usually getting 5 is already a lot. That's more than enough. Well done. Then it was his turn to ask, Rogan, how many did you get? Rogan, having slaughtered them like a madman, casually estimated, about 50. Right then, Lu Cat spotted the severed head floating right behind him and flinched violently. Wait, what the hell is this? Rogan explained, this is a dark mage's head and a zombie's tongue. I figured we needed proof to officially complete the mission. Lu Cat looked like he was about to pass out on the spot. Whether it's needed or not, people could faint just seeing this. Hearing that, Rogan finally realized. Now that you mention it, Lu Cat was speechless. You really don't care about other people's feelings, do you? Sin-na also chided him. Rogan, we're entering the city now. Put that away. The three of them arrive at the small city, standing before the Olen City Hall. The doors were shut tight, guarded by sentries. A guard inside looked out. Mercenaries? What business do you have at City Hall? Sin-na glared coldly, her eyes glowing with intensity. We need to see the mayor. Late into the night, one of the guards sneered. What are you talking about? Hey, the mayor doesn't have time to entertain your kind. Go hunt some zombies instead. But looking at you empty-handed like this, let alone a zombie, I bet you couldn't even catch a rat. He was definitely mocking the wrong person. Sin-na's hands tightly curled into fists. I'll say it one more time. Take me to the mayor. The guard flinched, startled by her intense glare. All three of them cast aside their cloaks. We are from the Alliance. This time, not a single one of them dared to stand in their way. Inside the meeting room, the Dark Mage's head sat on the table, radiating deathly energy. The secretary stared at it, pale and trembling. Please wait a moment, I will call the mayor right away. The three of them sat in the waiting room. Rogan noticed Sin-na intensely writing something. He realized his senior wasn't using a normal pen. She was writing with pure mana, without a nib. The mana letters appeared vividly before his eyes. As she wrote, the mana drifted into the air, and Rogan could read every single word. But only a moment later they vanished. It seemed Sin-na deliberately stopped him from seeing any more. A magical artifact. He was about to ask, Senior, but she sat with her arms crossed, lost in thought with her eyes closed in deep concentration. He took the hint and immediately shut his mouth. He would ask later. Right now, he had a few things to ask the owl. The moment he needed it, it appeared. Owl, what exactly are you? Are you a demon? But as soon as he asked, it hid away. At this rate, he definitely couldn't gather any information from it. Seeing that it didn't even remember its own memories, he comforted it. It's all right, owl. Patting its head, he added, I'm not disappointed in you. He just sat there talking to the owl. Oh, really? It turns out you have such a special ability. Suddenly, the owl said something. He understood it, but was completely shocked. What? So, to use that power, you ate this? That dark mage's head? You mean, to use that power, you have to eat this thing? Its answer was indeed a yes. Its eyes sparkled as it clasped its wings together, begging for food. Is this thing really necessary for you to recover a part of your power? However, he still felt something was off, and his own aura was fluctuating abnormally. Suddenly, Sin-na's voice rang out, just take it. He didn't expect her to pay attention to him. Even though bringing the head back would surely earn him great merit before the seniors, she didn't care for such trivial fame. It wasn't important to her. When needed, he could just take it. Nothing could be better than that. Rogan nodded immediately. Oh, all right. The owl approached the head while cautiously glancing at the three of them. Its beak slowly opened wide. Rogan sat there watching, feeling a chill run down his spine. Cat, right at that moment, woke up. He nearly had a heart attack. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the owl's beak stretch wide enough to swallow the entire demonic head. It looked incredibly bizarre. He almost jumped straight out the door, screaming wildly, what the hell is that? Rogan had to quickly turn and explain, calm down, Cat. Its name is Owl. He still couldn't comprehend it. Owl. Rogan reminded him, do you remember the small geisha stone you bought for me at the magic shop back then? I combined the magic formulas, and it emerged from inside. Previously, when I went with Senior Sin-na, I found a magic book at the branch. The magic circle in that book looked very similar to the one on the geisha stone. I suspect there is a connection between the two, but I'm not entirely sure yet. Cat asked anxiously, then is it dangerous? What if it's related to Ret Teo? Rogan waved his hand reassuringly. It's fine. I've completely purified it. Then what about that head you just fed it? It says it can only use its powers when it eats a human head. Rumor has it that it can reveal the opponent's secrets. The owl had finished its meal by now, its entire body puffing up to twice its size. They continued talking. Wow, that's insane. Can it really do that? I'm not sure, but as they were speaking, several people rushed into the room. Rogan glanced toward the door. Maybe I can test it right now. The men appeared and said, Oh, we kept you waiting for too long. We sincerely apologize. If only you had informed us beforehand that the Alliance was coming, the mayor said, wiping the heavy beads of sweat from his face. Sin-na greeted him, O Mayor Bo-Ru of Olen. He stared at them. Please allow me to extend my welcome. He looked as though he had rushed there in a hurry. I heard you entered the quarantine zone before coming here. I hope you didn't encounter any trouble. Before you could sit down, he saw the pitch-black owl on the table and jolted in shock. He panicked and screamed out in terror. What is this giant owl? Does the Alliance also raise such bizarre creatures? As if his fear wasn't enough, the owl suddenly jumped straight onto his head. His subordinates hurriedly rushed over. Mayor. But they had only taken 2 steps before Rogan's sharp blades intercepted them. Every single one of them was immobilized, frozen like statues. Cat also quickly drew his sword, pointing it directly at the fat old man. He threatened the old man, don't move. The mayor had no choice but to stand perfectly still as the owl perched on his head. The atmosphere in the room grew intensely tense. His voice was visibly trembling. Is that clear? Suddenly, his attitude flipped in a flash. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he thought, Damn it, I'm in big trouble. If only I had a little more time, I would have wiped out the slums. Sin Na crossed her arms and interrogated him. So you've been acting as a lackey for Ret Teo, turning civilians into corpses. The owl on his head forced his mind to spill the truth. That was the only way to cleanse that crime-ridden area. Turn the slum dwellers into corpses, then hire mercenaries to clear out the rest. Sin Na sensed something was off. That's strange. If the mercenaries kill the corpses, what does Ret Teo gain? Compelled to answer, he blurted, it was a kind of experiment. They said they were using mercenaries to create stronger corpses. What a pity. If only I had a little more time. I could have cleaned up all the trash there. Ret Teo could create stronger corpses, and I could purge the crime districts. She continued probing. Was all of this your idea? No. Everything was according to her will. My goddess. Priestess Amai. That name. Rogan knew it well. It had been a long time, but he could never forget that name. His body froze. Amai. With nothing left to ask, the owl flew off the mayor's head. He snapped out of his trance, still confused about what was happening. What? Sin Na pushed herself up and stood. I've heard enough, Mayor. She leveled her sword straight at his face. Bringing down a cold, ruthless strike, she declared, You colluded with Ret Teo to conduct human experiments and purge the slums. He still feigned ignorance. What? What are you talking about? Naturally, he couldn't deny it. Sin Na passed her judgment. For treason against the kingdom and the massacre of civilians, I hereby strip you of your title, sentence you to death, and lock down the Olen City Hall. His face flushed deep red, sweating profusely as he stubbornly argued, No, what are you talking about? Before he could even finish, she cut him down swiftly. After that, Senior Sin Na ordered a complete lockdown of the city hall. Everyone inside was quarantined. All the people inside were tied up securely and forced to their knees. The fact that no information leaked proved the mayor's words were true. It was finally over. The situation was resolved so quickly thanks to the book Rogan stumbled upon. Along with his connection to the owl, the trio wrapped up the mission easily. You two did great. Let's rest for a bit before heading back to the quarantine zone. Rogan took the opportunity to ask, Senior, may I ask you something? She nodded. Go ahead. What was that pen you used earlier? She held it up for him to see. This is a specialized pen for communication. You'll be issued one once you reach the runner rank. Everything written with it is sent directly to the Alliance. He understood. So it really was a magical artifact. Cat also had his doubts. Scratching his head, he asked, But Senior, regarding the execution of the Olen mayor just now, was that really okay? She explained, It depends on the situation. Capturing them alive is optimal if possible, of course. But in that situation, we had to act decisively. If we had hesitated, some might suspect we were taking Rogan's side, since they were the ones who placed the owl on the mayor's head. Just like the trust you placed in me, Senior, our actions must also show decisiveness. That is the principle of our alliance. The two of them learned quite a bit from this trip. Yes, Senior. That night, Cat chatted with him. But you know, the person the mayor wanted to hide until the very end. Just who exactly is Priestess Amai? At the mention of that name, his face visibly darkened as past memories resurfaced, but he didn't say a word. Sin Na noticed the shift in his mood and looked at him. Rogan, are you thinking about someone? Cat immediately chimed in, What do you mean, Senior? Are you suspecting someone, Rogan? He knew there was nothing to hide. He was just figuring out how to say it. I'm not entirely sure, but 5 years ago, when I was at the Dong Un shelter, that name belonged to the very person who taught me how to read. Sin Na patted his shoulder lightly. You still remember the Alliance's rules, right, Rogan? Of course. He nodded. Yes, I remember. She seriously reminded him. Carve it into your heart. Once you join the Alliance, you are strictly forbidden from holding any grudges. He nodded. I will keep that in mind. Senior, did you suspect something from the very beginning? They disguised themselves so thoroughly. Even coming to the quarantine zone under the guise of an Alliance investigation, we surely gathered enough necessary intel. Sin Na explained, It was all in preparation for the future. If things escalate into a conflict with Olen, it will be a huge mess. 5 years ago, when I delivered orders from above to the members of the Faith Division regarding your incident at the Dong Un shelter, it was the same. We had to be prepared or else there would be complications. He understood. I see. Come to think of it, whenever an unusual event occurred, a report would immediately be sent to Vice Captain Oka. The crimes of Ret Teo were pushing the citizens into a fate worse than death. After the Forest of Death, now it was an uprising of corpses, Who knows what else they were planning? The more he thought about it, the more powerless he felt. I almost forgot the reason I joined the alliance in the first place. With trembling hands clenched tight, I resolved that if Ret Teo wasn't destroyed, this cycle would repeat endlessly, and I would be powerless to stop it. To protect the future right before our eyes, we must keep growing stronger and move forward. The three of them arrive at the large city gates. I am Sin Na, an executive of the alliance. For the crime of colluding with Ret Teo, Olen has been sentenced to death. From now on, Olen will be temporarily under the alliance's jurisdiction. After reading, Sin Na formally showed the document to the guards. From this moment on, Olen's quarantine zone will be reopened. Anyone who obstructs or resists will be considered part of Ret Teo and imprisoned. First, all civilians and vagrants near the gates and walls will be safely relocated out of the quarantine zone. The crowd obediently complied. One of the guards questioned, "But wait, there are still suspects inside. What are you going to do with them?" She asked mockingly in annoyance. "Are you with Ret Teo, or are you a guard?" He looked confused and replied immediately, "Of course I'm a guard. What do you think I am?" "Everywhere. This is your responsibility. Protect the people. Stop the rebels. That's all." Indeed, there were a few suspicious-looking people among the moving crowd. Sin Na and Ro Gan stood at the base of the wall, observing. Just evacuating the civilians near the gate had taken a lot of time. Dawn was approaching. Suddenly, she stared straight ahead. That was fast. He didn't quite understand what she meant. "Ret Teo?" She replied, "If it were them, they wouldn't act so openly." Then the sound of galloping hooves rang out. A bright golden light shone. Several figures dressed in black rode up on horseback. Leading them was Commander Ma Da of the Honor Division. Commander A Rin An of the Faith Division had also arrived. As soon as he arrived, he smiled brightly. "You guys were waiting for us, right?" "Of course." Sin Na and Rogan stepped forward and bowed in greeting. She handed over the report. "Thank you, Commander A Rin An, for coming all this way in person. If only you had notified us beforehand, we would have been better prepared. To think even Commander Ma Da would show up in person." Rin An smiled and replied, "We're just following the letter you sent." "Oh, right. I heard the rookies did an excellent job this time, right? That's why even that person came here in person. That person has almost never been to the field directly." Lu Cat and Rogan replied in unison, "It is an honor." Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to her. "This person is." Ma Da was an older woman who looked quite strict, Commander Ma Da of the Honor Division. He walked straight up to her and bowed deeply. "It is a great honor to meet you for the first time, Commander Ma Da. I am Rogan of the Faith Division, under Sir Oka." She looked down with a hint of surprise. "So you're the rumored Rogan, right?" She added bluntly, "I didn't come here for you. I'm only interested in Ret Teo's magic grimoire." It was quite awkward. He quickly took out the book. She stared intently at his every movement. "The way you control mana is so natural." She seemed mesmerized, like flowing water and drifting clouds. She thought to herself, "I didn't expect him to have such a high level of mastery in magic." She rested her chin in her hand and reproached herself. "I was too careless. If I had investigated the governor beforehand, this unfortunate incident wouldn't have happened." He didn't quite understand. The governor? She felt a headache coming on and sighed. "Never mind, forget it. So, the problem is this, right?" "The barrier. Are you talking about this barrier? If it's a problem, we just need to destroy it," she said as she strode confidently forward. Rin and turned and instructed them. "Step back, kids." The two were confused. Lucat asked, "What are you planning to do, seniors?" The two strongest people here walked straight up to the wall. Rin and drew his sword. "Let's begin." The two of them joined forces. "Let's show them a spectacular performance. It's been a while since I've been in action." The woman used magic while Rin used his sword. It was the first time Rogan and the others had seen such a sight, and their jaws dropped in shock. Rogan stared, his eyes wide open as if they were about to pop out. That is, those two were truly terrifying. A gigantic blazing red magic circle just appeared. This is the power of Commander Ma Da, and Arian is combining it with her sword. That is the true power of the two captains. Incredible. This isn't just simple magic. Tier 4, the highest level of magic in the system. From a giant magic circle covering the sky, mana pours down as if to incinerate our very souls. An unreal sight, as if an irresistible entity at the edge of heaven is causing the mana to detonate. That is true Tier 4 magic. It brings tears to my eyes. When will I ever reach this level? I admire them so much. As if reading his mind, Sin Na said, "You belong to the Faith Division. Your role has already been determined. Focus on what you need to do, Rogan." With that, she dashed forward like a flash of lightning. She's right. Even someone with overwhelming power like Captain Ma Da must have faced insurmountable walls. She surely worked and learned under someone's guidance, just like me, before rising to where she is today. Rogan clenched his fists, reminding himself, focus. This is my first step. Right now, Captain Ma Da is watching. He immediately charged forward, forever, until the very end, with no regrets. I'll give it everything I have. My goal is clearer now. Raging red flames erupted, shattering the wall containing the magic circle. He realized something about the trembling ground. There's no magical reaction. The massive amount of mana from earlier has vanished in an instant. It's almost total annihilation. If even the mana has been extinguished, that must definitely be Captain A. Ri An's swordsmanship. Sin Na shouted to Rogan and Lu Cat, I will follow the captain. Taking the initiative, he said, I'll handle that side. Everyone else focus on the center. Let's split up. I leave the center to you two. The more they worked together, the more amazing she seemed. As expected of Senior Sin Na. With that speed, even the Red Tail cult must feel the pressure. With their branches and barriers crumbling, Red Tail will surely be shaken. The strategy is to corner them into this central clearing. While running with Lu Cat, he suddenly heard a voice call out, Rogan. Both startled, they turned around. That voice. It was Sophie A. She ran after them asking, where are we going? He guessed, there's an open space in the middle of the quarantine zone. I think the plan is to corner them there. Lu Cat complained, I don't even have time to tie my shoelaces. He explained to him, the seniors are pushing them back, so we have to hurry. He spotted it. Right up ahead, a group of Alliance members holding shields were standing there. The clearing in the quarantine zone. They were all looking toward the wall. A bright light was radiating from within. Rogan narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the sight. There was a dark mana light emitting from it. They're here. The moment they were spotted, a whole horde of dark mages charged out. The commander ordered, assume formation. Someone turned back to warn him. Be careful. He knew. If he wasn't mistaken, the person commanding them was a familiar face. After all this time, she still looked the exact same. Surprisingly, she also recognized Rogan. You've grown up quite a bit, little brother. His heart skipped a beat, his face darkened, and he bit his lip as absolute hatred surged within him. He immediately controlled his sword fragments, launching them forward to attack. Both sides clashed into battle. Without hesitation, a sword fragment pierced straight toward Amai's face. She swiftly manipulated a zombie, making it leap in front of her to block the attack. Unbelievable. Using his own subordinate as a human shield, the distance is too great. I've used more mana than usual, so it's quite uncomfortable, but my mind is actually clearer than ever. My physical stamina is as weak as always. The fact that I unleashed Sevin without hesitation proves that a part of my mental barrier has crumbled. Just as he is lost in thought, a scream tears through the air. Rogan, watch out. A monster is right beside you. Fortunately, a swordsman rushes in to the rescue. It's Lu Cat, but he suddenly pauses awkwardly. He loses his balance mid-fight and falls flat on his face. Luckily, he still manages to slay the monster. I don't get it. What was that just now? Is my sword lighter than usual? Or was it just an illusion? While he stands there dazed, another shout echoes. Lu Cat. Another demon appears right in front of him and attacks. He quickly dodges to the side. Oh no. This time, Sophia steps in with her shield to protect him. That was too close. She angrily turns and snaps at both of them. Can you guys snap out of it? Lu Cat drops his damn sword in surprise. Sorry. She fiercely clashes with the monster. Apologize later. We have to survive and make it back together. Lu Cat regains his focus and swings his sword. Idiots! Who says it dies so easily? I haven't even been acknowledged by my father yet. And you too, Rogan. Both of them stand at the front and look back at him. Rogan finally snaps out of his daze. That's right. My hatred is still right here. And it's time to put those memories of the past to rest. It's right in front of my eyes. The two stand facing each other. It's time to settle all debts. Rogan charges forward instantly. The path has already been set. But there are too many obstacles. In that case, the small blades of Sevin spin rapidly through the air. His determination surges stronger than ever. Dashing straight into the monster horde, I will slaughter them all. He charges forward relentlessly. With the Alliance members pushing forward together, the battle is under control. The remaining zombies are nothing compared to before. Meanwhile, his primary target is Amy. We should wipe them out while we still have the chance. But every time he gets close to her, an undead dark mage blocks his path. That is her final line of defense. He grinds his teeth in anger. This obstacle, it's not over yet. In the blink of an eye, he takes it down. Amy stands right behind, controlling that zombie. Breaking through it means reaching her. She stares at him with cold, empty eyes. Suddenly, Rogan flinches, realizing something is off. Wait, something isn't right. I can't feel any mana flowing from Amy. Mada's voice rings out from behind him. Strange, isn't it? He is completely perplexed. Mada hovers right above him. That is a puppet. A mage's minion. He finally understands. In the end, it is just a mage's minion. Is it another trap? This is also magic set up by those bastards. If it's a spell that controls an object like a puppet, then there must be someone pulling the strings from behind. Ma-Da adds, it's merely a minion, Rogan. Its magic's so sophisticated you wouldn't recognize it even if it were right in front of you. See, even though it's just a mimicking puppet, it still acts like a commander. It's true. If he hadn't gotten close, he never would have noticed. The two of them had to turn and leave, but the woman kept looking in one direction. It's time we dealt with this. She immediately swung her arm out. Chanting a spell, a massive magic circle appeared in the sky. Fireballs rained down from it like a storm. She looked up, watching intently. A colossal fireball plummeted down, instantly incinerating the horde of zombies. Rogan stood watching this scene. The zombies, and even Amy, they were just vessels created by someone. But Ami looked to be in agonizing pain as she burned. Why did she seem so tormented? If the person in front of me is a fake, then where is the real her? The next day at the Alliance's Faith Division, Rogan walked in alone. He knocked on the large room's door, and a voice from inside called out, "Come in." As soon as he saw Rogan enter, he smiled brightly. "Welcome, you've worked hard. I heard you've been very busy since you returned. You achieve excellent results, so you deserve this treatment. Well done, Rogan." There were 3 other people in the room. He thought about it. Results? He replied softly, "Thank you." But they couldn't have called him just to say this, so he immediately asked, "Why did everyone call me here?" They got straight to the point. "Well, there's actually something I want to ask you. It's about that owl always by your side." Rogan was startled. Rin rested his chin on his hand and said bluntly, "The report only states that you uncovered the mayor's treason using your own unique magic. The kingdom, the government, and the Faith Division are all interested, but since it's unique magic, they won't pry too deeply." Sensing something fishy, he asked, "Is that really okay?" He replied, "Tracing the origin of swordsmanship is already hard, and magic is even harder. They can't possibly inspect all of your unique magic, right?" Now he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. If they investigated, Owl would be in trouble. Thank goodness they weren't. But before you could even rejoice, his heart started pounding as the man dropped another bomb. However, to be honest and quite curious, it was exactly the "I'm not investigating, just probing" kind of thing. "So I need a little help from you." He immediately wondered, help what? He gestured to old Oka, even beckoning with his hand. The old man understood and immediately brought out a black bag. "Could you show us for a bit?" As soon as he saw the bag, Rogan became suspicious. "Is that the bag I saw earlier?" Old man Oka didn't say a word, just held the black bag up. When he poured it out, there were several dark mage zombie heads inside. They had prepared everything. This time, Owl was cornered. He froze in shock. "Don't tell me." Arian smiled and nodded. "Exactly." His eyes sparkled brightly. "Try feeding it to the owl once." "Huh?" The entire room sank into silence, waiting for his answer. Of course, he didn't really want Owl to appear. He widened his eyes and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask why?" Seeing him tense up, Arian chuckled. "Ha, it's nothing serious. Just mere curiosity. You know that's a possessed vessel, right?" Rogan nodded. "Yes, I've seen cases where a non-human entity was summoned into a physical body. Gods reside in the heart and demons in the head. That's what they say. It might just be a simple monster, but there is also a chance it carries traces of a demon. Since you fed it the heads you collected, I think that might be why it can harness such power." What he said was absolutely correct. He couldn't even argue. But more serious was the hidden meaning behind his words. He immediately asked, "Captain, are you saying Owl is a demon?" He didn't deny it. "Possibly." Rogan immediately clenched his fists. Then, if Owl really is a demon, what are you going to do? It was his pet, and he truly cared for it. He looked incredibly tense, staring straight into Arian's eyes, waiting for an answer. Fortunately, he replied seriously, "Nothing at all." While he was still confused as to why, the man elaborated. "There's no need to hate something that just sits quietly, right?" That was acceptable. It seemed he had overthought things. He rubbed his face awkwardly, feeling much more relaxed. "I understand. He breathed a sigh of relief internally, so he's going to leave it alone. What a relief. The man understood what he was thinking and added, "Of course, normally we wouldn't be able to overlook this, but thanks to it, everything was resolved smoothly. Just consider it a reward. Do what you feel is right." Since he had conceded this much, he had no reason to refuse. He agreed instantly. "Thank you for your generosity. I'm sure Owl will like it too. I will summon it right now." As he spoke, he reached his hand out to call it, muttering to call it for a moment, "Owl." It appeared instantly, and even gave him a little bow, looking both handsome and polite, staring at him with its sparkling eyes. Arian loved it the moment he saw it. "Oh, it's bigger than I thought." He couldn't stop praising it, such sturdy legs, and the tuft of feathers on its head is absolutely gorgeous. The owl, thrilled by the compliments, immediately spread its wings and bowed to him. Rogan understood and translated. "It says you have a great eye." Arian liked it even more, laughing endlessly. "What? I thought it was just cute, but who knew it could be this interesting?" Suddenly, the owl's eyes lit up as it stared intently at something, and it spotted that head and kept hooting, "Hoot, hoot." Rogan translated, "It's asking if it can eat that." Arian said it was fine, but Rogan still told it, "Owl, wait a minute. We aren't done talking yet." The owl's face immediately dropped, looking crestfallen. He looked at the people in the room. "All right, I'll use the owl's power to show you someone's secret. Are there any volunteers?" The others immediately started calculating. "Right, who should we choose?" Before anyone could process it, Sinna raised her hand. "I'm out." Old Man Oka followed up, "Me too." In the end, only Lucat was left. As the youngest in the group, he was the easiest target. Knowing his place, he quickly tried to escape. "I'm out too, Captain. I don't even have any secrets to hide." Arian obviously wasn't going to let it go. Using it on Rogan would be awkward, and using it on myself would be the same. If I can't see it, what's the point? Lucat tried to deflect. "We really should have brought a prisoner, huh?" But he was immediately shut down. Retteo cultists don't share information with each other, so it'd be useless anyway. The headquarters location, the high priests, the supreme priest, and even the cult leader's information are all transmitted via telepathy. So even if we extract information, most of it is useless. Only now did Rogan learn this. Telepathy? Okan nodded. Right. They never make their own choices, they just follow orders. Besides, they're practically dead anyway. Interrogating them is pointless. Next, Arian looked at the owl, which was craving that head. "Let's hear the owl out. If this keeps up, its drool is going to flood this place." Only then did Rogan notice it. "Really?" Lucat asked in surprise. "What is it saying?" Unexpectedly, Rogan discovered a new skill of the owl's. It says that since there are no secrets to see, it will show us a different ability. A different ability? The owl says it will lend us its mana? It sounded surreal. Lucat asked in disbelief, "It's going to lend its mana?" Old Man Oka understood immediately, meaning they will share mana. Rogan was mesmerized, his eyes sparkling with joy. If it's nearby, new mana will form. Thanks to the owl, another path has opened up. Overflowing with curiosity, he patted its head in agreement. "Owl, begin." Lucat watched in horror as the owl opened its beak wide and snapped at the head. Oh man, seeing this sight again. Just like before, it swallowed a whole head in a single bite. Both Arian and Old Man Okal watched in sheer terror. Whoa, did it really just swallow it whole? It finished eating in the blink of an eye. He smiled in amusement, waiting for it. "Great job, Owl. What should I do now?" The owl looked at him and opened its beak wide. He didn't understand at all. Huh? The others were utterly confused. What's going on? What is it saying? Only Rogan understood. "It's telling me to put it in." Lucat asked, "Put what in?" Looking at the owl's pitch-black mouth. "My hand." He felt a bit grossed out. As he reached his hand out, he wondered, "I don't see anything. Is there really something in here? I don't like this, but I guess I have no other choice." The entire room held their breath, staring intently as he shoved his hand into the owl's mouth. Still, nothing happened. Rogan waited in absolute silence. Suddenly, he froze. "I got it." He quickly gripped it tight and pulled his hand back to look. It was a glob of gray saliva. He stood there stunned, staring at it, but unable to figure out what it was. Lucat guessed curiously, "Is this an egg?" Sinna was just as baffled. "It looks like some kind of marine creature." As for him, he thought, "It's like a highly compressed mass of water." The mana is similarly chaotic. Rogan could make sense of it. I can't think of a proper way to use this. If only I had a mage to help. But with this much mana, I should be able to cast a devastatingly powerful spell. He kept staring out the window. Outside, it was all blue skies, white clouds, and golden sunshine. Nothing had changed.
Suddenly, his eyes widened and his jaw dropped in realization. I've got it. What if I try using Commander Ma-Da's magic? Outside, two runners from the Honor Division, Sa-Ra and Mi-Gu, were chatting as they walked. Summoning a 15-year-old magic advisor, even though he was outstanding as a student, should we really listen to him? Exactly. He probably hasn't changed much, right? They recalled when Rogan was a student. Although his ability to rewrite magic formulas using psychokinesis and fireballs was quite impressive. But why ask for the opinion of a kid like him? Well, he is still far more exceptional than his peers. They didn't like it much, but they still had to carry out their mission. As they walked, they suddenly noticed something appearing right under their feet. A blinding blue light radiated outwards. Even our main character was startled. Huh? It was truly unexpected. Not long ago at the training grounds, Rogan took out the owl block to test it. All right, the preparations are complete. How do I use this? The shape and characteristics are different, but I've seen a mana structure like this before. It was the thing in the middle of the golem's chest on the day of the Alliance exam. For now, I'll treat this like a mana core and draw the surrounding mana in to merge with it. Instead of increasing its size, what's more important is increasing its mana density. I'll increase the pressure and restrict its size. Heavier but faster and stronger, just like what Magic Commander Ma-Da summoned. He was absolutely stunned by the sight before him. Now he himself could create that gigantic mana sphere. He knew clearly that it exceeded his magic limits. It was a power he had never felt before. With this, he quickly chanted a spell. The mana sphere grew larger and larger, as powerful as crashing waves. It was no different from a tidal wave crashing down. The others watched in shock. The power was simply terrifying. As the smoke cleared, the sight was even more horrific than he thought. As a result, the training grounds were completely devastated. Even Arian had to marvel. This is even more extraordinary than I imagined. The other two arrived just in time to get completely drenched by Rogan's magic rain. His whole body trembled, grinding his teeth in anger. You. Unable to hold back, he pointed straight at him and scolded. What the hell is this? If we had taken a direct hit, we would have died instantly. Sinna coldly retorted. Don't you know accidents can happen at any time in the training grounds? You're the one who walked in here without realizing the danger. That was true. The guy was stumped, unable to argue back while completely soaked. The one next to him tried to defend him. What the? Just as the two sides were about to continue arguing, Arian stepped in. All right, that's enough. He rested his hands on his hips and asked the other two, why is the Honor Division all the way here? They finally remembered their mission. About that. He quickly rummaged through his pockets. This is an official dispatch from Commander Ma-Da to Commander Arian. But the ink is all smudged now. The contents are unreadable because it got wet. Arian gave up. I can't read this. He stroked his chin in thought. So, what does it say? The guy also had no idea, and not exactly sure, but it's very likely a magic consultation request regarding Ret Teo. A magic consultation is definitely not meant for me. He immediately figured it out. The only mage in the Faith Division is Rogan, right? The soaked guy nodded. That's right. They were all suspicious. Is that so? How strange. Think about it. The arrogant Ma-Da is actually asking for the opinion of a rookie from another division. The guy who spoke ill of him earlier now grimaced. I thought he was just overrated. A 15-year-old mage. But the magic power I just saw must be tier 4 or higher. In that case, his magic is on par with Commander Arian. Even Arian's group found it hard to believe. This is really suspicious. Is she targeting Rogan? He quickly made up his mind. Knowing Commander Ma-Da's personality, it's possible. If that arrogant old woman acknowledges our rookie, then there's no reason to refuse. He turned to him and said, Rogan, you might have a lot on your plate, but just do it. We'll talk later when you get back. He nodded. Yes, understood. His face flushed slightly with embarrassment as he thought to himself, that magic power just now. The core issue hasn't been resolved yet, but this is my first time using such powerful magic all at once. It's all thanks to that dark owl. Suddenly feeling a surge of confidence. After all, who wouldn't like having power? He made his decision. I'll need to test it again when I return. At the Honor Division headquarters. The moment Rogan stepped inside, he was told, You're late. The old woman Ma-Da stood waiting with her arms crossed. It seems there was a bit of chaos before you arrived. He simply bowed his head and briefly explained,
I was practicing a new spell and things got a little out of hand. But she found it intriguing. A new spell, you say. Our main character added, inspired by you, Commander, I tried to create a torrential downpour. The more she listened, the more intrigued she became. Inspired by my magic? How clever. Have a seat. As the two conversed, she asked, does that spell have a name yet? Not yet, ma'am. How about Reign of Aqua Wrath? Aqua Wrath, a pouring rage. Is that what it means? That's amazing. The more they spoke, the more fond of him she seemed to grow. You have a keen eye and your artistic taste is quite solid. They kept exchanging compliments. You're very skilled at naming spells. Perhaps Professor Arthur's blue flame barrier was the same. Indeed. I named it when I was the vice commander. Rogan also loved this topic, his eyes shining brightly. I knew it. I always thought it sounded so cool. I really enjoy naming spells too. With a shared interest established, she noted, it seems you have a deep interest in languages. In that case, we'll have a lot to discuss regarding today's task. Now getting to the main point, his eyes widened in surprise as he asked her, task. She turned serious. The demonic language used in the demon realm. Can you decipher the words of darkness? He was stunned, freezing up. Not entirely, but I can still manage it. Where did you learn those words? He told Ma Da, I learned it at the Ludio branch I visited in Olin. If I have the materials to study, I believe I can decipher them. Placing his hand on the stack of books, he said, I need you to look at this. We must understand Ludio's formulas to counter them, so we need to hurry. As soon as he touched the book, he could feel it. This was a book bound in human skin, exactly like the one he saw back then. Inside the room, the two sat together. He was deeply engrossed in reading and researching, while she sat drinking tea, watching him work. Occasionally, she would steal a glance at him, silently assessing him. Suddenly, she asked, do you know much about demons? He turned in surprise. Aside from them being erased from the demon realm, and that Ludio and Brienne use their power, I don't know anything else. She swirled a glass in her hand. It's only been about 100 years since demons truly revealed themselves. Before that, we only knew of their existence through possessions or the summoning rituals of dark mages. However, up until now, only common demons have appeared. None of the higher entities have shown themselves. Common demons are just an assumption, but there are likely countless species of demons in existence. If you think about it, half-demons and demons probably aren't that different from humans. Just as there are ordinary humans, there are ordinary demons. And just as there are humans who possess extraordinary power like you, Rogan, there must certainly be demons who possess extraordinary power as well. That sounds logical. Regardless, if we continue to reinforce the demon summoning formulas, one of those special demons might eventually reveal itself. Her words caught his attention. Special demons. She took a sip of wine, her resolve firm. First and foremost, we need to eradicate Luteo at its roots. He suddenly felt a bit anxious. I should keep the owl a secret for now, since she seems to hold a deep grudge against demons. Rogan suggested, if I may speak frankly, I believe we also need a countermeasure against the ghouls. She was quite dismissive. Ghouls are only dangerous to ordinary people. For anyone capable enough to join the alliance, they are absolutely of no concern. I know, but what I mean is, even so, innocent people are still being sacrificed. He had it all thought out. I want to find a way to revert those who have turned into ghouls back to their original state. She had never considered this before, but she immediately dismissed it. That is impossible. The magic transforming humans into ghouls, cast by dark priests, borders on divine power. The mana tree can be somewhat purified through the power of Scion, but those who have turned into ghouls cannot be restored. Regardless, we can't just stand by and watch innocent people be sacrificed. If given the chance, our understanding of demonic powers will also expand. That would undoubtedly help in unraveling the demon summoning formulas as well. Our main character didn't care. As long as he willed it, it would be done. I will definitely find a way. Therefore, please lend us the strength of the honor division. The next day, in the end, I stayed up all night deciphering the magic formulas in the book. Rogan walked down the long corridor, repeatedly thinking about yesterday's conversation. I will definitely find a way, so please. He had made his request to her that bluntly. At the time, Ma Da had thought it over. Even though it was a request from a rookie of another division, Commander Ma Da still promised her cooperation. That I should plan my next move. If I want to research divine magic capable of countering Ret Tio's methods, it would be great if I could go to Scion myself. He knew his limits well, but to request a mission that far away. I'm still just an inexperienced mage. There has to be a better way. First, I'll return to the Faith Division to report. Acting on his thought immediately, he stood in Arian's room and said to him, Up to this point, I've deciphered the spell in the grimoire like this. He sat in deep thought for a moment. So, you mean everything is settled? He didn't object at all, which left Rogan a bit surprised. Ah, yes. He leaned back in his chair, completely relaxed. No matter how many times I hear about magic, I still don't get it. But thanks to you, I can now confidently face Commander Ma Da. He suddenly changed his tone. You must be exhausted after staying up all night, but could you take a look at one more thing for me before you go? Rogan asked curiously, is something the matter? A favor asked and quickly delivered. Arian unrolled a map. We are currently tracking the main headquarters of Ret Teo. This was his first time seeing it, and there was so much new information. What do these symbols on the map mean? He explained, those are the Alliance's bases, built in the areas where Ret Teo's mana trees were once destroyed. He guessed immediately. In that case, it's highly likely their headquarters is located right within the perimeter of these outposts. He asked in surprise, why? He pointed. I've been thinking about this for a while. Why would they place their bases in those specific locations? It seems the outskirt bases were built quite early. The closer you get to the center, the newer they are. Therefore, the purpose of these bases might be to form a perimeter to secure Ret Teo's headquarters. Just like the sweeping operation we conducted in Olen, slowly tightening the net. Arian listened in admiration and smiled in agreement. Yeah, you're right. It won't be long before we uncover Ret Teo's main base. He then moved his chess piece forward. I hope you'll have improved a great deal by then. Of course, that was Rogan's wish as well. Yes, I will do my absolute best. He laughed cheerfully and clapped his hands. Good, good. You're doing great already, keep it up. He took the chance to ask, Captain, I'd like some advice, if you don't mind. He readily agreed, interrupting him. Advice? About what? He scratched his head shyly. Actually, I want to request a mission that allows me to go to Sion personally. He shared honestly. I'd love to approve it if I could, but your rank isn't high enough yet to take on solo missions. He actually knew this, and seeing his downcast face, the captain suggested, I figured as much. If you want to learn about Sion, try visiting your old academy. Headmaster Rigo was once an archbishop of Sion. He just remembered. Oh, right, that's true. It was time for him to leave. He stood up to say goodbye, and the captain replied politely, Anyway, you've done a great job. Oh, right. An official from the kingdom will arrive tomorrow afternoon to award medals. Be there after lunch. From the kingdom itself? This was shocking news. Rogan asked in disbelief. From the kingdom itself. Arian explained, the reorganization in Olen is indeed a headache. Once that's done, take a few days off. Our protagonist walked out of the room thinking, an award ceremony, huh? He felt that being recognized was nice, but it wasn't worth making a fuss over. Anyway, tomorrow I'll go to the academy and meet the headmaster. The next day at the Alliance Academy, the old man opened his arms wide. Welcome, Rogan. I've heard all about your achievements. They shook hands politely. I heard you made a huge contribution to the mission in Olen, didn't you? He shook the old man's hand. Thank you, sir. The old man didn't waste any time and asked directly. So, I assume you aren't here just to say hello. Shall we get straight to the point? He didn't expect the old man to be so direct and was slightly flustered. I came to ask about the divine power of the Orthodox Church of Sion. As soon as the old man heard his question, he asked back, It seems your recent mission gave you a lot to think about. Are you planning to measure Ret Teo's strength through the Church's divine power? Then first, you need to clearly understand what divine power means. The ability used by Sion is often called divine power. At first glance, one might think of divine power as a form of holy magic. But to be precise, divine power is not an inherent strength. Rather, it is a state that allows such power to manifest. An incomprehensible mystery with an elusive origin that is a miracle to some but blind faith to others. That in itself is what is called divine power. The old man rummaged through his pockets. It's hard to put into words. If only I could show you, that would be great. Unfortunately, I am currently restricted, so that would be a bit difficult. He pulled out a badge from his coat. This is one of the holy relics of the Archbishop. I will gift you this brooch. One day, go to Sion yourself. You've traveled all the way here, and I apologize for not being able to give you the answer you expected. May blessings follow you wherever you go. This old man was truly kind. Transition to the Alliance's grand training arena. Rogan arrived and looked around. The crowd has already gathered. Where are the senior members of the royal family? Two guys walked past, and he heard them talking. Have you heard? Rumor has it that the crown prince will personally hand out the rewards. He's not easy to please. I heard he plans to test people with duels and wagers. Apparently, he also tends to pick fights for no reason. The ceremony is going to be incredibly chaotic. He walked behind them thinking to himself, if it's a duel with the Crown Prince, then maybe it'll be my chance to go to see on. Just then, someone patted his shoulder, holding him back. Rogan, what are you doing here? He turned around and instantly recognized Lu Cat. The room was filled with chatter. Come on, let's go. You know what? The Crown Prince himself will be handing out the rewards. It's the first Crown Prince, the second in command of the royal family.
Lu Cat and Rogan talked to each other, but where were you back then? I just dropped by the academy for a bit. Right at that moment, a voice echoed through the room, presenting His Highness, the Crown Prince. Please take your seats. A young man walked out. He looked incredibly majestic. Rogan and the others bowed deeply in respect. He stared at him intently. So this is the first Crown Prince. His mana light is quite strange. It's very bright, but a bit murky. Suddenly, he glanced over at him. Rogan stared back at him. Their eyes met. The host's voice continued to ring out. Next is the governor. He turned his face away, wondering to himself, I think we just made eye contact. Or was it just my imagination? The next person to step out was the blonde girl wearing a black blindfold. The moment the executive director entered, the atmosphere instantly changed. Even my breathing naturally fell into sync.
Old Man Lazarus acted as the host.
Next, we will announce the list of honorees. The Sword of the Kingdom, the Alliance, has uprooted the mayor of Olen, who colluded with Grave. He enjoyed listening to it. I wonder how strong I must become and how many achievements I must attain to be acknowledged by the executive director. One day, I too will stand by his side. As his thoughts wandered, he suddenly heard his name called. From the Faith Division, Mage Rogan. He was completely shocked, standing frozen in disbelief. Huh? Is there a mistake? Me? But since no one else stepped up, it had to be him. He walked straight ahead. I thought this commendation ceremony had nothing to do with me. After all, the captain and Sister Sinna are here too. Why would they call my name? He walked straight up to him and bowed his head. Greetings, Executive Director. The Crown Prince also pushed himself up from his seat. The two of them stood before him. He could clearly sense the Crown Prince. That gaze was incredibly intense. As expected, the stare I felt earlier wasn't a coincidence. He presented the reward. For quelling the rebellion of Olen's mayor and neutralizing Ret Tio's dark magic, I hereby present this reward to Mage Rogan. In addition to the monetary reward, you may select a Tier 4 item from the Alliance's treasury. If you're offering, I'll gladly accept. He reached out with both hands to take it. Suddenly, the Crown Prince continued, I truly do not understand. Are you actually a mage? He answered honestly, Yes, I studied under Dean Arthur at the Alliance Academy. But as soon as he spoke, the Crown Prince turned his face away. Never heard of him, but I do know that the mayor of Olen was beheaded. His eyes gleamed. He was quite an impressive man. Every time he visited the palace, he always brought the exact sweets I favored. For such a loyal man to be branded a traitor sounds rather strange, doesn't it? To think he would openly question it in front of everyone. This was no different from doubting the Alliance itself. Worse yet, he openly showed his disdain. You claim to have discovered it using your own magic, but no one knows how. And that counts as an achievement. Rogan was left speechless. Thinking back, it all made sense. So this is what they meant when they said His Highness causes trouble. The lady interrupted immediately. I personally verified Rogan's achievements. Is there a problem, Your Highness? He was momentarily stumped, but still tried to argue. I am merely pointing out an inconsistency. Bestowing such a reward upon a newly joined rookie, all for a feat he cannot even explain, is completely absurd. He went on a rant. In this place with nothing to learn, I truly cannot fathom why His Majesty sent me here. Therefore, whether that achievement is real or fake, I shall verify it myself. Let's see if he is useful dry firewood or just useless trash that can't even catch a spark. I am quite curious. Curious to verify it immediately, everyone headed to the training arena. The match would be a one-on-one duel. The others began to gossip. I heard the royal family's secret arts help them master all weapons, seemingly including close quarters and hand-to-hand combat. A rookie mage who specializes in telekinesis. Will he be okay fighting bare-handed? It's really hard to say who will win. Old Man Lazarus stood between them and announced, Well then, we shall begin the instruction match between His Highness the Crown Prince and Faith Division Mage Rogan. An instruction match. In name, it was the second most powerful man in the kingdom personally instructing a new alliance member. But in reality, it was just a bad habit of the Crown Prince, a meaningless match merely to vent his anger. Everyone knew this. He introduced himself. I am Mage Rogan of the Alliance's Faith Division. The Crown Prince provoked him first. Show me what you are capable of.
If you can beat me, I will acknowledge the special magic you used to expose that rebellion, saying that was no different from pushing him into a corner. The atmosphere had changed. I still don't know what he's thinking, but from the flow of his mana, I can sense an intense will to win. The will to win, a spirit that never accepts defeat. One look, and it was clear this crown prince was just an arrogant hothead. He let out a sigh. Is this your first time fighting hand-to-hand? For now, don't focus on magic, but pay attention to how your body moves. The crown prince struck a fighting pose and beckoned him with a wag of his finger. Come on. Rogan's eyes shone brightly, shooting out a ray of blue light. A path meant only for him appeared, and at the end of that path was the crown prince. He was completely shocked and stood frozen in place. So fast. But still, he's just a rookie. He tried to dodge, but only then did he realize it. What? Are my feet bound? And just like that, he took the full brunt of our main character's attack. His entire body was blown far away, and that was even with Rogan holding back. Embarrassed beyond belief, the crown prince gave a sinister smirk. Nice trick. However, he dug his feet into the ground, wanting to rush forward and attack first, throwing a straight punch. You're still just a kid. Of course, he was nowhere near skilled enough for a one-on-one duel. Even if Rogan stood still and let him hit, he wouldn't be able to land a blow. Sweat pouring down, his leg raised but unable to bring it down. Ugh. Our main lead gently tilts his head to dodge, unable to hide his blatant disdain. The more he looks, the more pathetic his highness seems. No brains, no manners. Your noble title of crown prince is truly wasted on you. No matter how many punches he throws, he can't even land a single hit on him. When it's time to counterattack, mana flashes in the palm of his hand. Let's see if I can make you look worthy of that role. With just one strike, he freezes in agony, clutching his face. Sweat drenched him like a shower. You. How dare you mock me with such cowardly tricks? But of course, how could his attack ever reach Rogan? He has a super strong protective barrier. He understands now. The mana flow. The mana flow was distorted by the explosion. He looks utterly exhausted now. He didn't expect him to go all in like that. He used up all that mana in a single strike. No wonder he can barely stand now. But I'm not doing much better myself. I'm going to run out of mana soon too. Dragging this out any longer would be dangerous. Better end it quickly, with just this one strike. The crown prince, still gasping for air, looks up at our main lead and panics even more. That bastard. He screams, his face dark with rage, absolutely terrified out of his wits. Between the two of them, our main lead is summoning a massive mana vortex. He frantically looks toward his servant for help. What the hell are you doing? My sword. Bring me my sword. This scene is just too humiliating. She witnessed everything. She suddenly declares, the match ends here. Our main lead's mana vortex also dissipates at her command. Management, clear the area. The commendation ceremony concludes here. There is no need to continue fighting to know the result. Any further would only embarrass this foolish crown prince more. Rogan glares at him in warning. As for him, he is still trembling in fear, unable to speak a single word. Gritting his teeth in bitter resentment, he turns around and walks straight off, not daring to utter another word, like children throwing a tantrum. Our main lead chuckles as he watches him leave, not even bothering to take offense. That evening in the dining hall, the group chats animatedly. Rogan even has to turn and remind the guy next to him, eat slowly, or you'll choke. Anyone watching would think they hadn't eaten for 3 days. Even so, Phi A is eating just as much as he is. Lou Cat argues loudly while chewing. Hey, this isn't just a free meal. Got it? It's to celebrate my friend getting recognized. How could I refuse? He has to remind him again. Swallow your food before you speak, Lou Cat. Sophia suddenly asks, but Rogan, are you really planning to go all the way to Sion to find a cure for the ghouls? Our main lead puts down his cutlery. Yeah. I'm not certain, but I think the holy magic of Sion could help. She finds it a bit absurd. It's very far, a small kingdom deep in the mountains, so getting there won't be easy. Lou Cat tilts his head back and says, anyway, you're really lucky, Rogan. How did the crown prince end up picking a fight with you? He casually remarks his highness is just twisted on the inside. Even with our seniors and the executive director present, but thinking back on the match, something felt off. It was strange. He's the crown prince, after all. If he's the crown prince, he could have any royal secret arts or techniques he wanted, right? So Faye guesses. Perhaps it's because of that incident. You know about the current king, His Majesty Simon, right? Yes. He is the late king's younger brother. That's right. The late king was a wise and truly noble monarch. During his reign, even grave couldn't run rampant, and the world was much more peaceful back then. But the crown prince at that time, the late king's son, plotted a rebellion, and Prince Simon, the late king's younger brother, stopped it. But in the end, the king was assassinated. That only happened over 10 years ago. Growing up amidst royal bloodshed, it's hard to blame His Highness for being traumatized. Lucat thinks quietly. Yeah, it ended up like that too. Childhood scars don't fade with time. Sometimes they only become clearer as you grow older, just like what he had been through. Anyway, Rogan. So Phi A advises him seriously. The royal family will start paying attention to you after this.
Be careful. Getting involved with the royal family never brings anything good, aside from getting a promotion. The next day, Rogan is alone in his room. Between the missions and the ceremonies, I've been so busy. I haven't even had time to talk to the owl. I'll make time for it today. With just one call, the owl appears instantly. He hugs it with delight. This owl is truly very useful to him. You stretched out so easily when swallowing that severed head, but I guess you can't anymore, huh? He even asked it. Owl, where were you when you disappeared without a trace? Did you go to the demon realm? Suddenly he remembered. Ah, right. Since I purified your mana, you can't go to the demon realm anymore. Suddenly feeling sorry for it. You have nowhere to go and no memories left. I guess I won't be learning much from you anymore, Owl. Recalling something useful from before, can you create another water attribute mana sphere like last time? You mean this time we don't know what will appear, right? Seeing its sad expression, he reassured it. It's okay. Don't feel guilty, I didn't plan for this either. But I studied the elemental branches quite thoroughly at the academy. Wanting to put it to work, he obviously didn't forget. So before we test it, maybe we should eat something first. Over to Arian's side, he snapped his fingers in amusement. That. I left it somewhere around here. It looked too horrifying, so I couldn't just leave it out in the open. Found it. One bag is enough, right? It turned out he sought him out to ask for the bag of heads from last time. Rogan immediately asked, yes, thank you, sir. However, before he could take it, he snatched it back and refused to hand it over. It turned out he had it all planned out. If you're not doing it alone, want me to observe? Wouldn't it be more helpful if the captain himself supervised? How about it? Sounds reasonable, right? Putting it that way, he couldn't refuse and nodded.
All right. He cheered happily. Great, let's go. He was less speechless. I feel like I've been dragged into this somehow. The two of them headed straight to Arian's private training ground. The owl got a full meal before getting to work. That guy kept running around the owl, never getting tired of looking at it. No matter how many times I see it, it's fascinating. He was incredibly annoying but couldn't be chased away. Well, let's get to work. Yes, I'll begin now. Rogan waited anxiously. What element will appear this time? They say the attribute of the mana sphere changes every time. Should I say it? For now, I'll just observe. But his hand felt something. A blank look on his face. Huh? Is the shape still the same? I guess I was worried for nothing. The two stood in the middle of the field. Then, I'll practice the water element magic that I couldn't perfect last time. Arian nodded. All right, I'll just stand here.
Right off the bat, this guy laughed casually and warned him beforehand, if anything happens and I kick the bucket, you'll take over as captain, okay? He was completely speechless, while the other guy kept grinning. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. Just pulling your leg. I have an aura shield, so I'll be fine. He couldn't even force a smile. Yes. He thought to himself, his carefree, but his skills are incredibly solid. In that case, he immediately thought of a good idea. All right, this time, I'll aim to break the captain's aura shield. His hand clenched into a fist, mana light radiating. First, disperse the mana to make it easier to control. Then control and harmonize it. Water rose right in front of Arian. He watched intently. Wow, it looks even more terrifying from down here. Rogan calculated, to increase its piercing power, I need to make it denser. It'll absorb heat from the liquid water, increase its cohesion, and form a giant ice pillar. Now he couldn't laugh anymore. His whole body stiffened, standing frozen in shock. His aura shield was no different from a tiny ant under the main character's supermassive, razor-sharp ice block. However, maintaining it was quite exhausting for him. Controlling a giant ice pillar with telekinesis was still too taxing, so I'll turn it into a water pillar, then release it all at once. Another wave of dust and water vapor rose up. He was startled, his face turning pale. Only Arian's glasses were left on the ground. He panicked and yelled loudly, Captain. But of course he wasn't dead. All of that was only enough to knock his glasses off. He was still standing there, a bit shaken. Ah, you scared me to death. Good thing the shield held up. He was still in the mood to joke. For a second there, I thought you were actually aiming for my position. He hurried over and asked with concern, are you okay? Rogan was visibly panicked. I swear I only meant to lightly touch the outermost layer of your aura shield. He couldn't understand it. Why did it? He picked up his glasses from the ground. Don't worry, I jumped into your attack on purpose. He
He put his glasses back on and smiled. Something was flying towards me, and it didn't look like normal water, so of course I couldn't just stand still. He breathed a sigh of relief, glad that he was okay. I was so shocked. I thought something had happened to you, Captain. Even though he reassured him, he was still shaken. Even if it was just practice, it's still a magic spell I put a lot of effort into. The two said their goodbyes and left. Witnessing that much today was enough to satisfy Ann. He watched him walk away. Even after taking the full brunt of the attack without a scratch. Now I'm sure the captain is a monster. A few days later at the main headquarters,
Rogan walked down the hallway, his face pale, nursing a headache. Have I been overworking myself these past few days? This fatigue just won't go away. That day, following the captain's advice, I fed the owl the remaining 2 heads and decided to keep the absorbed mana energy inside the owl's body. Since I still haven't confirmed what attribute the mana inside the owl's stomach belongs to, I need to clearly visualize how to use the different types of mana effectively. I've been thinking about this for days, wondering if it's because I haven't slept enough. My body feels so heavy. But he clenched his fists tightly. I'm so excited that I can't stop. On the way back after meeting the governor, I'll try another magic spell. Last time it was wind magic. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared right in front of him. It was the crown prince. They ran into each other again. He was slightly taken aback and surprised. In the end, he politely bowed his head to greet him. The crown prince was furious but couldn't find any fault, gritting his teeth and growling. To think I'd run into you here. No wonder I had a bad feeling. So, are you heading to Sion? Don't disgrace the alliance with your half-baked skills. After saying that, he looked incredibly smug. But Rogan wasn't angry, calmly replying, "Thank you for your concern. Since you were the one who taught me that day, that won't happen." His words were gentle but sharp. The prince's face grew paler and paler. "You arrogant brat." After saying that, he stormed off immediately. Rogan didn't say anything else either, but his disdain for him was obvious. "You haven't changed a bit since then. Both your mana and your eyes remain the same. Your mana flow must still be unstable due to your emotions." How pathetic. Anyway, as soon as I joined the Alliance, I noticed something was wrong. The world isn't entirely friendly to the Alliance. After Olen, even the royal family, who were supposed to be our allies, couldn't hide their wariness and hostility toward us. The commoners without power are much kinder to us than they are. For the Alliance to be recognized by everyone, it is still imperfect right now. The Alliance must become much stronger so that no one can challenge it. This will be the first step to preventing its collapse within the next 5 years, and the absolute minimum requirement to achieve that. He walked straight out of the main gates. The guards watched his figure as he left. Unbelievable, right? That low-tier mage got to meet the governor privately. Yeah, most members have never even seen the governor's face. They gossiped among themselves. That mage is definitely not ordinary. No wonder the rumors keep spreading. He entered the woods, his whole body feeling significantly refreshed. It feels as if the mana itself is alive. Right then, the governor appeared. "First time here? How is it? Not bad, right?" The two of them walked and talked together. "Yes, it's beautiful. I can sense a completeness in this place." She asked in surprise, "Did you say completeness?" He nodded. "If only other places were like this." She led Rogan to the place. "We're here. Look, this is the Alliance's treasury where your reward is kept." He wondered in amazement. "This is the Alliance's treasury." She led him forward. "Let's go inside." The entrance alone was enough to wow him. So many treasures gathered in one place. And this probably isn't even all of it. The governor pointed to a room. "Everything here is rated at tier 5. The one I'm giving you is in the next room." Only now did he realize, a treasure. I didn't think much of it when the governor said that, but seeing it with my own eyes is truly astonishing. Now I understand why everyone is so obsessed with treasures. It was his first time seeing such a sight, and he stood there in awe. Here, a pendant with a gemstone exactly like his. Does it have the same pattern as my brooch? This is the same type as the one I took from the vice director of the orphanage. He picked it up and stared at it intently, wondering, could this be the crest of a noble family? Mana flows through it, but it isn't very strong yet. Not quite. How strange. I feel drawn to it. The governor asked him in surprise, "Why did you choose this one?" He himself couldn't explain it. "I'm not sure. It feels familiar, and for some reason I was drawn to it." She understood. "Ah, I see. Things like that happen sometimes. It's something hard to explain, like a connection between you and the item." He took the opportunity to hold up the crest and ask, "Do you know anything about this symbol?" She knew it well. Of course.
Those two large curves represent the tree that once supported the entire world.
And the overlapping star inside represents humans and elves, serving as each other's sanctuary.
Rogan guessed, "So, is this the crest of an elven family?" She nodded. "That's right. It is a very ancient family." He wasn't sure if it was right, but he felt, perhaps it's related to my bloodline. The governor knew his background. "I heard that you previously relied on your adoptive mother in the shelter, but your memories of your biological parent." He told her, "I have no memories of my biological parents, but my memories of my adoptive mother are still vivid. She left me at the shelter and never came back." A wet nurse. "It's been a long time since I've talked about this, but strangely, standing before you, executive director, makes it easy to open." He replied, "Then I will take that as a compliment." But she advised, "You could have chosen something far more valuable than a Tier 5 artifact." But he didn't need anything else. This was
It doesn't contain any special mana, and I don't even know what this symbol means to me, but I feel a strong whisper pulling me towards it. I will figure it out myself from now on. He really liked it. "Thank you, executive director." A few days later in the mission room, someone brought a scroll. "Rogan, you have a mission." The day had come. This mission was finally his probation mission in Sion. But Lukat, standing next to him, reacted, "Wait, what?" "I'm assigned to Bazi, no." Hearing him yell, Rogan immediately guessed. "Guess not." He looked at him, puzzled. "Rogan, you're going too. I thought for sure you'd go to Sion." "It's okay. Bazino has the stability division." He agreed, calculating silently. More than half of the stability division is made up of former priests of Sion. That's why it's called the Second Sion. Honestly, learning from veteran alliance members in the stability division might be easier than going to Sion. The two chatted. How will the mission team be organized? Don't tell me it's just you and me. Who knows? There'll probably be some seniors. For this deployment to Bashi, no, surprisingly, it was still Sin-Na. Lukat's face instantly dropped, unable to smile, as if struck by lightning. Because there was one more person, Oka. The old man smiled and announced, "And I will be coming with you, son." He curiously turned to ask the protagonist, "By the way, why is the stability division so hard to meet? I haven't seen them once since I joined." Oka glared at him in annoyance. "You skip every training session, what would you know?" He immediately argued, feeling wronged. "We've trained so much already, right, father?" As soon as he finished speaking, a huge bump popped up on his head. Rogan, walking beside him, enlightened him. "Just as we specialize in reconnaissance, the Stability Division is responsible for maintaining local order and repairing damages." First, Vanguard Syngeum is Division 1. The main strike forces, Harmony Division and Honor Division, are Divisions 2 and 3. The rear units, the Stability Division and the Mission Assignment Division, are Divisions 4 and 5. After stabilizing the local area, the Practice Division steps in as support personnel, while the Freedom Division, directly under the commander, handles independent tasks. Only then did he realize, come to think of it, during the Olen battle, the Vanguard was in the front, and the Honor Division was in the back. The protagonist teased him. "Are you finally starting to understand things now?" He was deeply offended. "I'm not that stupid, you know." Rogan teased him even more, right? Just occasionally. Oka, walking ahead, asked with concern, "For both of you, this is your first time going to another principality." They agreed in unison. Yes. Sinna reminded them, then stopped chatting. Baz-I know is more complicated than you think. Bashino is an independent principality in the far southwest of the continent. This is your first time leaving the Gratan Kingdom. Along the way, we will pass by a few branch offices. Lukat realized, pointing, "If it's the branch in this direction." Okan nodded. "Right, we will stop by Dong-Un." The protagonist remained stoic, but at the mention of this place, his heart skipped a beat. Dong-Un, huh? The Dong-Un shelter. By the time they arrived, it was already dark. That stone house remained the same, exactly as it was when he was little. Lukat even asked, "So this is where you grew up?" He simply gave a slight nod. Oka walked over, putting an arm around his shoulder to comfort him. "I still remember that day as if it were yesterday. This is where I met you for the first time." He also looked toward the spiral staircase leading underground. It had been 5 years since then. Just then, someone approached. "You have all arrived safely." He introduced himself. "I am Bo Rit, runner of the Practice Division. It is an honor to meet everyone in person." He led the 4 of them into the house. Lukat looked around and saw no one. "It's quieter than I expected. Are the others out on patrol?" Bo Rit nodded. "That's right. I'm practically the only one stationed here full-time." This guy was full of questions, asking one after another. "I heard Dong-Un is a small town, but..."
Are you managing everything all by yourself? This time, it was Gan who answered him. The practice division specializes in observing daily life and gathering intelligence. If too many people move at once, it's easy to attract attention. Working alone is more efficient. He knew everything while Lukat questioned everything. Ah, is that so? And the reason you're not wearing a uniform is because Oka couldn't listen to his son's foolish questions any longer and cleared his throat. Let's get to the main point. Right now, Ret Tio has completely vanished from Dong Un, Bo Rit told them, and Li Bo Ta has filled that void. Li Bo Ta. They are one of the gravits believed to be rotting the continent. They call themselves a free mercenary company, but in reality, they're just a gang of thugs. They are the worst kind of people, believing that ignoring order and acting on pure instinct is the natural way. Recently, Li Bo Ta absorbed Dong Un's criminal syndicate, the Manson Group. Since then, they've spread their influence throughout the town. Their leader is named Ban Du. He's only 17 this year. He was trained in swordsmanship by a Li Bo Ta officer 2 years ago and has since climbed his way up to become the boss. Oka asked, "How large are their numbers?" He replied, "It's still at a manageable level. But at this rate, we must deal with them before they grow too powerful." Conversations echoed in the room. Actually, I met him 2 years ago. He was already very strong back then, but he was so young, so I hesitated. That was my mistake. So you let him go just because he was young, even though he's evil. I've regretted it ever since. But dwelling on the past is meaningless. We need to eliminate Li Bo Ta definitively before they grow any stronger. These 3 alleys are their main bases. All 3 are essentially treated as their headquarters. They usually wear red bandanas, the symbol of Li Bo Ta, so they are very easy to spot. Each location has over 20 people. Oka quickly finished calculating and nodded. I see. He'll take charge of Location 1. Location 2 is assigned to Sin Na and Lu Cat. He specifically warned his son, Lu Cat, be careful not to interfere with the mission with any unnecessary actions. Location 3 goes to Bo Rit and Ro Gan. Since this is a Sinjium Vanguard mission, Bo Rit focus on supporting Ro Gan. From beginning to end, the protagonist maintained his expression, his face unflinching. Oka stood up and reminded the team, "Do not leave anything out. Remember that." The entire town was swallowed by the night. The group began their operation. Ro Gan dashed across the rooftops, surveying the area. It had changed so much over the past 5 years. That shop was where Mother Bao Lin bought me my first ice cream. This street used to be clean, lined with beautiful restaurants and cafes, but now it was completely different. Bo Rit asked in surprise, "Have you been to Dong Un before?" He didn't hide it, replying, "I'm from the Dong Un shelter." The old man told him, "I see. With the prolonged famine, slow business, and fewer customers, streets change very quickly. I don't see anyone begging on the streets." After the man's son gang was absorbed by Li Bo Ta, their professions changed. Hearing this, he said nothing more. And the man just quietly glanced at him for a moment, but seemingly seeing through his thoughts, he asked, "It must have been a while since you last came here. We didn't even give you time to look around. Do you want to meet someone here?" His eyes were visibly sad. The people he wanted to meet were all dead. "No, there's no one. This place used to be very important to me, but the people I cared about, even those who once wanted to use me, none of them are here anymore. The sweet taste I first experienced as a child, and the sunset path I used to walk with Mother Bao Lin, they are all gone. And this place is now left completely defenseless against crime. It's nothing but a ruin engulfed in the shadow of death. What I must do is not linger on memories, but sever this darkness at its roots. If one day we can restore the scenery of the past, then someone's laughter will ring out in this city once again." Finally, the two arrived at the Li Bo Ta hideout. A few thugs wearing red scarves sat there yawning endlessly. The whole group was bored with nothing to do. Suddenly, Ro Gan charged in, kicking the doors wide open. The thugs inside jumped in shock. They slammed the tables and stood up yelling, "What the hell are you doing?" But before they could finish, their heads were severed from their necks, blood spurting everywhere. He slaughtered them using small but incredibly sharp blade fragments. One thug stood up, his face pale, clicking his tongue. "Damn it. What are you doing? Grab that bastard." The whole gang rushed forward, but they still couldn't match him. Only one remained, seemingly the leader. He stood facing Ro Gan. "It's been noisy for a while now. I didn't expect the Alliance to show up here." Only now did Ro Gan speak his first words. "You're Bandu, aren't you?" He didn't answer, just smirking wickedly. "That's right, I'm Bandu. Why would the Alliance come all the way to a dump like this? Am I that famous now?" Suddenly, Ro Gan's gaze stopped at a corner. Behind him, there was a girl tightly holding 2 young children, shivering in fear. Women and children. He suddenly remembered Bo Rit's words, I don't see anyone begging on the streets. After the Man-Sun gang was absorbed, their professions changed. They made a living by trampling on others, especially the vulnerable, like women and children. His fists clenched tightly in anger. Seeing him not attack, the thug thought he had the upper hand and sneered. So, take your time and tell me your story. That is, if you live long enough to tell it. He shouted a command. Boys, give our guest a warm welcome. A massive swarm of thugs rushed out to attack him, swarming like ants. But he wasn't afraid at all. One man with a few blade fragments was enough to wipe out the whole crowd. His face darkened. Rogan had never been seen so furiously angry. In the blink of an eye, he wiped them all out, leaving only the leader alive. The thug was terrified now, but he still talked big. You've got some weird tricks. Since when did the Alliance become a circus? He must have thought the blade fragments flying around him were just magic tricks. Rogan mocked him. It seems you haven't learned your lesson, Bandu. This is magic. Ignorant and stubborn, the thug immediately argued back. Don't treat me like an idiot. I know a lot. He let out a laugh. Is that so? Perhaps I've underestimated you too much. Dark mana is surrounding you. That's not something you can get from basic mana training. Don't tell me Li Bota is borrowing demonic power like Ret Teo. That guy now has no choice but to fight. He rests his weapon on his shoulder. I didn't expect to clash with the Alliance this soon. Whatever. I was planning to deal with you anyway. Your head isn't as valuable as the others, but I'll take what I can get. With that, he charges forward to attack. Rogan doesn't even bother to dodge. He stands completely still, yet the guy still can't land a hit. Rogan smirks teasingly, so you can even enhance your aura. You need to be at least this level to guard a graveyard. Your body is trained well enough to wield that greatsword. A barrage of his blade fragments shoots forward, but he manages to dodge them. Rogan is slightly surprised. Pretty fast for that size. His movements are sloppy, but his reflexes are sharp. Of course, he can't compare to Senior Sinna. He furiously curses. You bastard. What is this guy? Feeling utterly powerless, he thinks. Why can't I hit him? Why can't I even touch him? The guy finishes his attack and suddenly cowers in fear. Now it's Rogan's turn to counterattack. The manosphere in his hand glows brightly and blasts straight into him before he can defend. It would be a waste if he didn't die from this. His body slams hard against the wall. Blood pours down his face. At death's door, he still glares at Rogan and thinks, that bastard. Is he saying my sword is nothing? Damn it, do you look down on me that much? His trembling hand grabs another sword. He leaps up and slashes down with all his might. Die. Don't get so full of yourself. A blinding light flashes inside the building, visible even from the outside. Blue light floods the room. The space grows still. His entire body trembles in confusion. I can't move? Why? He stands frozen in place while our main character simply uses a few blade fragments to finish him off. Since it's over, I'll let you in on a little secret, Bandu. I grew up right here in Duntan. To you, Duntan is just a factory district, nothing more than a small town. But to me and to others, it was everything. And someone like you is defiling this place, tarnishing its meaning. Instead of people's happiness and children's laughter filling the streets, you plunged this city into fear and death. You trampled on our precious memories. I will never forgive you. It's finally over. The owl gets to eat until it's stuffed. Rogan tells the girl he just rescued, you should be safe now. Just in case, we will escort you somewhere. But she fearfully urges, you too. Run away quickly. I heard the Li Bo-Ta soldiers are coming to capture the prisoners. Please leave before it's too late. Old man Bo-Rit tells him even if Bandu, their leader, is dead, if the Li Bo-Ta soldiers gather, just the two of us won't be able to handle them. We should report back first, then. However, the main character doesn't say a word and directly shows his hand into the owl's beak. He is completely shocked. Hey, what are you doing? His hand tightly grasps the water orb as usual. The Li Bo-Ta soldiers are gathering here. Our mission is to wipe out Li Bo-Ta, right? Li Bo-Ta won't just disappear because Bondo is dead, so this is the perfect opportunity while they're grouped up. Li Bo-Ta must pay the price. A while later, in the inn, the four of them gather together. Good, everyone has returned safely. Bo-Rit is back too. The area I checked only had stragglers. They were low-level grunts, nothing useful. Same for us. Oka asks him, how about your side? You guys had it good, managed to gather quite a bit. Seeing him smiling foolishly, he immediately asks, did something happen? You have a suspicious look on your face. He pulls out a piece of paper still stained with fresh blood. It fell out of the clothes of a Li Bo-Ta soldier. Right after I cleared out their hideout, we fought a group suspected to be Li Bo-Ta soldiers. We rescued all the prisoners and wiped out the troops. This came from one of those soldiers. He asks in confusion, What about the head? I fed it to the owl.
Oka already knows about this. Sure enough, Rogan adds, from Bandu and those soldiers, we found something similar to Ret Tio. Bandu and his soldiers were all using dark mana exactly like Ret Tio. Lee Bowtie is probably using dark magic just like Ret Tio too. Dark magic can't be used like that. It's likely that Lee Bowtie and Ret Tio have joined forces. Sin Na also turned to look. It seems we can't rule out that possibility. Wasn't it a mistake for the Alliance to just treat them as graves? Old Oka pondered deeply. They'll use whatever means necessary to grow stronger. We need to act faster. Our initial mission was to head to Ba Zai No and support each branch, but the plan changes now. We'll split up and head directly to each branch to suppress Li Bowtie before they gather. And just worried if this is the right course of action. The branches are in Bi Li Jia and Ludu, right? Yes. Just getting there will take 2 days. What if we split into 3 groups like today? At the very least, we could delay their mobilization or crush their momentum. However, Sin Nao was still anxious. It's not that I haven't considered it, but you and Lu Cat are still. How do you think we should divide our forces? The vice captain and senior Sin Na can each take a branch, while Lu Cat and I head to the stability division. Every branch has soldiers from the active units, so there shouldn't be any major issues. But you two are mages. Even in the stability division, not many will take the words of a mage seriously. Rogan nodded. I know. But this time, it will be a bit different. That's exactly why I suggested going straight to the stability division. Old Oka was puzzled. Different how exactly? He pulled something out and placed it on the table. This is the Archbishop's holy relic that Headmaster Rigo gave me. The old man had once told him, I will give you this brooch, so visit Sai on someday. I'm sorry I couldn't give you the answers you sought after your long journey here. May blessings accompany your steps, if it's for the Scion priests stationed in the stability division. The brooch he pushed forward was a golden circle.